Uh, busy, very busy. I didn't really cut like the only person that knows about this is Lethe,
Okay,
but
looks like we're finally back up.
oh
We'll
so
see how long that
but
lasts.
but yeah, last Saturday, not Saturday, but like the Saturday before last, we had to put our 16-year-old dog Falcor to sleep, so it was kind of rough.
I love the name too.
Yeah, he was a good boy, but it's just like it's a long story. I'll tell you offline. So
He's 16. I get it. Like that's all you have to say.
Yeah. So yeah, we miss him though. So, but it is what it is. But I don't want to bring down the mood. I don't want to bring down the mood. So.
I mean, I can definitely bring down the mood if we need to.
Nah, man. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
I mean, if anybody would be capable.
True. All right, Lethe, get back to it before I bring down the mood.
All right, so we were on Lactoid.
Yes.
Well, so I'll just start with a couple things. I know it's not open panel, but I actually do support super PACs. I think that they're fine and consistent with the First Amendment. So I think it'll be interesting to work that into this discussion because I think it is relevant. In terms of whether or not this is vote buying, I've thought about this for a while, and that was my initial thought too when I saw this, when I saw what Elon was doing. I just found out about what Cards Against Humanity is doing when Lethe sent me the topics. And it seems like they're doing kind of, they're trying to copy Elon's plan here. And like, how do we kind of weasel our way around paying people to register to vote? Because that's essentially what the goal is, even if that's not what's actually happening. I think it's probably legal what's happening. I think it's probably legal because, I mean, the laws are pretty narrow in terms of, you can't pay people to vote for you, and you can't pay people to register to vote. But technically, neither of these are really doing that, right? And so for Elon in particular, you're not being paid to register. You are being paid to sign the petition. You just have to be registered in order to sign the petition, which I understand is like, it feels weird because obviously we don't have to have our heads in the sand. The obvious goal that Elon has here is to get people to think, oh shit, I got to go register to vote so I can sign the petition so I can get the $47 or the $100 now. I'm pretty sure it's in Pennsylvania, or the shot at the $1 million, right? That's obviously the goal. But the way he's going about it, I don't think it's illegal. And the more that I think about it, I mean, this would obviously be illegal. But I guess just more on a philosophical question. I'm not super sold on the idea that like vote buying is necessarily all that extreme or different than regular politics. Politicians engage in what is essentially retroactive vote buying all the time, right? They identify key demographics. They identify. Oh boy, he's having road rage.
No, you stole my point.
I hate. All right, not road rage, lactoid rage. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and fully steal it now. I'm not sold on the idea that it's all that different, right? Because you have instances where you could identify a demographic. Say, okay, these people, they want this thing. How can I boost my voter share with this group? Well, I'm going to promise them some kind of monetary gain. What really made me think about this was when Andrew Yang, I think, was up on stage and he specifically said, like, in defense of his UBI, he said, like, vote for me and you'll get a check every month or something along these lines. And that sounds very much like vote buying, but technically it's not because it's after the fact. So as long as we allow politicians to run on any kind of redistribution, it seems like vote buying is the same, just preliminary. It's like just before the fact. So I'm not fully sold on the fact that vote buying is all that different. But obviously it's different legally because it's illegal. But I don't think what Elon is or what Cards Against Humanity are doing is necessarily illegal. I think that they're towing a very thin line, and it could become illegal if they make a misstep. But I think they're being pretty careful about it. And I'm sure they both have a cadre of attorneys that are helping them figure out exactly how to do this.
All right. And next we have Alex.
Okay, so first things first. I now have to do a little bit of fact checking right here. So Mr. Gibbs said that conservatives are best with money and stuff like that, even though it's blatantly obvious that the 10 poorest states of the United States, the majority happen to be conservative. We're talking about Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, very conservative states, some of the poorest regions. So they're obviously not that great with money, it seems. So anyway, but that's beside the point. So when it comes down to this topic here about Elon Musk buying and like Cards Against Humanity is, I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. I maybe I just didn't do enough research on it, but like when I looked into it, it's like, so you're willing to like get more information, like who you voted for, essentially. Like I get it's more of like a troll game because Cards Against Humanity is very much a troll game. It's a really fun game. I play it all the time with friends all the time, but I don't know how I feel about this one. But what Elon Musk, from what I understand about that, there are election law experts are saying that he could actually be held liable, or he actually could be held account for I think it's 52 USC 10307. It's a federal law that says whoever pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or voting shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. Now, that's just like what the penalty could be. But is this shady? You better fucking believe it, okay? And the reason why I say this, right, is because in the state of Georgia, during the 2020 election, people are waiting 8 to 10 hours to vote, and some people couldn't get out of line. And what they were doing is they were actually handing out water and like snacks to people. Brian Kemp actually made a law to where you can't do that anymore, which is pretty absurd because there are people in some areas that they have to wait hours upon hours in line just to go vote. Now, in some states, you can't vote early. You can only vote like a couple of days prior and stuff like that. And people have to take time off of work to go vote and stuff. And you're going to sit and wait in this really long ass line to go vote, essentially. And you can't get any water because it could possibly sway the election. It could sway it towards a particular party. But yet, for some reason, we're going to accept the fact that this guy, Elon Musk, who is obviously shown who is going to support this election. I'd be against this even if it was the Democrat Party doing this, because the best way to get people to go out and register to vote is to educate people like Stacey Abrams did in Georgia by educating people. This is how you vote. This is how you register to vote. This is where you go to register to vote, essentially. It didn't matter like what party they registered for. She was educating people on how to go out there to register. But Elon Musk is obviously, because he's the richest man in the world, he's incentivizing people to go out to register to vote. And then he's obviously going to try to bring people to come in this direction because, hey, who's not going to say no to $1 million? I mean, it's very shady and it could be illegal. But again, I'm not a legal expert, but this is what some legal experts are saying.
All right. And Tiberius.
Yeah, I'm going to go about this in a little bit of a roundabout way because my good friend Lactoid here stole my rib and my thunder. God damn it. All right, anyway, first things first. I'm not going to talk about the legality portion because I don't know and I haven't had time to research. And even if it is, there's a level where this can go up against state election laws, which there's 50 states, but there's also, the federal government and its election laws. So I ain't got that kind of time. Lactoid, you're letting me down here on that front a little bit, dude. So fuck you. Number two is that when it comes down to this as a general issue, here's the rip. Our republic is founded upon, in its election system, that we are basically supposed to have our votes by. I'm supposed to, if I'm an elected representative, telling you what I'm going to do for you if you elect me. So even if you say, okay, well, you're not outright paying me, I'm still supposed to be doing shit for you. So the difference to me is largely moot. The other level of this is that should it be illegal, right? Do we have moral quandaries against it? I can say, like, from the top, like, it makes me feel a little icky, but then if I go, like, past that surface level, I am with Lactoid on this one. What the fuck is the difference? Why are we getting, like, our panties in a bunch for shit that, like, it literally, you pay people to do it after the election, like it would literally be okay. If Congress writes a bill saying, hey, we're going to forgive student loans to our primary voters, that being the Democrats, that's completely fucking okay. Like, there's no difference here. There really isn't. So, ethically speaking, moralistic speaking, there's no difference. Technicality-wise, there's a difference. So, I will happily, like, spar a little bit over the super PACs thing, over like how unethical or like how ethical this actually is, but I don't have much of a problem with it outside of just an ick factor.
All right, opening up the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick before we move on that it's not Tiberius, it's not Lactoid that stole your opening. Y'all actually both just copied my opening. Really, I was the one who said there was no difference. All right, just to be clear, no big deal.
I'm sorry. He said it with intelligence. I must have not translated that well.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand that you're confused and can't understand what intelligence is, but. You're
True,
right,
I am a moron. All right. Anyway, let's get to it.
So I think that actually the student loan forgiveness is like that's a great one to point out. Like, if you're going to run knowing that like college grad, like you've identified a demographic that is more likely to support you, right? What's like really the difference between saying, okay, I want this demographic to come out and vote and be more active, right? So my policy is going to be a direct financial handout to them, which debt forgiveness is. What would be the difference between that and more of just like I'm going to pay like this group X amount of money to come and vote, right? To come and vote for me. I'm struggling. I understand there's like a difference in order, but there's really no difference in principle. Like you're attempting to attain the same thing with the same motivations in mind.
One's a campaign promise and the other's like going beyond the purview of a campaign promise. You can make a promise that you're going to forgive people's student loans, but that doesn't mean it's going to be actualized into existence unless you can articulate how you're going to do that. And then if how you're going to do that is within the lines of what currently exists within the framework, you can obviously use it as a policy position that you can advocate for. What we've shown is that that doesn't work. So even in the advocacy of student loan forgiveness is met with a bunch of legal challenges. So even when a politician says, I'm going to forgive your student loans, most people who are reasonable voters will know, like, okay, that's just bullshit. Like, the practicality of it is that the morality of the case is there, but the actual practicality isn't. So you can win the moral argument of student loans, but you're never going to win the practical argument of how you're going to implement it.
Well,
can I go quickly respond? Because I just want to say, like, I don't think that the efficacy really matters here, because you could promise to pay someone to vote and then just don't pay them, right? There's no actual guarantee that you can get the money from them. Right. Well, I mean, arguably that would be just as much fraud as if you promise people that you're going to like get college, like student loan forgiveness done, and then you don't, right?
Well, that depends on like how you want to do it, right? Which is why the specifics matter. Like if you are going to say, hey, I'm just going to make a very basic like example. Hey, I'm going to go directly after the banks responsible for the shady interest rates and the shady contract agreements that students got into. And I'm going to use that to build toward the class action settlement against these banks. And you try and fail. That's not exactly fraud. You're still attempting to do a thing that you promised to do and it didn't get actualized. The thing that I'm pushing on is that people don't care about that. Like if you're going to make a promise to do something, do it. But if like for my politic, for my ideology, I don't give a shit how hard you try. If you fail, you fail. So, and if you fail, then it doesn't matter to me. But in the case of like, hey, I'm going to give you money and then if I give you this money, I'm going to vote for you, and then you don't follow through with that after the fact, then that's closer to fraud than somebody not.
It could be fraud, but it's not necessarily fraud. We can imagine another scenario where somebody,
closer, right?
Arguably it could be closer, but this is why I'm highlighting that the principle is not all that different, because you could have somebody promise to pay people, and then like, oh, too many people all of a sudden like did it, and they way more money is owed than I have, and now I'm fucked.
Who cares?
And this person's trying to exactly don't make the promise unless you're positive you can deliver. But
sure.
Biden made the promise when it comes to student loan forgiveness.
He had the argument.
And the checks being sent out tomorrow. He never sent those checks.
He had the.
I really want to get in this.
Well, Alex has his hand up. I can't see your hand, but.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, we need to understand something. What the student loan forgiveness is. It's not like if I take out a $60,000 student loan debt and I'm like, and I haven't paid much into it, it means it's automatically be forgiven. The student loan bit is basically people that took out loan debts years and years ago. They've already paid their debts. Now because like the majority of student loan debts that you pay into, the majority of the debt you're paying into is not actually the debt itself. You're paying interest in these loans. And these are not fixed rate interest loans essentially. So these people have essentially paid
That's
their
mortgages
student
too, by
loans.
the way.
It is okay.
That
so,
they agreed to. That they agreed to for the record.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. I let everybody else finish. Okay. Okay. If you actually get a mortgage though, you actually can negotiate for a fixed rate income, like I did for my mortgage essentially. Now it could change over the years, but that's something between you and your realtor. But we're talking about like the fact that student loans are very predatory. It's actually proven that they are very predatory because they say, hey, listen, you can pay off a student loan in 10 years. And guess what? It's 20, 30 years later, and you're still paying off your student loans. Like you could actually buy your house. You could actually buy a car and pay out that sooner than you can because of how they extend out your student loans. You're basically already paying off. Your student loans have been paid off like 5 or 6, maybe in 10 years ago. This basically says, hey, listen, now it's forgiven. Now, this whole concept of like comparing student loans to what Elon Musk is doing is completely ridiculous because he's insisting that people come and register to vote, and it's going to drive people to want to vote for Trump because Elon Musk has tied himself to Donald Trump. What Joe Biden said is like, we will forgive student loans that you have already paid into that we're just going to forgive. But the thing is, here's what's funny about it. If we're going to talk about student loans, it's amazing like how the same people say, oh, well, it's not my responsibility to pay for people's student loans. Well, guess what? You've basically made it responsible to pay for PPP loans for people that make 6 figures that can afford to pay off those loans. You've forgiven those loans. There was no outrage for that. There was also like bailouts.
I was outraged.
Okay, you were
I was
outraged.
also outraged.
Okay, and the top 1% that got tax cuts and bailouts, essentially, did we have an outrage for that? I mean, seriously, let's be consistent here.
Yes.
Bailouts, yes.
Yeah.
Tax cuts, no. So a couple corrections when we're
Tax
talking
cuts
about
are good, bailouts bad.
right. Yes, exactly. When we're talking about
wait. Lactoid, I love you, but I want to go here for a minute because I want to respond to both. To where Joe is like I'm kind of with Lactoid here to a degree. So like I want to needle you on this in the regards of like, okay, you're on the fact of it's like, okay, if you do it or not, you succeed, then like I don't care or I do care, which I'm totally with. The issue is that on a lot of levels, we know what's actually being proposed right now is far more likely to be successful than what actually is like proposed legislatively, right? So I can say, I'm going to give you the student loan relief, or I'm going to give you a $2,000 stimulus check if you vote for me. And that's more likely to be failed than not. So if anything, I kind of look at the more ethical thing, at least on a level, not always, but on a level where like the shit that's going on now with Elon and Cards Against Humanity, it's actually better. It's actually moral, more moral, in the regard of like they can deliver and the government can't. So like do you get where I'm going with this at all, man?
Yeah, I mean, they should then just go full throat and double down on that. Like Elon Musk could give everybody $1,500 stimulus checks in the stopgap during the pandemic before the government could even like wag a finger and get the legislation on the table. But Elon Musk doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to like actually say, hey, the government is, and listen, I totally support government. How do I say this in a way that makes sense? I support people stop-gapping government fuckery. So if Elon Musk said, hey, it does not look like that this student loan shit is going to be actualized, I'm just going to give you money and you can use it to however you see fit. I'd support that. I wouldn't even care. Like, for most people, they'll do the logical thing. Like, hey, if you don't like, and again, like he can make the stipulations however he wants to. I do not care. Like, but at the same time, like if he goes like, hey, I'm going to promise to forgive, let's say $15,000 towards your loans. All you have to do is prove that you've been employed gainfully, and you can make the parameters of gainfully for, let's say 10 years. 10 years, you can prove it. Here's $15K. I wouldn't care. Like, and honestly, I think Republicans would support something like that, or at least should, because in reality, like, if we're talking about like the student loan thing directly, and this is getting really far in the weeds, I'm sorry for this long response, is the problem that I see is that there's only one group that's been defrauded by the government because of student loans, and that's the working class. Those who are currently working are the ones who got frauded, they got lied to, they got tricked by the federal government, and they got groomed to be beholden to banks. And nobody wants to actually like engage with that part and say like, hey, these people were lied to. These families did not have the financial aptitude to understand the loans that they were going into, and they just thought that, hey, these degrees would be enough, and it's proven that that's not the case. It's the case for some people, but those who need it the most are still working to try to pay something off that they won't. So let's just cut them a break and just call it a day. But nobody wants to do
gotta
that
fight
because
against
you
this.
get because you guys want to
Sure you do. Like,
do that meritocracy.
I
bullshit.
gotta
It's the
fight
same
against
argument.
both.
It's like the same argument for the 9,000 panel.
No.
about
I'm not
meritocracy
even
and
going to get
merit
into
about loans and
philosophy
shit.
here. Just like the facts are just all over the fucking place, and they're just incorrect. Okay.
I
So,
don't know what the fact is.
I'll explain.
but
I'll
I
explain
was
the facts.
responding to Tiberius though, so you're gonna
Yeah,
have to wait
and
your
there
turn,
was misfacts
buddy.
being stated by both you and Alex, and I really, it's making
and
me angry. I
Tiberius was
gotta.
engaging respectfully, right? Tiberius was engaging with me, so if there was something that he thought that was inconsistent, he can use that with his response.
We call this
right?
running, is what's happening right now.
I'm
Running
pretty
for the
sure.
fact.
I'm pretty sure this is like
Tiberius the layup
this
to
is a
speak, and
5-person panel. I
y'all
think
are
that
just
is
talking
fair that we
shit.
can
This
like
isn't
jump
a
in.
Tiberius
Responding to
Joe Circle
Tiberius. Let
All right.
Tiberius
Yeah.
respond.
Tiberius.
Like, do I get in there?
yeah, look,
Yeah, am I allowed? Like, or no?
guys, look, okay, Lactoid, I get where
you and
there's a few things in
Tiberius.
there that you want to. Yeah, like, look, Lactoid, I know there's a few things in there that you want to tag on. I largely agree with most of what he said, but I'm sure your qualms are as good as mine, so I'm just pinning that for a second. I'm going to go after Alex for just a second, and then I'll turn it over. Alex? All right, so Alex.
Yes.
Largely where I was going with you is that getting into the methodology versus like the difference of like student loans versus what everything else is. I don't really care to have that conversation. I do appreciate like the double standard conversation that the same people who are totally fine with like the PPE loans getting like fucking nuked are the ones bitching and moaning and complaining about student loans. However, that's not all the same people either. So there's a level where I'll split with you on that. I definitely, and I've kind of hit TOS on this a little bit before, but so I'll put it in the reference notion here, is that Lisi and a number of these guys can vouch about Super Bowl explosions during the halftime show regarding bankers during the 2008 2008 banking crisis. And I still know people that are fucking pissed that never happened. No one went to jail. No one was killed. And yet, 1 out of 10 households was foreclosed upon? Yeah, people are hella mad about that shit. And I think some people still are. So, like, I will totally engage with, like, where we're going to go, like, 1,000 different directions with this conversation. But long story short, I still want to tag on the efficacy of, hey, is this really that different between saying, I'm going to help get your student loans forgiven versus, hey, I'm going to give you a stimulus check, or no, I'm just going to pay you up front. Please vote for me.
Well, the reason here's my problem with the whole thing, though, because I brought up in my opening how Georgia flipped their lid about people getting handed out water and bread, and the conservative base was all about, it's like, yes, this is definitely something we should go along with. We should definitely make sure that people are not giving like water and snacks to get in a fucking voting booth, because I've lived in Georgia. It's ungodly hot down there year round usually. So if you're going to tell me that giving people water so they don't fall the fuck out in the middle of a voting line it's complete taboo to do something like that, but yet rewarding somebody with, like, obviously you're trying to bring them onto your base and give them $1 million. I mean, if Oprah Winfrey was to do the same thing, except she was going to give you like $2 million, you could bet your bottom dollar the conservative base would be losing their fucking minds over this. But because it's happening with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're like, yes, we absolutely love this because we love Elon Musk because he's a savior of the First Amendment. He's savior of free speech, which is also skeptical.
And
so
space.
I just, well, here's the thing: is like there's no consistency here. If the Democrats are doing this, I would possibly have a problem with it. But the thing is, like, the student loan is not the same thing to what Elon Musk is doing. It's not even remotely the same, honestly. That's my point.
It is.
That's
It is.
worse.
Now,
It's
I
worse.
got to correct a couple things now. Thank you. So when we're comparing it to a mortgage, the reason why I compared it to a mortgage is because people will say things. This is very common about student debt specifically, which is like, oh, look, the interest turns out to be, higher than the actual loan, or I've been making payments all this time and I still owe money. And of course, they're making the absolute minimum payment. And their loan is, they're frustrated because they're able to make an incredibly small loan because the federal government allows you to make very small payments. and there's a level of frustration with that. But the problem is frankly, it's a little bit economically illiterate, right? Because money now is worth more than money later, right? The stock market has about a 7 to 10% return, which means that if you take that money and put it in the stock market, if the interest rate that if you take a loan and the interest rate you're paying is less than 7%, which by the way, federal college loans have been consistently over the last like 2 decades, then yeah, you are getting a good deal, because if that money was instead put in the stock market, it would grow significantly, right? So this is why some kids have taken the student loans and have illegally bought stocks with it. Now, the question is, okay, sure, it is a good deal in terms of the interest rate. The interest rate is actually not predatory. It's actually good when you factor in that it's beating stock market returns. Well, what about the actual degree? It's obviously worthless, but that's also not true, right? There's been numerous analyses on this. Having a college degree, on average, the average person does better with a college degree once they get it, right? Their overall earnings, the amount of earnings they get, exceeds the amount of debt that they pay and the interest on the debt that they pay, right? It is a good investment, generally speaking. This is why over 70% of all this college debt is held by the top 3/5 of income earners. College debt is primarily a wealthy, like upper middle class issue, right? It's primarily people who make a lot of money because, again, college graduates tend to make a lot more money than non-college graduates. They tend to make a whole bunch of money, and they're looking for a handout. That's what this is. I think it's very comparable.
Handout.
It's absolutely very comparable. Like economically speaking, people begging for student loan forgiveness just simply don't have a leg to stand on.
Well, I mean, Lactoid, look at what group of graduates are asking for this. It's the people with degrees that don't make money, like
no, it's anybody. It's people with any degrees, right?
Yeah,
look,
but
if you're an
they're
engineer,
arguing for this. But this is Lactoid. They're arguing for this.
That takes dumb as shit.
No, it's not dumb as shit. And I'll tell you why. Because I actually looked this up. We talked about this week, and we have the stats on it.
I'm sure.
The art degrees and gender studies degrees only make about $4,000 more than the national poverty line once they graduate. So when these people over here asking for loan, no, I'm sorry, I don't have any sympathy. You don't get a loan forgiveness just because you picked a dumbass degree. Sorry, I don't care. And I'll even include that to like other liberal arts degrees like poli-sci and whatnot.
Since you study the data, do people with gender studies degrees stop at what level of education?
Most of them stop at the bachelor's level and then end up having to work as a barista at Starbucks. You should know this,
That's in the data that you looked up, or you just
it's in the data.
Shit?
It's in the data.
It's in the data that
No,
they're showing baristas. You
just to be clear, I don't know the specific data for gender studies degrees, but my claim was just generally like people who go to college and get degrees out earn people who don't, and the amount that they out earn is more than the debt that they pay. It is a good deal still to go to college, and the loans that the government gives you to go to college are better than the stock market, it's like lower than the stock market returns, which means it is a good loan. These are not payday loans. These are not predatory loans. The reason why they're looking for this is that they're already making more money, generally speaking. They just want more money, and they want to vote for somebody who will give them more money.
Hey, thank you, Jenny.
I think it's reasonable, Lactoid, to say that not every degree engages in the economy in the same ways. And when you have degrees that don't engage in the economy in the same ways, there's going to be certain gaps that exist in people's abilities to pay off those loans. An example is this that comes to mind, probably a popular one, is teachers. Most teachers, if they were to pay their loans, even to go over, depending on their track, it would take a significant amount of time to do that, depending on the state that they're in. Now, my concern, again, is towards people who are in these forgiveness programs already and are getting the can kicked down the road. And there's a lot of teachers who are in that bucket where they were promised a thing, they did their work towards that thing, and then it's just getting stalled. And that's where I think that, hey, it's fair to say that these people at the very least are being manipulated, or at least getting strong-armed to like, hey, just keep working. I promise this will work out for you. And that to me seems very fraudulent. Now, I'm not here to talk about the legality of it. That's kind of irrelevant to me. But I do think it's fair to say that, hey, we need to help these people in ways that we see substantive, because clearly the federal government is not doing what's necessary. That's where I think somebody like Elon Musk could step in and be like, hey, they're giving you the fucking runaround. There's not that many of you, and I'm rich, so here you go. Do whatever you see fit. Now, some of them might use the money towards their loans. Great, good for them. Some might use it for other things in their material conditions. Great, good for them. But yeah,
I mean, if Elon Musk wants to give money to people to do whatever, like I'm not opposed to that, right? If he wants to give people to pay off their loans or to give it to teachers, that'd be great. Good for him. I got no problem with that. My question is just like, when people are voting for this, or when people are, voting for this, like I'm struggling to see like the huge difference between, like, what if instead of like paying somebody directly for a vote, they would pay off some of your student loan? How about, like, what if that was the case? Like, some Democrat ran and said, if you vote for me, I will give you $1,000, like I will pay off $1,000 of your student loan. How is this all that different than saying I'm going to forgive $1,000 of student loan once I get elected? It seems like a difference in timing.
Based on the language, I think it would be explicitly illegal.
It would be, yeah.
Based on what you're describing. So I don't know what we're talking about right now.
I'm talking about in terms of like principle, right? Because
he just said he didn't care legality.
Because laws can be arbitrary, right? We can just decide laws are a certain way.
Here's what I don't. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the confusion I have here is like, at the end of the day, the goal for this, whether it be Elon Musk, Cards Against Humanity, is highlighting a clear problem. Voter turnout is embarrassing in every state in the country. People aren't voting. People are not engaging in the political process. And then we run into this cycle every election, and every single time a president does a bad, or a federal politician does a bad, that, your lives will be much better if you guys just show up and vote. And then when the finally goes, well, why are they not voting? And then all of a sudden they have no idea what's going on. So it seems like both of these groups, whether it be the PAC of Cards Against Humanity and Elon Musk, are suggesting that if we just give these people money, then they'll be enticed to show up, then they'll be enticed to vote. And I don't necessarily think that's the case.
But that's the Democratic platform forever. Hold on. Like, that's been the Democratic platform forever. Like, if you look at this, they've been like running on welfare for however long. Something like what was it? I had the stats from Forbes earlier. Here they are. Forbes says 58% of low-income voters are Democrats. Why is that? It's because Democrats advocate for handing them a check every month, whether it be EBT or some other welfare program. There's no difference between this and Elon going, hey, like, it's not functionally different in any form. It's not functionally different. Yeah. Like, it's just ridiculous for people to sit here and go, oh, it's so bad Elon's doing it, when the Democrats have been doing it since, forever. I don't know when they started, but it's been
forever. Is welfare in the room right now? I don't think Alex and I ever suggested that, like, yay, Democrats in the Democratic Party are predatory towards poors. Like,
I'm suggesting that.
Thank you, Blizzard. For the subs.
Yeah, but I never said that that's like a good thing.
We're suggesting it's vote buying is what we're like.
It's
that's
the same exact thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool.
how is that any different? What like Elon's doing though? Like he's actually like saying,
"Hey."
So
y'all are mad that he's doing what the Dems have been doing for 40 years.
Would you be mad? Well, okay. Would you be mad if Oprah Winfrey did it?
Well, the government's already doing that.
Whoa. Cards Against Humanity is already doing it.
Just admit that it's bad and move on.
Cards Against Humanity is already doing it for the Democrats, right?
No, y'all are just making that Elon's even the playing field is what it is.
What? Okay.
So what?
Lethe, what did I say at the beginning of the panel? What did I say at the beginning? I don't know how you feel about what Cards Against Humanity is doing.
You said Lactoid's right, as usual, and then we moved on.
That's what I heard.
What the fuck? I never said that. Come on now. Listen.
That's what I heard.
I'm pretty sure you said that. I don't know.
I said no such thing, okay? I said, now you're trying to put words in my mouth, okay? Come on. It ain't gonna work.
Next, they're gonna call you Hitler like they called Trump.
So as somebody, and
that was JD Vance. Nobody else.
Let's roll. Let's roll with just assuming that I'm correct on this. I did read about the Cards Against Humanity, and it does seem to be actually like slightly even more suspect, because unlike Elon Musk, where all you got to do is be a registered voter, Cards Against Humanity checks your voting record to see if you lean blue, and you only get the money if you've in the past voted Democrat, which is like, again, not technically voting.
That points to that, because that link no longer exists.
Well, I'm saying that was in the article that Lethe sent us for today.
Yeah, that's why I asked if you had the link, but I guess you don't. That's cool. Great. Continue.
Yeah, it was in the group chat.
But
Right,
like,
I'm-
but
I'm at- no, yeah.
we all know who Elon's voting for. Everybody knows that Elon is pulling towards Donald Trump. So obviously, the majority of people that aren't like registered to vote is like, oh my god, free money,
100%.
and vote for and I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump essentially. So it's the same fucking thing essentially. So why is it we're gonna be okay with what Elon Musk does? But like I said, I keep bringing up the state of Georgia where they say it's not okay to hand out water to people that are gonna stand in line for 8 to 10 hours because it's probably be the same thing. Why is that taboo? But yet, like what Elon Musk is doing is completely fine. I
Okay,
mean,
so
how is,
let me ask you this, Alex. I want you to tell me the
no,
fundamental.
answer my question.
No, I will-
answer my question.
Wait. It's kind of a good question, actually, right?
I
Like,
think
is
it's-
Sure,
driving
go
somebody to the polls also vote buying? Like, this is difficult, right? I don't
Wait,
think
what?
handing out water is, frankly. I don't think that should be disallowed. I think you should be able to hand out water.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter
well,
what.
Well, back to my question though, that you still didn't answer earlier, right? So back to what I'm saying is, we've been sitting here going, "Oh, what Elon Musk is doing is so terrible," yada yada. Well, okay,
Yeah,
how is
okay.
that any fundamental difference between something like, what does it say, 34% of people on SNAP said they would be opposed to cuts, right? Well, in that, okay, cool. Well, why would they be opposed to that? Well, that's because their handout that they're getting every week that is
Bro,
being
come
cut.
on, man.
So they're
Oh
sitting
my
here going,
God.
hold on. That's no different than what Elon's doing. Hey, they're literally
Wait,
voting for somebody
no,
to
that
give them a
is-
handout. That's
Okay.
exactly what it is.
Yeah,
How about
yeah,
minimum
yeah.
wage? Hold on.
No,
How about hold on. What's the difference between that and minimum wage? Minimum wage is literally determining more money being given to you because, that's required by the government. That's the exact same thing as Elon going, hey, here's cash. Like, there's no
Gibbs,
difference.
just for
Not-
just
not
so I
even-
can see
honestly,
where you're.
like-
Can I just,
Okay, so first things
just
first.
Can I just ask something real fast, so quick? So
Yeah,
Gibbs,
well-
Fred, simple question: if Democrats were responsible, or at least believed to be responsible, for a particular policy, and the other party is being presented as the opposition to this policy, do you think it would be reasonable for people to think like, hey, as long as I continue voting for this group of people, this policy would still exist?
Do you understand my point, though?
Yes, this is why I'm asking
So
you this
yeah,
follow-up question.
I would agree that it is reasonable to think that, hey, one group of people doesn't want me to get my literal check from the government every week or month or however y'all want to decide, and then hey,
Sure.
I'm not getting paid, so I'm going to vote for the opposite. I would say, sure, yeah, I can understand why they would not like that. I would also
Are
say,
you opposed to
that's-
SNAP benefits? Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
opposed to
opposed to
SNAP
all of it.
benefits?
Clearly he is.
Yeah, I'm opposed
He
to all of
hates poor people.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
he
no,
obviously
I
hates
believe
poor
it.
people.
No, I don't. Y'all
No.
hate poor people because y'all are sitting
No,
there
we don't.
thinking
So,
that y'all are
okay,
enslaving-
it's
y'all
cool,
are
it's
literally
cool, it's
enslaving them to
cool.
the Democratic Party
It's
instead of
cool,
allowing
it's
them to
not.
benefit.
That's
What
not-
is my-
wait. Okay,
We took
okay.
that money away. We could do all sorts of better things with it.
That's not what SNAP benefits.
I don't know if my hatred of poor people has anything to do with this, okay? We're
mean,
talking about SNAP benefits.
Minimum
No,
wage.
he's not-
I'm
I mean,
talking
like,
about SNAP
but the thing
benefits. We're
is
talking
that,
about
like-
minimum wage. They're just focusing on one because they can't sit here and
Oh.
articulate any arguments against any of the other ones, which are literally
we actually
handout,
have.
are literally
Yeah,
handing them
but
checks
sure.
to
It's not
them.
handouts.
It's
not
literally a
handouts.
handout. It's directly
It's not a
handout.
handout.
What is
They
a
are
handout?
handouts, actually.
It is exactly a
SNAP is a
handout.
handout.
It's
It is
verbatim
SNAP's not a handout?
It's
How
not a
is hand-
handout. It is.
Oh, it's not a handout.
Definitely not. It's definitely not a
Snap
handout.
has-
Okay.
Wait,
How is
hand
SNAP?
check.
How is
All
SNAP
right,
not
hold
a
up,
handout?
hold up.
I need the answer. How is SNAP not a handout?
Do you know what SNAP
Because
is for?
There's,
Yeah, you get free money from the government for food.
Yeah, that's the handout.
it provides.
If
food
I
not a
hand
assistance
out
to
food,
people.
that is a handout.
Wait,
If I
who
walk
is
up to you,
this
hand you a
question
piece of
directed
bread,
at? Who
is
is this
that a
question
handout?
directed at? Who is this question
not a-
directed at?
It's directed at me.
My
it's
question
the
is for
5,000.
Alex.
It's
Like
for
the death,
me.
like a handout is if you give away something of value for free. Does food have value?
Of course it does.
Okay.
It is a
Okay.
handout, isn't it?
Oh no, well, no, hold on. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Does that mean then that
Bailouts are handouts.
Okay, it's not the same thing though, because like a bailout for a person that's a
That's
top
the same
1%, it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. Okay,
I would call it a corporate handout.
It's literally a corporate handout.
It's not this. Okay. So if you're actually gonna say like a starving fucking family that's barely making minimum wage that
Time to go
needs
work
that
for
step.
Take a handout.
It's not a
You
fucking
got a
handout,
handout.
okay?
It is a
How
handout.
about you let me? It's not a fucking handout, okay? It's way different for somebody that's like on food stamps or on SNAP benefits because they have to like work multiple jobs, but they can't afford to actually.
If I hand you a slice of bread, is
God
that
Let him
literally a
finish.
handout?
Let him
fuck up.
finish, Gibbs.
Jesus
Let him
Christ. Jesus, I don't
You're so
interrupt
bad,
you,
this
okay?
Gibbs.
Yeah,
You
but
interrupt me every
anyway,
time.
okay, yeah, okay. Go ahead, sweetheart. Okay, anyway, so as I was saying, like when it comes down to SNAP benefits, this is literally providing aid for people that like they work
not
minimum
aid.
wage jobs. Anyway, as I was saying, like this is to make sure they can actually provide
see you,
food
Ty.
and make sure they keep food on the fucking table for their children. A corporate handout is people that make like billions of dollars essentially. They can like, what are they going to worry about? Oh my God, I can't afford the next yacht. So fucking feel bad for me and shit. Let me get a tax fucking cut handout. It's the same fucking thing to you. Let alone the fact that like, if you want to talk about a handout, people in the U.S. military get SNAP benefits. People in the U.S. military get housing allowances. Are you going to say those are handouts too? That's something that they get.
By definition, they would be handouts. Yes.
No, they're not
There's
handouts.
The reason.
Whoa,
the
whoa,
reason
whoa, whoa. What do
Alex
you
is
define as a
pushing-
handout?
Yeah,
Like,
hold on,
the
yeah.
reason why-
If I walked up to you and handed you a slice
can-
of bread,
I
was
can
that a
try.
handout?
I can try to
All right, as
explain
soon as
this.
you guys
not.
finish this
Of
exchange
course not.
on Tiberius.
You are retarded, sir.
Okay. The thing that I think
Oh,
Alex
wait,
is
wait, wait.
pushing, the thing that I think Alex is pushing back at is this idea that SNAP does not have requirements to being within the program. You can't just apply and then congratulations, you get your check your mandatory minimum every month. For example, if you are
Nobody
between
argued
the
that.
ages, right, but that's the reason why he's pushing back, because the language is suggesting that those restrictions do not
No,
exist.
it's not.
It's like- hold on,
Nobody used
wait,
that
wait,
language.
Is language
Oh my God.
Why do you
important?
think
Language is
he's
important
getting
now.
so
Hold on, I got
mad?
it. Hold on. Is language? Hold on.
Nobody used that language.
Jesus
I gotta
Christ.
go. Is language important? Language is important. So, all right. Well, I guess we're gonna do definition
Clearly
debate.
not to you,
here's
but go
here's
on.
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
let me,
Of four people that I actually respect, how are we going
Hold
into
on.
a prime panel?
Hold on,
Like,
this
good
is
God,
fucking-
guys.
Hold on,
I know,
Tiberius.
I know,
This
it's
is
so
important.
painful.
Something. This is the Merriam-Webster definition of a handout. Something given free to a needy person or organization. By definition, giving a corporate guy $1 million, which is I'm opposed to, and giving a person SNAP benefits, which I'm also opposed to, are both handouts. I hate to
Yeah,
break
but
to
he
you.
doesn't.
By
but
every
he doesn't
definition of the
consider
word.
it-
Social
he doesn't
Security's a
consider it a
handout.
If
Just
you're
know
handout.
it's
you're
handout
swallowing
then.
it,
It's
you
all a
failed.
handout.
You
All right,
failed.
anyway.
You failed. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Arguably,
I have a question.
Disability's a handout. My pension's a handout. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Disability
pension-
is a handout for sure.
Disability is a
Alright,
handout.
definitely not a
Pension
You
is
do
not,
realize why people get disability, right?
because they need
Sorry.
handouts. apparently.
Because they're disabled and they can't work.
Yeah, it's a
Tiberius.
handout. They're
Not
literally being
always.
handed
Not
out.
always. Not always.
Tiberius.
All right,
Yeah,
so
like
so
I
Tiberius-
gotta get into
mentioned-
this before I'm
I
gonna
have
So,
80%
fucking.
yeah, so-
disability. Okay, I
Let's-
got
Let
let's-
Tiberius in here real quick.
Yeah,
Look,
okay.
I want to end this or I'm gonna have a fucking stroke. All right, two things here real quick. First things first. Just as a clarifier, Joe, I haven't chat with you in a while. Can you remind me like
Yeah.
why you want to increase voter turnout so much? Because like you're obviously pushing for that, but like I don't want voter turnout to increase. I actually want it to
You want that
decrease
shit to be
because
low.
no, like okay, legitimately, I want it to decrease because I swear to Christ, my biggest problem with American politics right now is literally we have parks and recreation politics. We're appealing to the lowest common denominator. We have more people showing up than we have in a very long time, even though like statistically we're still at like what 56% overall in average turnout. So it's like I don't want more personally. So like, can you tell me why you would want to needle at that? And then I've got to pick a fight with Alex.
Yeah, because when I understand that there's more than just the federal on the ballot, I take a deep issue at people mistaking the federal to be the full encapsulation of politics. So something that's on a lot of people's ballots, for example, are certain ballot initiatives that directly affect their community. And something that I don't want to see happen is a small group of people determining the political future of their community just because people don't know that these options and these things on ballots exist. Not every single federal election, I'm talking about the ones every 4 years, is going to have these sweeping ballots. But something that I've seen, I'm only speaking to New Jersey in this example, is that the turnout on ballots for ballot initiatives is incredibly low. It floats anywhere from 12 to 20% when there is a question towards something on a ballot. And then the federal bumps up for that.
It's
You know what I'm
increasing
saying?
citizen buy-in because it's like, hey, look, this is an enterprise made by the citizens. We don't have enough citizens showing the fuck up, and you should care more, which I kind of do agree with. But my general issue, and I would love to like have a one-on-one chat with you on this at one point, is just like the level of give a shit that people have just does not meet my criteria anymore. Like I
agree.
Okay, so like I would love to get in the weeds with you. All right.
Yeah, like to reinforce that a little bit before you launch your plane, like
Sure.
it's very funny how Democrats in this particular moment are going so heavily after Jill Stein and the third party broadly. And it's interesting to me because they're not trying to, and there's like examples of commentators saying this outright. They're not trying to understand why people are voting green. They're not trying to understand why voters are interpreting what's happening in Gaza as a genocide and how we ought to make better argumentation towards them to earn their vote. They're just trying to say, hey, fuck them. We're going to subvert their asses. We're going to make sure this bitch doesn't end up on the ballot ever again. And it's like, whoa, chill. The right doesn't even do that to libertarians.
Okay.
And that stuff to me is like gross.
Dude, you need to be around more. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, me and you need to catch up if you get a chance. I know you're busy. I'm busy as fuck. Like, for real. But I do have some things up. Anyway, Alex. So I kind of got to reboot my thought process a little bit here. But like I'm kind of
Ty,
on like
Ty, what's your thought on the handout question before you?
Well, that's kind of where I wanted to go to at least.
No, just yes or no. I just yes or no. I just want to know if that's a handout.
Yeah, we're wrapping this one up, so let's not get too in the weeds at this point.
Yeah, snap a handout. What?
Snap specifically.
Is Snap a handout? So I was going to say with my criteria, pretty much everything's a handout because the entire point of the government is to say, hey, look, or at least a representative republic of in a democracy government is, hey, vote for me so I can do shit for you. Right? That's literally the entire point of the government. It's like, it's not just to sit there as a status quo emblem. It's to do shit for people. Whether you want tax cuts for your corporation because you're a fucking CEO or whatever, or you're a worker for that particular corporation, or it's, oh hey, like I'm poor and I would really like a program that helps me make it affordable to where I can go to school while working 30 hours a week and balance that out because I tried that shit. And guess what happened when COVID went around? I got fuck all for unemployment because I was just sitting around doing what I'm supposed to do of investing myself and the entire economy collapsed and I got jacked. So like there's levels where it's all handouts. But what I want to get into with Alex,
it's the problem with democracy, but go ahead.
We will discuss that later, libertarian. Anyway, long story short with Alex. Like I'm with you on a point where like there is definitely a double standard among my fellow righties where it's just like they don't give a shit about Elon doing it because 9 times out of 10 they see Democrats openly putting out their hand and saying, hey, look, like we're going to try to do this for you. And it's not like it just pisses them off. But I like the part where I agree with you and disagree with you all at the same time is that I agree with you on the point where it's like Elon coming and dropping in. It's like, yo, $1 million. And like righties are just going to fucking like deal with, like just be like, hey, you know, it's our guy. We're going to deal with it. It doesn't show principle. I will agree with you. Like there's no real major consistency in that. On the other side of it is your side has no legs to stand on here. You like your party. And I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but it is a real where it's like your party.
Such a dick.
Yeah, like your part. Yeah, your party has literally kind of been the biggest advocates for the last 80 years on like just trying to hand people money or trying to like pull people up on a lot of different levels. And there's like unironically, it feels like the Republicans are literally just trying to cut in your shoes, and you're pissed on it.
Okay, so here's the thing, like. When it comes down to like, oh, the Democratic Party is like out there trying to like outstretch the hand. Okay, let's do a little bit of history check. Okay, when Ronald Reagan became president of the United States, what was one of the first things he did? He actually cut funding for all the social programs, and guess what he invested into? He invested towards defense spending. Why?
What a because
because he felt like, you know, we have a huge threat to be concerned about. Like we're over invested. Like, and like here's the thing: I'm not against like investing in the military, but I just think that it's gotten out of control, essentially. I know Lactide would agree with me on this, but the fact of the matter is like they've done a lot of social spend. Like Ronald Reagan believes in pulling ourselves up by the bootstraps. Even he didn't pull himself up by the bootstraps, for crying out loud. I mean, the guy fucking like he says. He said ridiculous things like, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. That's the worst thing you could possibly hear. The guy worked for the fucking government. So he basically undermined the fake, because the government is supposed to provide services. And all these guys say, oh, well, you know, that's just a government handout. You know, the government's not supposed to. Okay, so if you don't want the government to help you in regards to this, if you think like, okay, listen, I don't want to pay any more taxes, I don't want to like have to worry about the government come out here. Okay, then you don't get any more like fire department aid. If your house catches on fire, put it out your goddamn self. If you get into a fucking, altercation, you deal with yourself essentially. Like, here's the thing. Like, being a tax-paying citizen, yeah, you might feel like, oh my God, I'm paying so much in taxes. Well, guess what? That's just the price you pay for living in a better country, essentially. There are countries across like that have a better standard of living. They pay high taxes, yes. But this means like we just need to actually if people worried about the fraud, waste, abuse within our government, okay, yeah, sure, fine. We can go over that. But there's fraud, waste, abuse all over, whether it's in the private sector or in the public sector. So pick your battles, essentially. If you want better accountability, great. I'm all for better accountability, where our tax dollars go towards. But if people's like, oh my God, I don't want these fucking freeloaders over here getting all this money. But yet, like, when these fucking churches over here get billions of dollars, they get fucking tax handouts all the fucking time. Nobody says a goddamn thing about that shit. But these guys fucking make millions of dollars, get Gulfstream jets off and shit. I mean, I'm not saying you, but it's just like
no. Like, you're good. The problem is every time that you go reply to me, there's like 7 different replies that
I'm sorry. I get up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I get scalp. I'm sorry.
There's a little bit of that, but it's more over where like I don't have a problem with you like airing out your grievances, because I've got some of them I share, and some of them it's like, all right, cool. Like, at least from your perspective, I can kind of get it, right?
Yeah.
Like the issues that I'm getting into right now is I want to get past the part of, oh hey, evil Republicans that I don't like are doing this. Fuck off. Okay. Let's move past that to, hey, like, is there actually like a major difference between the advocacy of what the Republicans are doing versus the Democrats, like, moralistically speaking? Because I don't think they're like too far off. The only difference right now for me is that the voter blocks are changing. Democrats are going for richer people. They're going for more middle-class voters. They're going for more upper-class voters. While I'm watching Republicans actually try to go after lower-class voters, which is weird to me. But outside of that is that, for me, just original topic, original conversation, whether it's Cards Against Humanity, whether it's literally Elon Musk coming in, or whether it's policies saying, hey, we want to give tax breaks to big fucking oil, or we want to give tax breaks to fucking big green solar and wind. What is the difference between all 4 of those? Because I don't see a lot of difference there, like on an ethical level.
I want to jump in here real quick, and I want to talk about the history real quick. Since this is from vocabulary.com, a handout is something that is given to a person in need.
When did you turn into a leftist?
No, hold on.
Actually, just hold on. The definition here.
You know what? Hold on, Tiberius. Yes. And there's a reason why I'm doing this, because sometimes you hold on. Shh. Yeah, well, you know what's painful every time you speak, so stop. Here we go here. So let me just keep going here. A handout is something given to a person in need. A useful handout is something that doesn't have a home, might be food, money, or clothing. All right, here's what's just it goes further. The word handout, or anything the person's government, charity, or other organization freely donates to needy people. While the word, listen, y'all just bitched about me interrupting. Now y'all sitting interrupting me while I'm talking. Yada 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 yada. Like, listen, listen. I like y'all bitch about me interrupting. Then when I talk, every single time I'm interrupted about 2 sentences in. Let me just finish. I would like to finish. I have a whole point here, but cool. Yeah, Jesus loves you. This I know. For the Bible tells me so. Hallelujah.
All right. Let's jump. All right, so let's get through because we're gonna get to the next topic like right now. So,
well, I would like to finish my point here since I got rudely interrupted. After
is
it
a point or is it something you're reading?
It is a point. It's a point.
It's a point.
Yeah, it is a point because the word handout originated in the 1880s, gained popularity and great impression among so-called quote-unquote hobos, people who live on the entire charity of others, referring to specifically money, food, and shelter. Now, what's interesting about that's the literal definition of handout. That's the literal history of handout. And so everything Alex said about it not being a handout just means he's uninformed on this issue. He's wrong unequivocally. One more example of the Dems being wrong and uninformed. This comes back to another point. The Dems have sat here and advocated for years and years, handouts, we'll give them to you if you vote for us. And now the big reason Republicans are a big favor of what Elon Musk is doing is one thing that nobody's talked about is that Elon Musk is a private citizen doing this, not with our tax dollars, but with his own money reaching out and doing this. And the government's not taking our money to do it. Elon's doing this of his own volition. And you know what? He's also giving a handout. And guess what? He's doing it freely instead of wasting our tax dollars. And the Dems are just sad that the Republicans are doing it better than them. Once again, because everything Republicans do is better than what the Dems do.
Yeah, the natives really appreciated their handouts. So, any other last thoughts? Anybody want to respond to what Gibbs said?
Please, God, no. Please.
I'm gonna
On
go
to the
final
next.
thought.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna make a final. My final thought is like, look, obviously they're handouts, and I think going through all this, we talked about the student loan forgiveness. We talked about the PPP loans. We talked about all these things. Sure, all these things arguably are handouts. And when we're talking about buying votes, I think Ty is right when he says that this is sort of what democracy does. But I think this is like the fact that this is what democracy does, I think is telling, because like the old adage, democracy is two wolves in a sheep voting on what's for dinner, I think holds true here. And whether you do it before the vote or whether you do it after the vote while promising before the vote, it appears to me the motivation is the same, which is vote for me and you'll get something. Vote for me and you'll get that other person something. But I think that Gibbs wrapped up beautifully by saying this is actually a little bit different, because this is an instance of somebody saying, essentially, not directly, but essentially saying, register for Trump and I'll give you something, not other people's things, which I think is more moral. And I, even though, again, questionable, I think it is more moral. And I think Elon is better than the government when it comes to this case.
Well, it's so funny, like how they're talking about, oh my God, Elon Musk, he's such a base giga chad because he's doing his own money. How many fucking handouts has this guy gotten from the government? Oh, $15.4 billion government contracts in the past
decade. That's a fair point.
I would say too many.
Who gave him that money?
Guys,
who gave him that money?
Two things here.
Number one,
if there was I know we do. I don't want to open up a whole nother can of worms, but at least on the Elon SpaceX conversation, at least on that regard, most of what he has done is actually a service that literally the government has requested him to do. So unironically enough, this is the least handiest out guy who that we've largely dealt with. He's not literally the fucking Koch brothers or fucking Warren Buffett or the banks or any of the people that I fucking have some real issues with. Okay.
The
other part,
handiest out guy. That's quite the quote.
I apologize. I know that's quite a take. I'm sorry. I remind you, I am an idiot. Okay, I'm just here to shitpost on the internet with all of you because I got.
You'll always be my homie, though, dude. You'll always be a fun.
Hey, look, I'm just a dumbass redneck from fucking Indiana.
No, you're not.
All right.
Stop.
All right.
All I'm saying is Elon wins self-driving car. Is it next year?
Okay, I don't know. Anyway, here's where I want to reply a little bit on my closing thoughts for Lactoid, so we can move the fuck on. And I wish he was here because this is where I want to separate between myself and libertarians. I understand where he has this idea the democracy kind of is bad on some levels, and I'm I get what his argument is, but I'm very much a believer in the idea that democracy is the worst of all governments, except for all the other ones that we've tried. Because when it comes down to it, I would rather have a government that says, "Hey, look, this is a collective enterprise. You all get to vote. Yeah, you might be literally 1 in 160 million people who vote for this fucking office, but you do get a say. You all collectively get some level of engagement as far as where direction this bitch goes." And then on top of which, and this is more important, is that compared to the alternative of an autocracy or a dictatorship or whatever, where I don't fucking matter unless I am a part of the police force or the goddamn army or the tax collector, they can put my taxes at 80, 90%, or they can draft me and send me off to war and die horribly. I will absolutely fucking take democracy with all of its fucking problems over anything else that anyone's actually thrown out. I'm done.
All right, so moving on to the next topic. Should the Central Park Five be able to sue Trump for defamation for actions from 1996? Do they deserve a reckoning? Central Park Five sued Trump for jogger case remarks at debate. The men formerly known as the Central Park Five, before they were exonerated, filed a defamation lawsuit Monday against Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump. With Election Day 2 weeks away, the group accused the former president of making false and defamatory statements about them during last month's presidential debate with Vice President Kamala Harris. The group is asking for a jury trial to determine compensatory and punitive damages. Defendant Trump falsely stated that the plaintiffs killed an individual and pled guilty to the crime. These statements are demonstrably false, the group wrote in a federal complaint. The men are upset because Trump essentially defamed them in front of 67 million people, which has caused them to seek to clear their names all over again, co-lead counsel Shannon Spector told the Associated Press in an email. Spector had no comment when asked if there were concerns. Some see this lawsuit as purely political because of the group's support for Harris. We are seeking redress in the court, Spector said. How do we feel about this? Starting with Gibbs.
I don't know. This is an interesting one. I'll admit I'm not as familiar with the Central Park 5 case as I would like to be, but from what my understanding, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, they admitted to it under duress, allegedly. Then they pled not guilty. Then they later recanted and were recanted their confession, pled not guilty, and then were later convicted of the jury trials. However, their convictions were vacated. Like, if that's the timeline that I understand, kind of. We're doing a quick overview of the CP5. So if that's the case, I would find it pretty hard for them to win this. I mean, I guess you live in America, you could sue anybody for anything really nowadays. So I mean, are they within their rights to sue them? Sure. Do I think they're going to win? No. I mean, this really seems like a case where they're like thinking maybe they can make some money because there's like been several $100 million spent by Trump or been forced to be paid by Trump to other people that have hit him with defamation and whatnot. It just seems like they're trying to get some money and mess with the election cycle to me. But we'll see if it's an interesting strategy for them. We'll see how it works out. I don't know how they win if they've already been convicted previously, even if it's been recanted. I feel like there's enough evidence they're not going to be able to claim defamation.
All right, Joe.
Trump's a funny guy. He said that Michael Bloomberg agreed to them. He didn't even speak publicly about the Central Park 5. He doesn't even know what motherfucker was in office when that shit was going down. Good for Trump, man. That like display of senileness is impeccable. I really hope he's doing okay. I worry about the man, because I understand what it must be like to be an old person and have to like drag your body around all of these different events and conventions and stuff like that. I don't know. I think this fucker's got like maybe 4 years left in the tank. Joe Biden's already cooked. We don't have to worry about him being. He's already in the dirt. But Donald Trump is playing this weird balancing act where he's acting like he's not in the ground, but because he has like the sharpness in casual conversations that doesn't like tell that he's like not doing well. But hey, listen, I think we could probably have a better conversation about how we're still using like former prisoners and people who are victims of the justice system as political pawns, just trying to set narratives and stuff like that. There's something to that. But I don't know why they'd even want to go after Donald Trump in this capacity. I don't know. I just don't know why one would want to do that. It was such a passing thought in a debate, but I guess when you have dumbass coons like Reverend Sharpton. Oh shit, my bad. I forgot I was online. When you have people like Reverend Sharpton and all these other people chucking and jiving, telling them what to do, and then I guess is what you got to do. My bad, guys. I'm sorry.
Couldn't help it. Lactoid.
Go ahead and restart my stream here.
Yeah,
real quick.
let's some of the Twitch guys don't fucking.
Let me go
make us for that
restart
shit.
streams here. Yeah, real quick.
Wait, what happened?
Restart your stream,
Oh boy,
Lactoid.
dropped a slur.
Yeah,
Wait, what was it? The slur that black people are like allowed to say on Twitch?
No.
Or
No, it's not.
Technically, yes, it is.
All right, I
Technically, yes.
I would restart your stream.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
Okay, no, give me a second. I'm restarting my stream apparently because everyone's telling me I have to.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
God damn, Joe.
I don't like these people. I'm sorry.
I get it. Okay, I understand, but it's just like holy shit. Like I think you just kind of like you had tunnel vision. You're like fucking just go for it. Like I was
Historically
like, wait, what?
speaking, that is a word used by black people to talk about other black people.
Well, I
wait.
guess, but, like,
Is this literally like the
Yeah, you can't say
derogatory
it on
term
Twitch
for
You can't.
Uncle
You can't
Tom?
say it on Twitch now.
I called
Yeah,
Reverend Sharpton a forest critter. But apparently,
Yeah, well, but here's the
people
thing:
gotta
it's
save
like
their asses.
I get it. Like, I'm not offended. It's just the fact that like Twitch is not forgiving. The internet is not forgiving. That's the only thing. But it's just like when I heard it, I was like, holy shit.
No, it's not the internet. It largely is Twitch. Like YouTube, 90 times out of 10 won't even fucking give a crap if you don't have an audience over 100.
Twitch.
Like
Twitch can be very unforgiving. Yes.
Yeah, because you have people who are so biased they'll nuke Asmongold, but they 100% will send for Hassan Piker. Like, sorry, you don't have.
Hey,
to
that's the open panel.
Yep.
Yeah, we can 100% do that because I'm kind of pissed off after that one.
Yeah.
But somebody has an intro. Who's up?
It is on Lactoid.
Yeah, I think I'm up next. Yeah, I don't know. I've got a great joke about this, but I'm not even sure I can say it because it's against Twitch directly. But regardless, okay, I got a couple things to say about this because defamation is complicated, and I want to just briefly explain like the legal pitfalls of this, and then explain my position. So defamation, the First Amendment's pretty based, right? It says you can basically say what you want, say your opinions. However, there's some exceptions. One of the exceptions here is defamation. You don't get to say lies about somebody that damages their reputation. You're not allowed to do it. However, there's two categories of defamation. If you defame a private individual, it is much easier to get really found liable for defamation. But if you defame a public person, it's much more difficult to be found liable for defamation. Now, what I'll say is, based on my experience, it's very difficult to really get defamation money, generally speaking, right? As long as the person being sued is not somebody who people dislike, like Donald Trump. But ostensibly, there is two different categories. And the idea is, if you defame a private person, the rule generally is, well, if you say something that's factually wrong about them and it hurts their reputation, you can be found liable even if you didn't actually intend to hurt them, but just if you were negligent, right? If you should have done a little bit more research, but you didn't, and then you said a lie, and now their reputation is hurt. Now, does this kind of encompasses all gossip? So how this is construed and how this is applied, it's going to be very difficult. It's very difficult to win these cases, almost impossible in most cases, because how the fuck do you find somebody negligent for something like this? However, for a public person, it's even harder. You got to prove that you intended to hurt them, that you were malicious, that you were lying about them maliciously. Now, the question is, are the Central Park Five public persons? I think there's a strong argument that they are, based on, again, their history, based on the fact they were on the front page by a newspaper that Trump himself, or alluded to by Trump himself back when they were found guilty. And the fact that they've been constantly brought up in the mass media, and they think one of them is a politician at this point. Like, there absolutely are public personas. So they would have to prove that Donald Trump intentionally tried to hurt them, which I don't think they're going to be able to do. I think that's a difficult uphill battle, because it sounded like he was riffing off memory. And Gibbs is right. I mean, they did initially confess, which they then recanted, and they pled not guilty. Then a jury found that they were guilty. There was two different trials. And then eventually, later on down the road, somebody said, no, I did all of it. And they tested the DNA, and they said, oh, yeah, it actually is this guy. He's saying he was the only one. By the way, the detectives all said, no, actually, we think that this guy was in on it, but we still think that all the other original people were in on it too. So there's even just some disagreement, right? The police officers, the detectives think that they're still guilty based on the evidence that they saw at the time. But just in terms of the legal standard here, it's going to be difficult. Now, people hate Trump, and they're more likely to find him liable for things he didn't do, frankly speaking. So it's possible that they win, especially if they're in a favorable jurisdiction. But I don't think that they should win. Now, one last, I know we've been talking for a little while, but I just want to get that standard out there. And this is like a legal topic. In terms of my position on defamation cases, I think defamation cases are scary as fuck, because I think that, much like slap suits, they're being used to silence people. I think that's what the goal is. I think the goal is to hurt people and to take away their First Amendment right to speak their mind often, especially in cases like this. And I'm skeptical of this. I don't like these verdicts that are coming out that are incredibly high dollar values. I don't like the fact that they're being put against people who are just speaking their mind in an open political fashion. I'm very skeptical of this, and I think it's a problem. I think there should be damage caps associated with them. We need tort reform on this. That's how we solve the problem. But On the other hand, you can criticize Donald Trump himself for this, because before running for president, Donald Trump was notorious for suing people for defamation. He sued Bill Maher because Bill Maher said that he was the child of an orangutan, and he sued Bill Maher by sending him a birth certificate proving that he was not the child of an orangutan, and then threatened to sue him. Right? I think he did sue him, and that was dismissed by the courts because of how ridiculous it is. So, there is a sense of like, well, Trump deserves it, just desserts. I get that. But I do think that the principle of the matter is more important, that yes, those lawsuits were terrible when Trump did it, and these lawsuits are still terrible when they're being done against Trump. So I'm against the idea of defamation suits in this regard. Generally, they should probably be reduced with tort reform and treated with incredible skepticism as to whether or not there's an actual basis or they're just being used to try to silence people.
All right, Tiberius.
I'll put it. I'll hit section 1 and then I'll hit section 2. Section 1's, the complicated one, so I'll leave it for the open panel. But I want to kind of get into these defamation cases to some degree because I'm not a lawyer, and so Lactoid will probably bend me over on that one. But I still want to talk about the ethics of the defamation cases because, to a large degree, I'm largely pro them because I think the internet has made people really good at talking mad shit and not having like actual consequences for it. So, like, all these defamation cases are starting to come out after the last couple of years. While they are largely politically motivated, I kind of want to see some blood on this a little bit in the terms of, like, people actually got to pay for being a bunch of jackasses. So I will throw in with this one. Now, when it comes to Central Park 5, the problem is that I'm a dumbass hillbilly from Indiana, and when it comes down to it, I'm also white and racist. So, on that regard, I don't know shit about these guys. I don't know anything about their case. Memes aside, I actually just don't know because it was from, 98 in New York? You're talking about a kid who watched 9/11 happen in real time, and it was the land far away from me. New York is literally almost 1,000 miles from where I grew up. I grew up in the small town. That was the big city, the Big Apple. This shit's just not something I ever cared about because it literally is like in another universe to me. So I apologize if that offends anybody on a level because I know it's a big deal for some really big people. But it never really hit my bandwidth. So I'm gonna pass it along.
And right on time, Icon Rich. Let's go to Alex.
So, should they sue him for defamation? Absolutely, they have every right to do so. And do they have standing in order to do so? 100% they actually do, because here's the thing. When you look into their case, it is actually proven that, like, there are times where the police will actually interrogate somebody for hours without representation and actually beat them into submission to admitting to crimes. There are cases actually based upon this. There's actually a woman on death row who was basically like kind of coerced into admitting that, she killed her child when that actually didn't take place. It's because like they held her for hours on end and consistently interrogated her without representation by an attorney, essentially. The same thing happened with Central Park 5. These guys were essentially coerced into admitting a crime they never actually committed, and it was actually proven that they never committed these crimes. Now, Donald Trump actually took an ad and said these guys are guilty when they weren't guilty of these crimes, and he actually doubled down upon this. Now, had he actually said, you know what, I had this belief at one point, and I was wrong about this, and it pretty much would have gotten ignored, essentially. Now, defamation, like Lactoid said, it's very tricky. But the thing is, like, how strong does the evidence have to be in order for you to win a defamation case? Let's bring up two cases, essentially. The case between Jesse Ventura and Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle wrote in his fucking book, American Sniper, a guy by the name of Scruffface that was saying that Navy SEALs deserve to lose with you, essentially, which Jesse Ventura proved in a court of law. He never said that shit. But Chris Kyle lied. Now, he said Scruffface, but then he went on the Opie and Anthony show, and then he went on the Bill O'Reilly show and said it was Jesse Ventura that did this shit, that said these things. That actually damaged Jesse Ventura to the point where he is no longer allowed at Navy SEAL reunions, essentially, a place where he felt like he could be safe to go to, essentially, because that was his community, because he is, in fact, a UDT veteran. And people actually still blame Jesse Ventura because he wanted to clear his name. Even after the time when Chris Kyle died, unfortunately, he still went through with the lawsuit because he wanted to have the opportunity to clear his name. But the fact of the matter is that, like, people still consider Jesse Ventura fucked up for doing something like that. It's kind of a sad time when like we have to fight for the truth and you're still considered the bad guy. Here's another case. Nick Sandman, okay? People not familiar about this. This is a kid that just simply wore a MAGA hat, and some dude walked up to him, beating a fucking drum, and he just smiled. CNN actually had the audacity to call this kid a white supremacist for no fucking reason. Like, I thought that was ridiculous, honestly. He took them to court. They settled out of court. We don't know what the cost of this is, but because Nick Sandman was actually receiving death threats, because he smiled at a guy who was beating his fucking drum in front of him. This is why it's important, because here's the thing. Even if people say, oh, well, this is not going to cause any real damage. Well, how do you know it's not going to cause any real damage? Because Donald Trump has created a fucking cult. These people are fucking stupid half the time. They'll believe anything that Donald Trump says. If Donald Trump says the sky is fucking red, people will say, yes, the sky is fucking red because Donald Trump fucking says so. I mean, it's not even close. So when Donald Trump says these guys killed somebody when they didn't, nobody died for the crime that they were accused of committing, essentially. He said this on a national stage. He said this in front of 67 million people. So yes, they 100% have every right to sue him for this. So if anybody says, oh, well, it's not going to go to court, he's going to settle up because Donald Trump has a track record of losing lawsuits or paying out. I mean, look at Trump University, for crying out loud. Trump is not got the best track record when it comes down to dealing with lawsuits, essentially. So he's going to eventually pay them out, or somebody else is going to pay him out, or he's going to fucking lose. Because when Trump tries to take people to court for defamation, he doesn't have a great track record for this shit like this. So anyway, I'm rambling for too much. So
in the spirit of bipartisanship, in regards to Alex actually talking about Smiley Boy, I'll definitely give him a credit on Trump is the most sued person in human history. Like, let's put that into the docket for record. And then I think Ika's up.
Yep, Rich's opening statements.
Yeah, I don't need much of an opening statement, except to say that what I'm most interested in with this trial, as in every trial that Donald Trump in, is I'm interested in what comes out in discovery. Because there are questions that people have had for Trump on this particular issue. Like, what does he mean when he says they're guilty? What evidence is he using specifically that leads him to that conclusion? What does he know that the rest of us don't know that would break open this case and prove these people are guilty and should, not just guilty, but of a capital crime should be killed? I want to know through discovery what it is that led him to that conclusion more than anything else.
I just thought, since it's in the open now, I want a couple things clarified. I was under the impression, one, technically Jesse Ventura was not ever a SEAL. He was the unit that was the precursor to the SEALs. Two,
the same thing.
Yeah, not really.
It's
But
the
two,
same thing. It is the same thing.
It's not. And two,
It is.
Two, he also lost his appeal for $1.8 million.
I love how the civvies arguing with the vet on what the SEAls are.
I mean, it's fine because I looked this up on U.S. military just now while we were doing this because I was under the impression that he. I mean, if we were talking about civvies versus the vets, I mean, the ultimate arbiter of the vets would be the U.S. military, and they said he wasn't a SEAL. They said technically he was never a SEAL. He was a precursor, and he didn't not do the 26 extra weeks required, and that's why he lost his defamation case.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He lost it on appeal.
He did not lose it. He did not lose
Oh,
it.
he did lose it. He did lose it on appeal.
He did
how much?
lose it.
All right, bet me $100 right now. He wasn't vacated on appeal.
No, he actually got a fucking settlement. Actually, he actually got paid.
So bet me $100 right now that he didn't lose. He didn't get it vacated for $1.8 million.
What are we doing?
Are we allowed to do this on a
Can
banana?
Wait. I want to ask
Pro politics on Twitch poll.
No, I love it. I think that people betting money is great. But I do want to ask one question.
I'll go ahead and post the link. He lost it.
Okay, Alex, you said that that their confessions were coerced. Okay.
Yes.
Now, okay. Here's my question for you.
Mm-hmm.
That question was actually litigated in court in this trial about whether or not those confessions were coerced, and the judge found that they were not. Do you think that because that was litigated in court and adjudicated and determined that the confessions were not coerced, would it be fair for the police officers who got that confession, should they be able to sue you for defamation?
I would love for them to try. Actually, I
No,
would
no, no,
love
no.
to-
So incredibly
I
misleading.
understand
Bring
that.
it
Like
on.
we can talk about like the bring it on or whatever. I'm not saying they're going to, but I'm asking, should they be able to sue you for defamation?
Yeah,
Because
go ahead.
technically, you just said that they coerced somebody into confessing when a judge adjudicated that they did not.
It's
Okay.
heavily suggested,
Yeah,
based upon the police interrogations, that they were coerced into confessions. There's a difference between what people who are experiencing the case are alleging and what the court actually finds.
So
I saved y'all 20 minutes.
So
Right, but you're saying that detectives coerced these kids.
Yes.
Yeah, you're saying that.
Yes.
And it was adjudicated by the justice system that they didn't.
Okay, so here's the funny
And
part about
Casey Anthony didn't drown her
how
kids.
is this
Like,
not
what are we doing?
defamation?
What are we doing? Casey
because-
Anthony murdered her kids.
Okay,
Is
so
she
here-
gonna she should sue me for defamation because she was found innocent? Like,
Okay,
come on, Lacto.
so,
what are we doing?
okay.
Wait, Joe, do you not see the bigger point that I'm making here?
No.
No, I do not see the bigger point that you're making,
Lactoid. Let me
so
ask you a
just land that
question.
plane.
Lactoid.
Okay, go
Okay, so here's my question for you then. Okay, the fact that do you accept the fact that they did not commit this murder or they did not commit this rape? Do you accept that fact?
I do not accept that fact.
Why not?
Why?
So again, I will agree that their convictions were vacated. I'm not convinced either way that they are guilty or not guilty, because my understanding is that the basis for the vacating of the judgment was off of one guy who was a
Mateus
rapist.
Reyes, who was a
Yeah,
convicted rapist
exactly,
in the
the
past,
convicted
and his
rapist.
DNA evidence was connected to
Right.
the rape itself.
Yes,
So you're
and
saying that's
yes,
not
and the
enough for you?
detectives. It's not, because the detectives agreed that he probably did rape her too, but they were saying that the other guys
Oh
did
my
too,
goodness,
based on the
all right.
information. Hold on. Oh, wait. Based on the information they were able to get from the investigation. So in terms of
So
if they
their DNA
actually
was
did
in
it or
her
not,
too?
no, their DNA. I think this was back.
There was no DNA
I'm not
evidence
sure
to
about that, no.
confirm that any members of the Central Park 5 were connected to that
Because
rape. There was
the reason
no
I brought
evidence,
this,
It was
Oh,
based on
but-
other information, other evidence, and other information.
okay,
but
the
not
reason why I
DNA
put-
evidence, which is the point I was trying to make. So thanks
there
for
was no
playing.
evidence. It was completely circumstantial. But the reason I
Besides
brought
full voluntary confessions,
okay, here's
After
the thing though.
hours of police interrogation.
Hold on, hold on.
After hours of-
Voluntary is in
they
dispute
were
here,
they
right?
were no, it was not a dispute. The judge adjudicated that they were voluntary confessions.
Yes,
Oh,
and
there's
Casey
no
Anthony didn't
bias
kill her
there.
kids. Michael Jackson didn't
There's
rape
no
anybody.
bias.
The
Wait, how
justice
can you
system-
appeal?
the
How can you
justice
appeal? No.
Justice
How can you
system
appeal
gets
to the
shit wrong
justice
all the
system?
time.
Okay, I
OJ's
agree with
innocent.
you. I
R.
agree
Kelly
with you.
didn't
The
rape
justice
anybody.
system. Wait, hold on. I agree
So
with
why
you.
are
The
you appealing
justice.
to authority when you
Let
realize
me finish.
that's
Let
not
me
what he's
finish the
talking
sentence,
about?
bro. I agree with you. The justice system can be wrong, but you are appealing to the justice system when you're saying, "Oh, the convictions were vacated." Why can't I appeal to the justice system when the judge said the confessions were voluntary?
Because one of these things is a matter of fact, right? Where the reason why they were vacated was because other evidence was presented. So if they were wrong and the evidence was wrong, they would still be in jail, right?
No. What's the evidence that the confessions were coerced?
Based
It's-
upon the conversations and discussions from the CP5. That's
Well,
their
hold on.
claim.
Yes, the judge
That is
reviewed
their
all that
claim.
and said that it was not coerced. The same,
are you
same
saying-
legal system. The same
This
legal
is so
system.
silly. Are you
saying that- are you
Wait. The same legal system that vacated those judgments vacated those convictions was also the justice
It's-
system that declared
not
that
the same.
those confessions were not coerced.
It's not the same justice system, though. It's not the same judge that oversaw these cases. Essentially, like
It's the American justice system. That's what Joe was
Oh
referring to.
wait! No!
I'm not referring to shit, nigga. Like,
No,
no.
sir,
You
sir,
said the
okay,
justice
crazy
system.
Stop. Okay,
Like,
listen.
Stop
there-
defaming the detectives, Alex. What are you doing? Defaming them. Jesus.
I'll defame people that
And he's
listen,
defending Christopher Kyle.
Okay, stop this. Okay.
Fucking Christ,
Understand
Michael.
something. That you would actually say that detectives are not fucking underneath the concept of like actually there are actually times where like cops have actually lied to people. It's like, listen, man, we've got your evidence. We've got your DNA evidence. We prove that you're at the crime
what's
scene,
wrong with that?
essentially.
Wait,
It's not true, though.
That's
It's
not
not
the question
true.
to ask. That's
It's
not the
not
question
true.
to ask.
Wait, what's
The
wrong with
question-
that?
Wait, no. The question to ask is,
Wait.
you're saying cops have done this. I'm asking in
Yes.
this case, do the cops, you're like, this is ridiculous. I can just say, well, people have committed murder before, therefore the Central Park 5 did it. Other people have.
They didn't.
They
They
could have done
didn't
it
commit
too.
it though.
Oh,
They
Lord
didn't
have
commit it.
mercy.
It was proven in a court of law they didn't commit the crime.
Yeah. And the detectives didn't coerce the confession. This was also
How do you
proven in a court of
know?
law. Because
How do
the
you know
judge
they didn't-
adjudicated it. It was proven in a court of law. The judge adjudicated it that way.
Okay, so these
So
guys
the
were
thing
found
that,
guilty
like,
in a
this-
court of
the
law,
thing that
essentially.
kinda
Or
bothers
something
me-
like-
The detectives were found to not have coerced the confessions in a
The thing
court
that
of
bothers
law.
me about the
Okay,
whole
so how was it? Okay, so
circumstances,
how
the
did
thing that
how
bothers
did
me
okay?
about the thing that
Yeah.
bothers me about the whole circumstances of the situation, I'd love to hear like what Ty thinks about this, is that I don't really buy their upsetness. I don't buy the idea that the CP5 is actually hurt in this case. Like hurt in the situation of like, oh, Trump said something that is clearly misleading and therefore it's like defaming our character. He's been dodgy about this for decades. Like he hasn't apologized to them. He hasn't even admitted that he was wrong in the contextualization of the article in question. So like I'm really curious, and like which is why
Was he
I'm
wrong?
not fully on board.
Yeah,
What's
he's
that?
wrong.
Well,
Donald Trump.
I mean,
should-
isn't there some discrepancy? Well, like I know this is confusing for you since you thought that Jesse Ventura won that last
Fucking
game
Christ.
when he didn't.
He did win the
Yeah,
case.
He
Well,
didn't.
wait,
I just
what?
posted the link.
He
Why,
did.
Holy
yeah, you're
shit,
wrong.
is-
Why don't you go read?
No,
I know
what's
it's hard.
happening?
But secondly,
Apparently Gibbs thinks he's tied, but
yeah, but secondly,
What's happening right
here's my next question:
100%
Isn't there
correct.
some discrepancy whether or not that he's wrong on this? Is like it seems to me like the detectives still think he was right. You know,
They're
the judges they
exonerated.
vacated the
They're
title
free
after
to
somebody
go.
else did it. Yeah,
The
so
Central
I
Park
mean,
5 as a
they
2024
were
are
convicted.
free. They
They
were at the
were
DNC, in
convicted.
fact. And like,
So
the-
you're saying,
the
are you
point-
saying? Oh wait,
the
no,
problem-
stop.
oh,
Are you
my
saying that
goodness.
people that have been convicted of crimes have never been found innocent for crimes they never committed? Actually,
Are you saying that is
Like Donald Trump, maybe?
like ever? Like are you saying ever?
ever? Are you saying there's people out there that have actually been sentenced to crimes like on death row for crimes
Yeah,
they
but
never
you're not going to be
committed?
able to.
the
hold on,
IQ
hold
in
on.
this room is about to hit freezing temps.
Yeah,
okay?
this is.
Like,
I mean, I'm not going to say
There's
that's
no
not
sign of
true,
life
but I'm going
Yes
to
or
say that
no?
you.
God damn it! Yes or
Oh,
no? Jesus
well,
Christ!
Well, listen, you can't even
I
answer yes or
understand
no
why
whether or
our
not
God
Jesse
created
Ventura
Predator.
lost his
He
case
won his
correctly.
case.
So
won his
he didn't.
case.
He didn't. He
No,
lost
no,
his case.
no. Okay, you need to
He
understand
lost-
something. Okay,
he lost
First
his
things
case.
first, okay. No,
He-
first things first.
This is why you wouldn't bet on it. He
I would
lost
like to
1.8
answer
No,
Joe's
no.
question.
First things first. You know,
But,
he needs to, okay. Gibby needs to understand something. Okay, the reason why,
Okay.
like when this whole case came out, is because insurance
Right.
is actually paying for the lawsuit, not because
Right.
because they.
Why
Actually,
was
I
it?
understand this case.
Why did he lose on appeal then?
He didn't lose on appeal.
What
Do
I
you
feel
know how
like
to
I'm
read?
watching
Central
Keith
Park
Olbermann
five,
go
right?
up
Like,
against Sean Hannity. Like what?
Yeah,
Do you know how to read?
He
The
actually got a
CP5,
settlement.
right?
Hold
Like,
on.
He actually got
Do
a
you know how
settlement.
to read?
Joe.
again, to be
I definitely.
to be
Gibby,
clear, I
you don't know this
buy-
topic, but you're trying to deflect right now.
I'm talking.
Yeah,
no, hold on.
let-
I
let-
didn't even get to my
no,
point.
Joe.
My point was that basically, like, if there's some dispute, you're not going to win a defamation case against him, which I think is the topic. And it
He did
seems like
win.
there's some dispute. Well, Jesse Ventura didn't. That's why. I got
Okay, well,
vacated.
fuck all
Go ahead
that.
and read
I don't
the
care
article.
about any of that. Joe, please.
Yeah, like I don't want to say that their frustration isn't valid. I think I would be frustrated if the person who was responsible for a lot of flack in my life still on the Lord's Day of 2024 still hasn't like walked any of it back. But they're not private citizens anymore in the same way. Like they're being used as a political moment that Donald Trump participated in that harmed black people. And there's a lot of like deep like other irony to that for Democrats. I don't want to get into that, but it's just kind of weird where I don't know like what, like he's just going to say the same thing he's been saying. So I don't know, like that's the part of the defamation thing isn't blocking for me. You know what I'm saying?
So I posted a link as well, and like Gibby needs to actually do some fucking research on this topic because he probably knows absolutely fucking nothing about this though. So
Joe, did you say you had a question for me?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm trying to allude to, where it's like I think that the Central Park 5, when they are talking about their case and talking about their situation towards Donald Trump, they're functioning in a political capacity. And there's certain strategies within that political capacity that are effective. And I think an obvious weakness of Donald Trump is that he does not want to admit that he was wrong. And even the semantics about the case itself, I don't necessarily think he remembers. And
Okay.
yeah,
That's
you know what I'm
probably
saying?
true, by the way.
Okay. So number one, I agreed with where you were going with. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said it's like, hey, I think Donald Trump literally did this off rip. In your opening statements, if that was correct, I 100% agree with you. Second part, there's another level where like Trump openly tries to cut like the gray line as like, you know, he's getting into the weeds of where he should be getting in trouble, but it's kind of like right on the edge. And he does this all the fucking time, pisses me off. But when it comes to god damn it, I'm sorry. I kind of lost my train of thought because like the fucking bullshit happening earlier just completely wrecked my train. Well, reboot the question because there was the core issue I still didn't.
I guess like my question is, what are we supposed to do with people who are clearly being used as political, I'm going to say, tools against a candidate, and then like the candidate in question does the thing that he's been doing consistently, and then they're going, "Oh, they defamed us," and it's like, you think he's going to change course here?
Yeah, so I gotta split this in two because one is like the ethics and morals of like political expedience, not expedience, trophyism. Like I don't know what word it is. Like whenever Democrats want to start talking about guns after like a school shooting, right? And it's like, oh, not time to politicize this. Like there's a legitimate
families though.
Legitimate conversation of, is that okay or not? And I want to dig into that. But there's the other level of the consequences. What do we do afterwards? So using people as political props or tools, I am very, very fucking lukewarm on. And this has been my inner monologue for the better part of the last 5 years. And I've not spit out something that I think is really coherent in my like ethical moral calculator. Because on one level, I'm the type of guy who it's like, you know, if I want to forward my narrative, there's a level where politically I am going to want to push the people who are like the example of what I give a fuck about, right? I want that like, voluntarism on one level or openly like, hey, I want to put a human face. This is fucking Denise. This horrible thing that I wanted to stop happening fucking happened to her. Like, why can't we do that? Like that, there's the level where like that didn't bother me. But there's also another level where there's a line in here, and I don't know exactly like how to frame it in English, but I'll put it in this regard. People who take people who take welcome advantage of people who are like in ports that can't even defend themselves. So unironically, a lot of what I'm talking about with like Hurricane, not Milton, the one before it, the one that fucked up North Carolina. Yes. Like, there is so many of these poor bastards who have just had their lives wrecked, and people are constantly like advocating for them who have no idea what the fuck is going on, who aren't talking to any of these people because they don't have fucking internet, and yet it's like, oh, well, Donald Trump is doing this, and that like these people love him for it, and he's doing a great job, and then you got all these other people saying the same shit about Harris Waltz, and I'm like, motherfuckers, how do you know? Like, there's no homework, there's no background, there's like, it's a hell of a difference between, hey, this thing happened to this person, and I'm the president, and I invited them to the State of the Union, and we can have a chat about what happened to them, versus, I didn't talk to that person, I have no idea who I can even name off the top of the list if this is happening to, but I do know it's happening, so I'm going to forward my fucking political narrative with it. Like, yeah, there's a line between those two. I don't know how to, like, dissect that, but I get pissed. Like, real fucking.
And like, even when I think about it in terms of like democratic fuckery, where I don't think it doesn't, I don't think it takes that much energy to clearly articulate that Donald Trump is ideologically bankrupt. Donald Trump is, because of his ideological bankruptcy, makes him perceptive to like a very lazy over fascism. I think those things are like not hard to demonstrate.
Yeah, okay, so there's levels where I agree with you to a point, and there's a problem where, like, I'm going to say it, like, some level of analysis to actually invalidate Donald Trump requires like 110 IQ, and we have to realize that like the majority of people don't meet that. Because like this is my personal read on the guy. One, he's a psychopath. Like if he feels emotions, it's very limited in scope. Like straight up, like I think he can feel anger and hatred. I think he can feel some level of like compassion to other people, but it's very limited in scope, where it's only like 10 people hot tops.
Yeah.
The second part is that I do think like the weird ass demagoguery charisma is actually real. Like this man
Yes.
is really good at being the kind of like showman, and like the idea that he's a cult leader is not actually far off, because in this environment, the dynamics of what it would make a successful cult leader like is valid. It checks all the boxes. It would float right into politics. And so like I hate to say this of the political party that I actually say is still my personal side ethically and morally, because it makes me look like absolute dog shit. But I have to like straight up just say like these people suck. I don't agree with anything that they fucking conclude. Like I it's hard to call myself Republican in any way, shape, or form when MAGA is just like ethics, nah, I'm out. Morals, nah, I'm out. And more particularly, like any kind of principle just completely blows up in this man's face. Like I can't float this shit. I can't. I'm voting for Harris. I still will call myself a Republican, but like
wait, you are voting for Harris?
Yes. Me and her had a conversation, but also I have changed my mind. And I don't want to vote for Harris personally. I like straight up. You want the other side of this conversation? I think she's a diversity hire who failed up, and there's so many other people, women of color. What?
Wait a second. Okay, diversity hire. Holy shit, dog. What's
She
wrong
is
with you?
literally a diversity hire. What are you talking about? Of course she is.
Right. Okay.
We can have that whole conversation.
Okay. Would you have the conversation? Okay. Wait. Stop. Okay. Would anybody say this thing about if Kamala Harris was a black guy? No, of course not. They would not say the same shit.
I would.
No, they
would. Wait. They could.
They said that about Obama.
It depends on what Biden would have said about hiring this person.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And
okay.
Biden said that he was exclusively considering women, preferably women of color. She is a diversity hire.
Diversity. Okay.
So I think that like
guys, I'm sorry. I did not mean to do this.
No, you're
you did it on purpose.
Well, no, I think there's something what Ty said, right? Where it's like the part that frustrates me about like when particularly the Democratic Party goes after Donald Trump, they always do this weird low hanging fruit where they know like these are the things that he's going to get pushed on, and then these are the things that he's going to get upset about, and then like I don't really buy the Central Park Five going, oh, they defamed me, and it's like, bro, he hasn't apologized for over 3 decades. You think that after this debate, this moment is going to be the one where it's like, you got me, guys. Yeah, I lied about like you were just at the DNC parading them around like you do with fucking Reverend Sharpton up there and saying like, oh, this is like the example. It's like, what does the Central Park Five and their situation have anything to do with the Democratic Party? That's crazy.
It's
you
not
literally have a crime bill.
It's not much in the Democratic Party. It's the fact that he has continued to peddle this lie that these guys are guilty of a crime they did not commit. That's my only issue. It's like, okay, let's say, for example, like if you defame somebody, you as an American have every right. Like Lactoid asked me if the detectives can sue me for defamation. Bring it the fuck on. You can actually sue me, and guess what? I'll get representation, and I will actually prove that like the defamation case is going to get thrown out. The judge,
everybody says this. Everybody says, and this is like this is my pet peeve a little bit. Everybody says this, and the people I talk to they say they can sue me, bring it on, and then they get sued, and like getting sued fucking sucks. It's fucking.
I'm sure it
sucks.
does.
I'm sure it does. It's expensive. It's time consuming. It destroys lives. It's horrible. And frankly, my whole point with that is I don't think that you should get sued. I think it'd be fucking ridiculous if you got sued.
Exactly.
And this is my broader criticism of defamation cases generally.
I have 2 clarifying questions. First one to Lactoid.
Oh God, hurry up.
I know. Okay, so clarifier to Lactoid is that like of the people who get sued, how many do you actually think deserve it for a defamation case? Because like there's a litmus test.
1%, at least based on the ones that I've seen.
Okay, that's okay. That's a little shocking. Like if you said even 10%, I'd be like, wow. But like 1%, like that's
and just to be clear, it's like a little bit misleading because like when you're filing a lawsuit, when you're like made the decision to file a lawsuit, you'll oftentimes throw as much shit on the wall as possible and list every single potential cause of action that you ever could bring. And you have to like have some basis allegedly But oftentimes what will happen is there'll be like an employment matter where there's like the actual reason for being sued is different, but then like the attorney will add in defamation as just like a cause of action, just to like, because, hey, maybe we'll win on that. And so the vast majority of defamation like cases that have defamation as an element, just complete horseshit. Like there's no real basis for it.
But defamation cases are notoriously difficult to win.
Notoriously difficult to win. But here's my point, Iko.
Because of the First Amendment.
I'm concerned. Right. Well, exactly. But I'm concerned as though, especially recently, defamation cases have become particularly maybe a little bit too easy to win against people who people hate, all like Trump or Rudy Giuliani, etc. Right. I think there's an issue when it comes to, people like are. And by the way, and these fucking judgments are ridiculous. Like millions of dollars, billions of dollars. It's fucking crazy.
Are you talking about the judgment against Rudy Giuliani was bad?
He's going against Alex Jones.
No. I asked last week.
Yes. The judgment against Rudy
Why?
Because the damages figure was outrageously high. Same thing with Alex Jones.
Why?
Because this shit wasn't worth that much. A jury only handed that down.
Why wasn't it?
Wait. The reason why
I don't know why you're arguing. The man
He's having fun.
I'm never gonna back away. I'm never gonna back away from any particular challenge. Okay, I want you to explain to me, and I'll look up the exact amount. I remember.
No. I asked you. Okay.
You asked him why.
Okay.
You better say exactly what you asked me, otherwise I'm going to sue you for defamation. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead, sue me for defamation. Okay. So here's the reason why, because like
I have the number. Let me answer the question.
No.
Whoa! You asked me a question. Am I not allowed to answer?
I was talking to Gibby because he was
this is defamation. You asked me a question. I'm not allowed to answer.
No. Gibby was trying to step in. I was trying to stop him from stepping in.
Okay, Gibbs.
Defamation, I wasn't able to take in.
Okay. Defamation gives. Yeah. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So, okay, $146 million. Explain to me and what the value of anything is going to ultimately be subjective, right? I think $146 million is fucking crazy, considering like the average lifetime earnings of an American worker are what, $1 million, something like that? Are you telling me that like what Rudy Giuliani said affected this person's life to be equal to 146 lives of labor? It's fucking crazy. That's insane.
Do you know why?
No, it wasn't.
No, stop. This is between myself and Lactone.
It was punitive. No, Iko's right. It was punitive.
No.
It wasn't meant to be compensatory.
We're no longer on the panel anymore. We're no longer on the panel.
I know the answer, Iko, but that fits my point even more. They're trying to punish him. They're trying to destroy him. That's what they're doing.
Because he deserves it. Do you know why he deserves it? Because he spread lies. Because he has an opinion
that turned out to be wrong. Yeah,
it's not an opinion. Alex Jones had an opinion of the fact that like fucking like all these people at fucking Sandy Hook, that their children were still alive. And guess what happened with these families? They actually had to relocate because Alex Jones actually said these people by name. And guess what happened?
Was that an opinion?
It's not an opinion. It's a fucking lie. That's what it is.
How do you? When Alex Jones said that, was it an opinion?
You know what else is a lie?
You know what else is a lie? Shut the fuck up. No, shut up already, okay? I'm trying to answer the goddamn question, okay? Because the fact of the matter is because Rudy Giuliani lied about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, saying that they were behind the stealing of the election, was not fucking true. They didn't actually steal the election. The election, voter fraud is statistically irrelevant, and they spread this lie. And guess what happened afterwards? They were getting their lives ruined because of this lie that.
You know what else is a lie?
Can you prove he lied? Can you prove he lied?
Listen, calm down there with your mental illness. You don't got to scream talking about your child.
All right, point of order.
Like other people got to talk sometimes.
Let's get some order.
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh my God!
Prove that he lied.
Okay, so to get to the core of this.
Go ahead.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
Let's get to the core.
You're literally
Hey, let's get to the core. I want to get to the core of this.
I'll get to the core. I'll get to the core of this, right? Why I'm saying to prove a lie. Why I'm saying why prove that he lied is because in order to lie, it requires a certain mental state that you can't prove.
Oh, okay. Ask me this: why did Rudy Giuliani stand on the fucking ground that Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss fucking stole the election. Why didn't he say that under a court of law, under penalty of perjury? But then outside of that fucking court, he said, oh yeah, they stole the election. Why did he say one thing in court, but say something outside of court? Why?
That doesn't prove that he lied. That doesn't prove that he...
prove it, god damn it,
No,
you're a lawyer.
Yeah, I am a lawyer. Hold on, I am a lawyer, and I'm telling you, Alex, how many times do I gotta correct you today? How many times do I gotta correct you today? This is like the 8th time, right?
And that's not even counting me correcting.
You don't know anything about mortgages. You don't know anything about student loans.
He doesn't know anything about handouts. He doesn't know anything about handouts. You didn't understand Ventura losing.
You lied about mortgages. You lied about student loans.
No,
he lied about handouts.
There's a difference.
How did I lie?
This is my point.
All right,
Let me answer.
Can you all stop bullying the fuck out of each other? That'd be
The
great.
point I'm trying to... Well, I'm just trying to explain myself, and he's screaming like a maniac, okay?
He's a little
I'm trying to...
frustrated.
You all need to tone it about
You're
fucking
being
3 levels down.
I'm being dishonest? Can you prove that I'm being dishonest? How am I being
You're
dishonest?
being dishonest, Alex. You're being dishonest.
Prove it.
You've literally been lying the whole panel. You've been literally lying the whole panel.
I'm not gonna...
Okay, so
Look, I love you all, but can you take a fucking Xanax?
To fix this, that's
Jesus
kind of
Christ.
that's kind of where we're at with this. So
I said earlier,
chill,
man.
chill.
This is what I said earlier. This is what I was fucking talking about earlier. I asked a specific question.
And you
why
didn't let him
is it
answer.
that- No.
I get
why
3
is
words
it-
in, and then you just scream, why? Every 3 words I try to answer.
So
Not
the
you.
reality
Are you
is,
drunk, Alex? Are you
Let's-
drunk, Alex?
Giuliani.
everybody
Why
chill.
really Giuliani?
Hey, 1 second, chill. Everybody chill.
Oh God.
Giuliani said it is his First Amendment right to be able to lie. He admitted to lying. This is why he got screwed.
Wait. Where did he say that? Hold on. Where did he admit to lying? Where's the difference? Because you just said he said it's a First Amendment right to lie. Where did he admit that he was lying?
I would have to pull it up for you, but he actually said this.
If he said I was lying, I'd be very interested to see that. Go ahead.
While he's
I'll wait.
looking that up.
So Giuliani says in the amendment, the First Amendment lets him lie in 3 essential reads. I will send this. I will put it in the group chat.
Yeah, but
Does he
that's not admitted,
admit to lying?
It says it lets him. It doesn't say he did lie.
In his response to a
Hey,
lawsuit
Joe.
filed by 2 Georgia election workers who said Rudy Giuliani harmed them by falsely alleging they mishandled ballots, Giuliani has admitted to lying.
Wait. Where
But
does
he
it say
says
that?
the women suffered no harm and the claims that his lies are protected by the First Amendment. I just put it's in the...
Which they
Group
did,
chat.
literally did. Like they literally had their lives threatened based upon a fucking lie. Like,
Hold on. Wait. Do you think that making like mistaken statements and lying are the same thing?
but he didn't though.
But whoa, how do you know that?
How do I know that? Because he said one thing in court and said something else outside.
Did he say anything in court or outside of court that indicated that he knew that he was lying?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said he actually, but okay, you know what? I'm gonna fucking Google this shit, okay? But he actually deliberately said that these people did
Why would
nothing
you
wrong.
say yes? Why would you say yes so confidently?
He's lying. He
You have to
lied.
Google it afterwards.
I don't know why you're surprised, Lactoid. The guy didn't understand the definition of a handout and the history behind it.
I'm
He
seeing
didn't understand that
something.
Ventura lost
I'm
his
seeing
case. He thinks the
something.
salad
Okay,
is
Joe,
his name.
Joe is sending
Yeah.
Joe is
You
sending
have to
something.
Google it afterward.
Oh, I
Joe
was
is
saying
sending
so too. I've been
something.
waiting here sitting quiet this whole time.
Because he actually said that they did nothing wrong when he said for
Jesus,
years.
y'all need
he
to
was-
run.
he was-
We're digging
No,
a
he
pit.
said-
Let's just stop digging the pit.
I'm trying to, but this
So-
fucking guy over here. Okay, he
Go ahead,
literally said, he
23,
literally said in a court of okay, why is it? He
I would
said-
like to go after Joe if that's possible.
No,
Wait,
why did he
Alex,
say-
Alex.
Stop. Why did he say one thing in court and said something totally different outside? Answer me that, Lactoid, please.
Wait. What are the things he said?
Oh my God!
This is
we
the problem.
asked the fucking question.
Oh my God! Wait,
You
wait,
didn't
wait.
specify what he
Guys.
said.
Why would you say?
That's
why
what
would
I'm
you
saying,
say-
Alex.
What did he say? What did he say that was
Oh
different
my
from in court to
God.
outside of court?
Why did he
Lactoid,
say
stop
one
stirring the
thing-
fucking pot.
I'm
Okay.
asking what he said. What did he
I know.
say?
I know, but you're also just fucking trolling with him at this point.
I'm
Like,
not trolling
Because
with
he's
him.
wrong.
No.
He's
Hold
He
on.
is losing his shit right now.
Yeah, because
guys.
he's
I know he
Don't
is, and I'm like,
defend
wait.
He
I'm not
just yelling
defending.
louder
Hold on.
makes it
I'm
right.
not. Look, I'm not defending this. I'm literally about to ask Alex if he's okay because, like, clearly, like, Alex, I love you.
But he doesn't answer the question.
You're all.
You won't let anybody answer.
Wait, guys.
Like,
Okay, two
I
things.
seriously
Like,
Alex
asking-
is just
I'm gonna be
I'm
who's your daddy for a second. Like, y'all need to chill. All right, look.
So hard.
Wait,
but
just
they're-
stop.
Like,
So the issue
Okay,
is,
like,
Tiberius, you know me. I'm a very straightforward guy, but it's
I
like
know.
when don't
Wait,
get
wait, wait.
answers,
Look,
when I don't
you
I
know
can
what
short
answers,
circuit
I
this
get
conversation.
fucking
because
Go
irritated.
ahead, Ico. Go ahead, Ico.
fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
look.
Listen,
okay.
what he did,
Granddad, go.
what he did in court was admit to false statements. If you want to say that that's not lying because he didn't intend to lie, that's fine. It doesn't really matter because in that statement he also said that he does not contest that his actions qualify as defamation, quote, to the extent that they allege actionable statements. So he admitted to defamation. Whether or not he admitted to lying is up to interpretation. I can see where Lactoid's coming from. If he wants to say it was a false statement, he didn't know it or something like that. But he
Right.
specifically said his actual statement in court was that he does not
Right.
contest that his statements were false and that his actions qualify as defamation.
Now, Ico, thank you. That was literally the point I was making. Okay.
Okay.
Very, very succinctly, I thought. But I'm glad somebody else said it, perhaps a little bit differently, to really emphasize the point
I
here.
tried to say it calmly.
And so, yeah. And it turns out when you say it calmly, it comes out just great. Now, again, this backs up my point. Okay, this backs up my point. No, I'm the asshole when this guy's screaming "why" every 2 words. Calm down,
dude,
calm down, calm down.
Look,
I can be a little bit
You wouldn't
sarcastic
let me answer
after
it.
putting
That's
out
why I got
Hold on a
this
second.
lunacy,
You know
okay?
you're like, you know you're prodding that bitch like it's a fucking cow and you've got the
Why are you
zapper, dude.
holding him to? He's not a child. Why are you holding him to this lower standard, right?
I tried answering the question, but you wouldn't let me fucking answer. You just fucking.
I just want to go on record saying that.
Oh, I didn't let you talk. Is that what you're saying?
I want to go on record saying I never want to hear any. I just want to go on record saying I never want to hear anybody ever.
Let me talk to Ico. Let me talk to Ico.
Anything about me interrupting anybody ever again after this.
Let me talk to
I will never hear that again.
I gotta be out of
Ico.
This is the
Ico can
worst
have a
I've ever seen.
conversation. Let me talk to Ico.
We got so much personality today, don't we?
Ico.
I'm just gonna.
How
go
many
ham
drinks
on
are you
now.
in there, Lactoid?
What I'm saying is what you just you just said. That very well all could be true. Remember the initial point that we were talking about from the beginning here, which was I don't think that 140
The amount of damages. What you're
yeah,
talking about.
147, 148 million dollars is justified because why is it worth 148 lifetimes of earnings? Why is it worth this ridiculous amount? And the response I got was because he lied. And lying, when we're talking about punishment, punitive damages, which is where most of these damages came from, implies a level of we got to punish you. We got to punish you for doing something wrong, for something malicious, et cetera, et cetera. Admitting to defamation, saying, oh, fuck, yeah, I guess I may have accidentally defamed you, or, oh, fuck, I guess I may have defamed you. This, in my mind, is not the same and not nearly worthy of punitive damages in the same way if they came out and said, yeah, I fucking lied, fuck you, sue me. Like, that would be totally different. That's the point I was trying to make. But every 3 words, of course, I got a why. And of course, when that happens, I can't fully explain the why.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there's some
just
things
for
in here that you
context,
cannot
by the way.
quantify. There's some things sometimes maybe you can
So
quantify.
Joe and
we'll
then
start.
Gibbs.
I gotta go after Gibbs. So I gotta go.
I
I
was
gotta
just
leave
gonna
it at this.
say, yeah, Giuliani in his concession admitted that the statements weren't true, which is why I was so confused as to what was happening, because the 2-page concession is on the internet for free. We're trying to just like go over this back and forth about if he did and didn't lie, and it's there. I mean, you can.
Did you just hear the conversation between me and Ico?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why we had to go down all of that when we could have just said the concession. But
What
it
did me and Ico just
Lactoid,
say?
Lactoid, it seemed like, because I want to just make, like, just a little help here, friend. Sometimes something that you do, which is toxic as shit, as somebody who does the same thing, is that you like to poke bears. I like poking bears too. Okay.
Go ahead.
But sometimes when you poke bears, it makes conversations very painful. Okay.
Yes.
So
My ears are
Something
screeching
that
a
I
little bit.
actually,
Maybe-
something that I
maybe
do though is
Alex didn't
listen to other
have
people
the
talking.
concession.
That's one thing I
Stop right
actually
now.
do.
Yeah, you listen and then you fucking like throw it right in their balls, dude. Like,
Yeah,
Because
maybe
I'm
Alex
right,
didn't
time.
have
What do you
the
want me to
concession.
say? He just repeated, oh, I don't know why we're talking about this. When me and Ico
Let's move
just
past this.
explained why we're
like,
talking about
Let's
it.
move past
I'm
We just
100%.
got done. You were literally the next person after Aiko and I went through this. Did you not hear that? Did you not listen? What were you talking to your chat?
Look, I think you're totally right. Like, I'm not
My
going
stick
against you
works.
on
That's
like
so
your
cool.
point. The problem is like you turn this from a like, hey, let me have a conversation with you.
Alex
to,
is out of here.
like,
Alex is
you're
out of
running
here.
for Harris. Fuck
My
you.
ears
Alex
bleed,
is
dude.
out of here. Alex is out of here. So go ahead and get an outro, my dude.
I literally have to go into this. Okay, so Lactoid, listen, I got another respect for you, dude, but like, here's the thing. I'm trying to answer your questions, but like, I feel like I can't answer questions when you're like interrupting me every 2 seconds. Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
It's
Are you
Rewatch
serious?
the VOD and see how that if that comes out that way.
Okay, that's your opinion, okay? But
Well, that's a
Tiberius,
factual statement.
stop, Tiberius. Okay, listen, I'm trying to do my closing statement because I'm trying to get the fuck out of here, okay? Because I gotta
Get
get up at
lost.
5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so here's the
I
thing.
love you, buddy. Go.
I got with Tiberius. You know how I always love you, buddy. But here's the thing.
I know.
The reason why, because like the defamation that came out of this is because Donald Trump peddled these lies. He actually said these people by name, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, were trying to steal the election. And Rudy Giuliani actually spread these lies. That's the reason why he got sued for these things. That's the reason why, like, if you want to bring up Alex Jones, is because he actually spread lies that these children that were shot at Sandy Hook were still alive. And guess what happened as a result of this? People were actually driving by their house, calling their house, saying that your children are still alive. That causes severe emotional harm. People have had to move. People have changed their numbers. Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss can't even actually, like, they can't even actually have the same identity because of like what Rudy Giuliani said, essentially. And the reason why I was asking these questions, but you refuse to answer, is because Rudy Giuliani said one thing in a court of law under oath. Okay.
What do you say?
No.
Okay.
Verbatim.
Just call it, Alex. Just get your outro.
That's my closing fucking statement. It's one thing. This is why I am correct, because you refuse to answer. Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
Alex, I love you,
it's
but
just-
he's got you on this one.
I
He
mean,
doesn't have. How
he
dare
hasn't
you,
been correct
sir?
about anything all night. so.
He's got you cooked on this one. It's bad.
He doesn't have me cooked, honestly.
Bro, you've
Because,
been
like,
you've been cooked all night. You've been cooked all night. You didn't understand the definition of
No,
handout, where
he's-
history.
Okay,
you didn't understand
Gibbs.
that you're.
Gibbs.
I'll wait.
spoke-
It's my turn next.
Okay, no, Gibbs. You've been spoke every time you and I had an interaction, honestly, because you dropped a link last
Whoa,
time
pause.
that actually proved it. You
In
dropped a
your
link
own
last
link,
time.
in your own link, you
Yeah,
proved
okay.
yourself wrong. You know that, right? In your own link, you proved yourself wrong.
It didn't prove myself around.
What are we? Acme? Is that the distance to your response?
Why
Hey, Gibbs,
is it that-
you know what?
Gibby,
What's
Gibby,
happening?
Gibby,
What?
I know I live in. Look, Gibby, I know you're living inside your head. I know you're
Oh my
upset because
God.
I fucking prove you wrong every
You
single
haven't proved
time.
anything. You've been wrong the
Why-
whole time.
why
That's
is
why,
he-
that's why you didn't even let me go before you had to leave.
Alex, you're gonna be here
You're
another
running.
20 minutes if you
He's
keep
running.
playing around.
He's
Both
running. I
make
mean,
me
he's
look
running. He's
smart.
fine.
Stop.
Reezy,
It's
this
starting
is
to
why-
hurt.
He's
Reezy,
running.
this is-
That's what he's
this-
doing.
I'm not running because I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. Okay, that's why.
That's cool.
Jesus Christ, hit the disconnect button. Shut up.
Okay.
Fuck.
This is why I know I'm correct when all the fucking morons actually have to step in and say, "Oh my god, how dare this guy?"
Oh
actually
my-
prove me wrong." So anyway, as I was saying, but before I was interrupted, okay.
You literally almost said, "Oh my god," after he was making fun of you saying, "Oh my god."
So anyway, as I was saying, the fact of the matter is that Rudy Giuliani said one thing in a court of law under penalty of perjury. Said one
What was
thing.
that?
Anyway, then he comes back outside and says, "Oh my God, yes, they actually did commit. There was voter fraud, even though there's no proof of this, honestly." But he wouldn't say it in a court of law because he knows he would get fucking blasted by the opposing side. Essentially, Lactoid knows this stuff, but he's not willing to admit this actually right now because why? Because he's not under a penalty of perjury. Essentially, he's not going to say this under a court of law. Essentially, so. On this whole discussion, essentially, the whole concept of this is that should Donald Trump be held to account? Sure, why not? Absolutely, because I can be held to account for defamation. People can actually sue me for defamation. The question is, will they actually sue me for defamation? The question is, and the answer is probably not. Honestly, the Central Park Five essentially were fucking accused of a crime they did not commit. It was proven in a court of law, and it was actually proven they did not commit these crimes. Donald Trump actually said many years after they were exonerated from these crimes that they did not commit these crimes. And he still is doubling down because he cannot admit that he's fucking wrong, essentially. And finally, as far as this is concerned, so Gibbs will not admit that Chris Kyle lied about Jesse Ventura. He definitely did lie about Jesse Ventura.
We're here again. Are you leaving or not?
I've been waiting to talk for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Dude,
okay,
when did you become Democrat Talk Radio? Is that what you're listening to all the
If
time
this
now?
continues, people need rebuttals.
I've been waiting for a rebuttal for
like I love you, Alex, but get lost. Like, God damn it!
I'm trying to get lost, but you interrupted me.
I'm on the left, and I feel like I need a rebuttal.
I know, Jesus Christ.
As I was saying though, Jesse Ventura actually proved, and I sent in a link in a video saying that like the reason why is because insurance was actually paying for the settlement, and they felt that it was going to be cause and influence influence the jury essentially. That's why it essentially got thrown out in appeals court. However, there was actually a settlement in a court of law. It's the same thing like with Donald Trump with
Why don't you
Trump
read the part of that settlement?
I did read it actually.
Yeah.
You didn't, honestly.
You were
leaving?
I'll just read it for you.
I am trying to leave, but he keeps interrupting me, okay?
I'm going to have to disconnect you. Like, dude,
shut up.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Do your shout out.
Shut the fuck up, okay?
Get your shout out.
Trump University is the same thing because it is proven to be a fraudulent fucking university. That's why they had to do a $25 million layout. Anyway, y'all can find me on the Alex Kurz Project on YouTube. I know I look like a fucking lunatic, but it's just because when people don't answer simple fucking direct questions, I tend to lose my fucking mind, okay? I try to be as simple and direct as possible, but when I ask simple direct questions, and people
being people.
Well, everybody's people here. I try to be like, listen, ask this question. And they're like, oh, well, you know, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, answer the fucking question. I'm sorry. I tend to lose my shit.
Wait, what question did I answer?
You didn't answer any
You
question.
stop it right now, Lactoid.
Which one? I'm just asking.
Well, we still don't know what Giuliani said. He still doesn't understand what a settlement is. Between settlement and
I gotta fucking go.
Good night, Alex.
Lactoid, how many
Have a
drinks
good night,
down are
Alex.
you right
I
now?
gotta go. So, peace out, everybody. Lethan, thanks for bringing me on. Holy fucking dog shit.
Good
All
night.
right,
Lactoid, how many drinks
Yeah,
are you down right now?
Yeah, I want to jump in
I'm
here. I've
only
been
on my
waiting.
third one. I'm not that wild.
We are going to
No,
open
I'm not saying
panel.
you're wasted. I'm saying like you're just fucking
before we go to
fucking
the
this.
panel. Just
I'll,
to clarify,
I need
that
to-
that was white guys for Harris, everybody. That's why the Harris campaign is losing, because that's the
You're
example
just
of
as bad. You're Republican
hold on.
talk radio.
Hold on. Listen, I waited, Ty. I've been waiting patiently, not interrupting the Spurge Fest. Listen, so I'm just saying, listen, the man is unequivocally wrong. This is from his own article that he posted. He would not say whether the lawyer came from publisher HarperCollins or
Don't care. Do not care. Do not care.
I have to.
Just
But
letting
Ventura
you
said
know
it
I
didn't
don't
come
care.
from Kyle's-
No one
I know you don't,
cares.
but Ventura said it didn't come from Kyle's Winter State.
Yeah.
Also,
Yep.
a Minnesota jury awarded
I
Ventura
gotta-
1.8 million in 2014, but a federal appeals court threw out the verdict. Therefore, he lost. Also, I just got to say, everything the Luke Skywalker quote, you know, from the worst Star Wars movie in history. It's amazing how many words that guy had, and then everything was wrong. That's how I feel right now. It was impressive, and this is why Dems are losing the independents, because of those are the kind of people that people think of when it's white guys for Harris.
Jesus.
All right.
It's
so
just talk radio night here. Okay, before
We're
we
getting ready
close
to go
out
on
on like
open
the
panel.
I know you are, but before we close out on that, I need to just at least ask a little bit from Joe, but also you, Lethy. What is your read on the Central Park 5? And then can you guys give me the lore real quick if there is a TLDR
Joe,
version of
please.
Hey, what happened? I can't hear you.
There we go. How's that? Is that
Yeah,
better?
there we go.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. TLDR. Trisha Melly was raped on or around, I think it was like sometime in April of '89. 5 people were arrested, all of whom were teenagers. There was a long process, which led to their confessions. despite there being like no physical evidence linking them to the crime, they were still convicted on charges. I think it was like a bunch of shit, like assault, battery, riot. It was like a bunch of charges. They received each sentences anywhere from like 5 to 15 years for each of them. Then not a lot happened. Then the 90s were 90ing, and then in 2002, the guy's name was like Mateus Reyes, and he came out he was already a convicted serial rapist, and he confessed to the crime, and then DNA evidence confirmed that he was the sole perpetrator of the crime. And DNA evidence used to confirm that. Then their eviction was convicted. Their convictions were not convictions, were what's the word?
Vacated.
Yeah, vacated. And then basically they settled like crazy.
Sure. Okay.
It was
So,
like,
and then Trump brought them in because he
So-
still believes that they did this.
No, Trump put out
he
ads.
he wrote a op-ed, I think in the Times, basically alluding to the idea that they needed to be executed. And then they took issue with that. And then like the problem has been for as long as I've been alive, because I was born February 18th, 89. So for as long as I've been alive, this man has been basically playing this weird, I don't even know how you would describe it, where he's trying to contextualize that in the moment, the people were on his side for the opinion. But then every single person he tries to point to say that he they agreed with him too, it doesn't work. That's why in the debate, for example, he said that Mayor Bloomberg agreed with me. I'm thinking, hold on. Mayor Bloomberg was in 2002, the year of the exoneration. And he was not a person who was open about, he didn't say anything. De Blasio had a lot to say about it because he was the mayor at the time, right? De Blasio? Am I getting my New York lore correct?
I think it is the
But
boss.
yeah. Like he was the one who was like big about like this is wrong, this is a wrongful conviction, yada yada yada. But even then, like which mayor is agreeing with him on that?
So, all right. So
Yeah, but that's you're
me-
caught up.
yeah, let me go full circle here because like there's a level where I just want to ask you basically put it this way: is this like Trump just misremembering and doing this off rip as you originally kind of stated, or is there a level of malevolence here? Because like I was reading an article just today where motherfucker I apologize, I can't remember her name. She was an either Army or Marines. No, sorry. She was Army at what used to be Fort Hood, and she was raped and killed. And like he said that he would pay for her burial. It ended up totaling out like $60,000. And oh yeah, by the way, that's too much for a proverbial Mexican. Like he like that.
I think
he went full spur off. So like,
I think there's two things that are happening.
Sure.
I don't have a lot of evidence to support this. This is purely anecdotal. And the anecdote that I'm using is my family.
Okay.
I say that to say that like, as my mom got older in age, she got more racist as she got older. And she wasn't racist in this like nefarious kind of way, but she was just more casual about her language and about how she was like expressing herself. And then it was also tying directly with her cognitive decline. So while I was able to go, she's getting old, she is clearly in mental decay. So if she calls me the N-word in public, I'm gonna have to let that shit slide, which happened a lot, especially towards the end. And again, like there's a lot to that, like when it comes to things like dementia and stuff like that. I think that for Donald Trump, I'm not trying to make this claim that he is racist, but because even though there's a lot of other evidence, there's an argument there, but that's not what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that like, I think for him, it's very clear that he is in cognitive decline, and Democrats in particular recognize that exists in particulars. He remembers moments, but it's very clear in what they're poking at. He's not good at bringing forth particulars to contextualize how he
recall's going to
feels
shit.
about them. Yeah. So
Yeah,
when
okay.
so when I see him trying to recall the Central Park Five, I'm like, I don't even remember what I was doing in '92. You really think this man who does all this other shit going on? Like, I think that's reasonable to say that like it's dangerous for Donald Trump to try to engage in particular nuance. I don't think he's smart enough to have a team around him to keep him in the guardrails of like, yo, if they talk about the Central Park Five, don't take the bait. If they talk about some shit that you said in 1997, don't take the bait. Like, just stick to the plan.
Did you just say that Democrats are the ones that recognize the particulars of mental decline after they lied about 3.5 years about Biden's mental decline? I just am curious if that's what you want, if that hill you want to die on.
I was kind of poke at that a little bit, but in a completely different
I totally
aspect.
think that Democrats absolutely hid the mental capacity of President Joe Biden from the public, and they did that for political reasons because they wanted him to stay in power, and they thought that they were able to hide that from the public long enough for him to have 2 terms, for them to have another successor. That clearly did not work because Donald Trump knew that the way to expose that is to go through.
He said that earlier in this panel too. To be fair to Joe, he did. I think he began by saying that. Yeah, he began by saying that Joe Biden had a similar mental decline. So
yeah, like it's clear,
that's fair.
Old folks be old. Like.
Unironically, like I feel like we're literally at the last election with Joe as we are with Trump. Like seeing that like first couple like the last 3 months have seen him slide.
Have we though?
And so we gotta
have we, bro? This is I gotta say
like,
this sounds like propaganda to me.
The problem with Donald Trump's decline.
It's sorry.
Well, okay, all right. I want to fight you on this for a second. Like I watched
some
a lot
clip
of
shipping
stuff
here. For sure.
Yeah,
like,
for example, one of the clips I've been hearing weeks. Well, not weeks. I guess a lot recently. For a lot, it's been this. Oh, he sat there and listened to music and waved side to side for whatever. And I'm like, this is after he said
that podcast shit was bad. That Spotify shit.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, he's gonna be on Joe Rogan next. I mean, maybe he'll smoke a doobie with him. I don't know.
Well, no.
But,
like, here's the thing. I'll give Trump this. Right. I'll give him his flowers.
I so want
for
that to
things to be
happen.
due.
I
Like,
desperately want it to happen.
Donald Trump is at his absolute best when he's in casual, celebrity adjacent podcast and media situations. That's where he is clearly the strongest. He's clearly strong fucking around with Theo Vaughn. He's clearly strong fucking around with like the Comedy Cellar podcast and stuff like that. Joe Rogan's right in his alley, Lex Friedman right in his alley, because it's very clear that like there's a level of like, I'm just happy I got this interview. So it tends to be a lot lighter, less heavy. The thing that I think for Donald Trump, which generally speaking, I understand why you want to avoid it, are things like more traditional debates, such as like, I don't understand why either camp thought it was a good idea, Donald Trump's camp and Joe Biden's camp, to not have something within the convention apparatus. That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, hold on.
Like,
Here, I got a question for you. All right. So this is, I mean, in Lactoid and I experienced this live on the last debate, right? We sat here and the argument has been from a lot of people on the left, Trump's in middle decline, and we can avoid the swaying thing, which I think was taken out of context with the clip shipping. But the article, and you just mentioned the debate. I watched this debate live. Lactoid was with me, and they said some shit, and they go, "Oh, look at this word salad: transgender and surgeries for illegal immigrant aliens." And I laughed. I started laughing. I said, "Ha ha, that is a word salad. What the fuck's Trump talking about?" And then I Googled it. And sure enough, not only was there a kernel of truth, there's actually someone that's been like processed this way, and it's something Kamala actually has advocated for with the ACLU. And verbatim, right? And so a lot of times the left will take something of Trump's and go, "This sounds insane." I feel like I get this a lot of these panels. I'll say stuff, and I tell you every single panel, I say something, people go, "Gibbs, you're insane." And it's always the lefties, and then in my channel, the righties are like, "This is stuff we're talking about all the time." And it's like, y'all are going, "Oh, he sounds insane. This is dementia." And I'm like, no, it's not. It's that y'all want to paint it that way. I mean, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying the left and the Dems in general, like, are wanting to paint this in a way that it's dementia. He's losing his mind. And then to a lot of the people on the right, they're like, no, this is honestly happening. Like I mentioned, the transgender surgeries thing, it sounded like a word salad, and then it ended up being totally true. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm buying that.
it's reasonable to just admit that Donald Trump is in cognitive decline. It might not be in the same intensity as Joe Biden, because that was very sharp and fast and in real time. As somebody who had to deal with that directly, it's very discouraging. It's the same situation where, like, when I listen to, even though, like, I think Nancy Pelosi has to take the biggest L of all time for that, because I do empathize with the idea of, like, hey, you know, my friend, my close friend, Dianne Feinstein, for all intents and purposes, may have been well for when like her and I have conversations, and then a couple of months later she dies. Despite the fact Nancy Pelosi going to defense for her, she has to hold that L forever. But I do understand what that looks like, where you might have moments of like incredible clarity.
I don't know. I'm not a
But
medical expert, but
when-
my grandfather had dementia, and like when I
Sure.
was watching Biden, he exhibited the signs, right? When I watch Trump,
Sure.
I personally don't see them, you know. And the stuff people try to paint as
Well,
that,
no, I'm
like
not-
when I
I'm
watch the
not saying
larger context, it
dementia
doesn't
here.
seem. Oh, I mean, you're just saying cognitive decline.
Yeah,
I mean,
Those are two different
like,
things.
Like, look, like,
Sure, yeah.
we can
They
be
are
honest.
different things. Like
Yeah.
is Trump is Gibbs? Would you say? Because I'm actually inclined to agree with Joe here. Do you think that Trump is as sharp as he was in 16? I don't.
I
know.
would say he might even be more sharp, and I'll say this. I mean, unless there's some evidence I've missed totally, and I'll tell you why I think this. I think, especially since the assassination attempt, I don't know what he surrounded himself with it, but it seems like his message just changed. His branding is better. Like, even when he got shot, what did he do? He jumped up and yelled, "Fight, fight, fight," which is branding. He literally yelled something that you could put on merch, right? Like, this is like, that is not something you can do unless if you're cognitive declining, right? Like, literally,
no,
you just
wait, no,
in a
Gibbs,
adrenaline
I
high
agree with you.
moment.
Gibbs, I agree with you.
I
that
don't know. I don't see it.
I don't think he's anywhere close to Biden, and I don't think that his mental decline has been anything significant enough to put him within like dementia territory, or to
Sure.
put him within like a he can't do the job territory. But I do think that there is a credible point to be made that, like, just in terms of his social quickness and his ability to retort and his ability to like come up with the exact thing at the exact time, like,
So,
he was really good at that in 2016. And now he's
Yeah,
kind of
but hold on,
at it
actually.
now,
Like,
right?
even when they said that in 2016, how many times that they were like, "Oh, it's a lie." His little like anecdotal examples a lie. His fact check things. Like, I'm not really buying that, especially even like
I'm talking about
even with
my
this Bloomberg
perception.
thing.
I agree with you. Yeah, I'm not trusting the media when I'm saying this. Like, when I watched him at McDonald's, like,
that was brilliant. Like
I
I'll
agree
give
with you. It was brilliant, but like, if it was 2016 Trump doing
So,
it, it would have been more brilliant.
But even look at the McDonald's thing. Let's use that as an example. When that guy goes, "Hey, you know, I'm just an ordinary guy. It's so cool for you to be here." He goes, "No, you're more than ordinary." And then the next video is him like at the drive-thru. He's like, "I worked here 15 minutes longer than Kamala ever." Those are quick, off the cuff. That doesn't indicate decline to me.
but
that
it's-
seems
it's-
like he's on his A game, if anything.
No, but then
and like
if
you
you
know
ask-
that was Trump's idea to do the McDonald's.
Yeah,
thing.
but I think like the push here is that no one's saying, at least I don't think Baxter's even saying, I'm not trying to say that Trump doesn't have moments of sharpness where he's on his feet.
I think it's
he's
more than
strong in
moments.
that regard. He's very strong and speaking on his feet in the moment. But when you pry him on things, when you pry him on particulars, when you pry him on things where he has to do some type of recollection and having him stand on that, he gets very confrontational. And then he might have a point in terms of the idea of like in terms of like the debate, and then like there might be some truth that he's trying to weave around, but he's never been great at interlocutors. Like, he's never been good at that.
Well,
He's
that
good
by
at,
that
like,
own
short-
metric, then Kamala is suffering drastic cognitive decline with her word salad. And like I'll give you an example
Yes,
just from the
this has
debate.
been known.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I think you agree with some, but if we just like
Is it a
compare the
cognitive
debate,
decline or is it social ineptitude? 'Cause-
So-
well, I don't know.
I
Maybe
believe
both.
Rich was
Let's
trying
get
to
the
finish.
controversial thing so we can just get it out of the way. That lady is a frustrating, and like, I think what drives Trump crazy, like, because this would drive me crazy if I was Donald Trump, is that you're not up against Kamala Harris when you're talking to her, when you're engaging with their content, when you're going against her as a political candidate. You're going against the entire DNC and the Democratic apparatus. So like, you can't pin her to anything. And then when you watch her, and the thing that frustrates me watching this lady speak, and it's always has, is that she's so smooth at being empty and she does it in such a way where if you're not paying attention, you think she's spitting. And then like when you sit down and go like, as somebody who had to listen to this lady multiple times at NAACP conventions, it's the same lady then and now. It's just like who is on this lady's team? Who's letting her talk in public?
So,
but again, like I understand why she doesn't. Like if that's what we get, I guess. Like for instance, like she there's like I don't know. Like the point I'm trying to make here is that I'm sure that drives Trump mad because you can't really pin her on things. And then when you try to pin her on things, you run the trap of like coming off a particular way. Like when he was talking about that whole she's not a black lady thing, I understand what he was trying to say because I think Donald Trump talks to black people and has black people in his spaces that make the argument better for him. I understood what he was trying to say, but the whole time I'm like, oh, this man's gonna get dragged for that. Have fun. Like,
okay,
Yeah, I don't know if he
Rich was trying to
cares.
get a sentence in earlier, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sorry
it was
about that. That was
directed
a
at
long
Alex.
diatribe.
All good. Rich?
Yeah, I was beginning to preface a question for Alex, and then I was told to hold on a minute. So I've been holding on. So
Damn.
now I can finish prefacing my question to Alex. But since Alex is not here, I guess I'm also answering Lactoid at this point because your second point was that the amount of money that was given, right? So I think emotional distress was one part of it. The punitive stuff was the largest part of it, and then I think 16 million to Ruby Friedman was like the main damages that were specifically given her, not for emotional distress, but for something else. I forgot exactly what it was called. It was reputational harm, right? Because I think they had to like get rid of their house and go move somewhere else because of all the harassment that they were getting, right? And so you might say, okay, well, the value of that house and the harassment and whatever might not be worth 16 million. But the 75 million was really about, because this has been a question, especially with these billionaires and millionaires that have been getting hit with these kinds of suits, is that they just take the suits, they absorb them, they settle them maybe, and then they move on to the next thing. Nothing ever stops them. And the question is, what amount would it be? This is a big question with Alex Jones too. Because Alex Jones would specifically say that I don't care what they do to me, I'm just going to absorb it and then move on and keep doing what I do. And my behavior is not going to change. And I think here the big question then becomes, just as with Alex Jones, what amount is a large enough amount to where they'll think twice before doing it again? And I'm not sure it was 100% successful because I'm pretty sure that when he went out in that press conference and repeated the lie, which was the second half of what I was trying to tell you earlier, Lactoid, was that he admitted that it was a false statement and that it was defamation, but he wasn't admitting that it was a lie. However, once he then stepped out of the courthouse and repeated it, at that point he proved that he knew what he was saying. He basically repeated it, having testified in court that he knew it was true. He then went out and said the opposite. At that point, you could say it's a lie.
Lactoid's response, and then we head to open.
I think okay.
I mean, that's
I
at least a reasonable
to
point,
be
right?
fair, yeah, it is. It's a reasonable point, Ico. Here's just like having been through this process.
Mm-hmm.
My concern here is what I'm
Thank you,
thinking.
Kyle.
I'm just speculating. I'm speculating that as you do, as any good person does when you're getting sued or in court, your lawyers tell you, hey, here is XYZ that you have to do. You can't do this.
Right.
You can't do that.
Right.
And do I think that he genuinely believes this? I think there's a very solid chance that he does. And I think there's a very solid chance that Trump believes all the things that he believes. I think it wasn't like the Central Park 5 was entirely off the cuff. I think that's true. I think Alex Jones probably believes to some degree that it's all staged. And because, I mean, you're talking about a dude that has held wild beliefs well before he was famous. I mean, this dude was caught like creeping into like Bohemian Gardens, alleging that like, people wearing yaks heads were like plotting the end of the world. Like this guy has like a long history of this shit.
He originally was inheriting the Art Bell audience. That's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. So like this has been his thing like the whole time, well before he was like rich. And
Right.
so do I think that he believes it? I think there's probably a good chance he does. But I mean, when we're talking about like punitive damages, like, oh, like making them think twice, I don't know. I think that I'm skeptical of punitive damages generally, but especially in cases that involve a constitutional right, which is freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And they destroyed Alex Jones. They obliterated Alex Jones. And I'm sorry. Yes, do I agree?
Although he
with
claimed
him?
they
I
didn't,
don't.
right? His
Of course he
bravado
claims-
afterwards was, "This won't do shit to me. They won't."
Oh,
Get up
I know,
here."
I know. He has to do that, and maybe he believes it. Maybe he has to do that. But like, to be the frank truth is, they obliterated him. And the idea that, you know, even though I think he's full of shit, and I think his belief system is wrong here, I think a lot of belief systems are wrong. I think that like if we got to like sue people and destroy their lives for like repeating false opinions, I mean, there goes 80% of Twitch poll, right? But I'm not going to do that because people have the right to express their dumb
wait.
opinions.
How is that not based as fuck? It's like let's be real, dude. 80% of Twitch pool is fucking cancer, right? Like,
and they have the right to be cancer because we live in a country that has a First Amendment that allows people to express their dumb beliefs. And that's like the point I was trying to get at the whole time, which is I'm skeptical of defamation
White
cases.
guys for heads.
And yes,
Wait,
you can
wait,
talk
wait,
about how
wait,
Trump
wait.
is like hypocritical in this because he sued Bill Maher. I agree. Trump is not has
Not
does
just
not
Bill
have the
Maher.
best
He's
document-
he's on
so many
record
people.
saying.
So many
Yeah.
people.
Calm down.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
on record saying that he wishes that
Opens up the
America's
libel laws.
defamation system were
Okay.
our libel laws were
Yeah,
like
he's
those of
ridiculous.
England because
Wait.
it's easier to do it in England.
And it's horrible. It's a horrible opinion that he held, and I doubt he holds that opinion now after being on
Okay.
the other end of that.
Lactoid. I wanted to visit this in topic 1, but I knew we were never going to
Okay,
hear.
so-
So let's do it now.
Let's move to open. We're gonna move to open. I'm gonna move
I
We
everybody.
thought
were already
in
in open like 20 minutes ago.
Bruh, you wish.
Okay.
Here we
Anyway,
go. Moving
are you
on.
moving? Gotcha. Okay, cool. So, holy shit, there's a lot of people in the other room.
Yep, switching up.
Anyway,
To the road.
Doo-doo-doo.
I thought open was
I
Fledgeathon.
changed my stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, like
Doing a
hopefully
little
not all those
different.
people are trying to crash this party.
No, I don't think that's the case. I'm trying to get.
No, it's just
okay,
Jeb
no,
and
it's just
Ranger
Ranger
that are
and
in
Jeb.
Fledgling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like okay,
What's
like seeing
the-
Jeb in this is gonna be fucking crazy. So
What's the
like,
open about exactly?
The open is going to be about the.
I mean, I'm hoping Central Park 5 is still on the menu because
Yeah.
I
moved
don't
you
feel
to-
like we've said enough.
I moved you two in here if I mistakenly done so
No,
because
you're
I thought
good.
you guys were trying to get in the open.
No, you
Um,
guessed correct.
Why
okay.
can't I
You
get-
guessed
Fantastic,
correct.
love
We
it.
went into the open one.
Before I let you guys in, because I don't know if you're gonna agree with me or split on me. I just want to have a quick thing with Lactoid here, right?
By the way, Jeb
So-
Tan is the one who confessed to the Central Park crimes. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
Rudy
my God.
Giuliani is a crisis actor. I paid him.
God damn it.
why can't
Um,
Jesse Ventura is about to sue you now.
Okay. Lactoid. I'm 100% behind the First Amendment when it says, hey, the government shouldn't be like jammed up your ass when it comes to talking about ideas, because like there's a level where you don't want an overly coercive government that's like totalitarian to the point where it's like there's no flexibility in the society, right? On the other side of this, though, is that like most of this is civil, right?
Lawsuits are the government. Lawsuits are enforceable
They are
by
enforced by the government, yes. So like there's a tandem thing, but number one, I don't have a problem with that. Personally.
But it is the government, right?
Right. Okay, so there's definitely like there's a hand where it's I'll put it this way. The
Even
hand's definitely
libertarians
there.
support the civil system, right? Like,
Like
not
yeah,
the
like
same
you're
as
not an
criminal.
anarchist.
No,
And
I'm
it's
not,
like,
I'm not an anarchist.
Right.
Anarchists would probably be against like a no. Hold on, anarchists are for sure against the civil system. Scott will argue that he thinks everything should be adjudicated via voluntary courts and voluntary judges and arbitrators. Stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's
I think we
wild.
should bring back dueling. Let's do dueling instead.
Gibbs wants to do dueling, right? So I mean,
I'm saying.
All right, no. So, like, here's the part
Jousting.
where I'm kind of lost, and I kind of want you to answer this question because I like on principle, there's a level where I don't think I'm just gonna line up with you, but there's a level where it's just like socially, people are mobilizing. It's very clear that like whatever this culture war crisis that we are going through, it's coming to its head because people are throwing all in on this point right now. Like our topics kind of for both sessions were largely just people are fucking like kind of bending the rules. or openly flaunting the rules because it's like, hey, like we care way more than we ever have about this shit. Like votership's up, early voting's up, people are like, it's the most expensive election in history, yada yada yada. Like, long story short here is like, it seems like it's kind of suns out, guns out, like everyone's just throwing fucking ham right now to me, and there's a level where like it kind of feels like it's called for. Like a lot of these defamation suits where people are just saying some mad shit feels like it just needs to happen to me. And like I struggle with that 1% claim that you fired off earlier. Really struggle with that. But if it's the case, I will totally revisit that later. But
That's my estimate based on my experience.
I mean, if that's actually the case, then everything for me just flips on its head because it's completely useless and it does nothing to what I want to see. But like, there's a general level where it's like, how has people not, hit folks like Hassan Piker at this point? I'm actually kind of surprised that like Destiny hasn't tripped up and gotten hit with something like this at this point.
So a lot of thing I'll say. The concern I have is, we saw that Texas, for example, this was before the overturning Roe versus Wade. You saw some states that were looking to find a way to like not criminalize things, but like get the force of the government to essentially oppress certain things, and they made a private action to enforce rules against abortion. Right? You can ultimately, if the government backs it, it is a government force, right? And civil judgments are upheld by the government. They're enforced by the government. They're collected by the government. If you don't pay them, the system will come and get you. They will garnish your wages. And if you don't have wages, if you just have assets, they're going to take your fucking assets. And so while I agree that a civil litigation system is necessary, it is the government. And what I'm concerned about is like, let's imagine doomsday scenario that even Ty, I'm sure you would agree with this. Let's say that like Kamala Harris wins, and let's say for some reason she's, even worse than we thought. I'm crazy, I know. Even worse than we thought. And she doesn't like the idea of people criticizing her online. So what she does is she makes there a civil cause of action where anybody who gets criticized online can get sued for $8 million. It's not the government, but it is the government.
Okay, so is this her personally or her federally just being like, I have an army of White House lawyers, I'm literally suing anyone who speaks shit about me on the internet?
Well,
is that
Ty,
like
to answer your question, by the way, earlier, Ty?
She makes the law, and then her personal lawyer starts suing people for like attacking her on the internet.
Ty,
Okay,
answer your earlier
the
question,
law?
Ty, just real fast, 2 seconds. Ty, just to
Executive
answer
order,
your question earlier, I like posted an article in there. Only 5% of cases for defamation even go to trial. So,
wait. That is just to be clear, it's a terrible metric because the vast majority of cases never go to trial.
Well, that's true, but I'm just pointing out only 5% even go to trial, so it's probably even lower than actually should
Rangers
be
looking
there.
to get pulled in again,
that's the problem. Like what's the ratio of dismissed, settled, and trial?
No one talks about that in that article.
Vast majority settled of all cases.
Yeah, and if it's 90% settled, then it looks like the people actually did something wrong. Like
no, a settlement, and this is why I was taking such an issue like with what Alex was saying, and Lactoid can back me up. A settlement is purposely for the fact that you're not admitting wrongdoing. So you're determining that, hey, we're going to go in here, we're going to settle something to get rid of this issue, make it go away. There's no admission of wrongdoing. Like, that's like what a settlement's for in this case. And that's why when I was sitting here arguing with Alex about the Jesse Ventura thing, Jesse Ventura actually lost an appeal and he settled with somebody. It's not really clear who he settled with, but we know it wasn't the Kyle family or his wife.
Okay.
So like, hey, like it's no admission of wrongdoing. So you can't say, hey, it looks suspicious. Like that's literally the point of settlement.
I need to ask this, and I'm sure I need to ask this of like a couple of lefty lawyers if I can find a few. Like I don't talk to Bisco anymore. He just doesn't answer. But I will ask Lactoid this just for at least some level of check. Like, is a settlement not in a large degree in case like a plea deal where it's like, hey, we're admitting like some level of wrongdoing, and then it's just like, hey, we're paying you money.
No.
Well, and even in settlements like that, you're not all of them will admit wrongdoing. That's
not
like,
only
you're not. You're not in the vast majority of settlements.
Yeah.
You are specifically not admitting wrongdoing, and I can tell you for a fact that like one of the reasons why the vast majority of cases don't go to trial is because even the bullshit ones settle out. Even the ones that have no merit, they just settle out for pennies in the dollar. They'll settle out. There can be a case in which like let's say like my client is going to win 99. Hold on. Let's say
part of your sorry, is this part of your issue of like why you're so concerned about these? Is because they will settle straight out of the fact that it's just expensive as fuck.
It's expensive to litigate them. I promise you, because attorneys are parasites and they get paid a lot of money. Okay, I'm just saying it. This is true. And so what happens is, I can have a case where my client will win 100% of the time. That case is settling because it's going to cost 10 times the amount to go to trial and win than it is just to get rid of it now.
And think about
this is common practice, common procedure. 99% of the
right,
time.
left, everybody does. Everybody
it's one of the unique structures of government that is uniquely abused against the wealthy, because the wealthy, it's an account $200,000-$300,000 is an accounting error. It's less than their legal retainer would cost, et cetera, and so on. Life-changing money for the slap lawsuit person who got in touch with a lawyer off a billboard that said, listen, if you got something, I'll go after it for you. Just give me 30-40% of your settlement and I'll make sure you get something. For them, they're getting $100K for a rat lawyer to basically just be a dick and slam the phone line of a courthouse for a long time. So it's like
this is why ambulance chasers have a bad reputation, by the way. Like, this is the criticism, which is just like they will take any case because even if it's bullshit, they'll get a few $1,000. Who cares?
So speaking of any case, do you want to talk about the uneven nature of bans on Twitch?
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean,
let's talk about that.
We're risking the wrath of the Twitch gods, but yeah, I'm cool to talk shit about
Well, I
Twitch.
mean, considering Bezos just came out talking about it.
I think Twitch can do no wrong. I love Twitch. I'm not with them.
Fuck them. What are you talking about? Fuck Twitch.
Recently, Asmongold was banned for making statements that were deemed hateful. Whereas we see that certain other Twitch streamers seem to say hateful things and see virtually no repercussions until this is pointed out. How do we feel about this?
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's the worst part of it is that it's clearly people who are connected. It's people in a specific group. It is the most obvious in-group clicky bullshit. It's not. Not even political. That would be better. It is solely the fact of who they are and who they are connected to.
Well, hold on, Jeb. I mean, to be fair, I will maybe push back against it slightly. That panel from TwitchCon, all of those people that were on that panel, except for Hassan, are banned now. Like,
Hassan wasn't on the panel.
Well, he was like hosting it with his Hassan Debate Bros thing. Was like literally like right beside it. It was like he introed it and everything. Yeah, I mean, I was there.
What does Hassan have to do with it then?
Well, I mean, nothing other than he introduced it. Like, I mean, he was basically just the host. Like, I'm not saying.
Was he the host?
Yeah, he was like basically the host for the whole Debate Bros thing. Like, it was a whole big section.
There was a panel of
Hassan Debate Bros.
He wasn't there. What are you talking about?
All right, if I hold on. If I host like a conference and it's Gibbs's business conference, and I'm not there for a specific panel, it still happened at Gibbs's business conference, correct?
I don't think Hassan had anything to do with the panel itself. I think Twitch gave them the opportunity to have this panel separate from Hassan. It just so happened
it was
that
literally
they were
at
next door to each
Hassan's
other.
section, though. Like, I mean,
it's Twitch. What the fuck are you talking about?
All
bro?
right, so you clearly weren't there. This is really semantics. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not where I was going with.
Like, yeah,
is it semantic or Semitic?
I mean, it's. I don't give a shit. We're literally lost in the weeds on this. Like, this doesn't matter. My point is, though, I will say this. This. It is political because when I look at it, it's only 1% side gets the automatic boot. Like, if you say anything slightly over the line and you're like on the conservative side, you're done. Like, right?
What?
I feel like I have to over police. Here on Twitch, at least, I definitely over police my chat. Anytime anybody says something slightly, I like go and mod it out. Because they'll give you warnings. They'll come after you if you're on the conservative side for sure. It's definitely biased one way. Like, I mean, and that's fair. It's a private company. As a capitalist, I definitely believe they should be able to run their company out of the fuck they want. And if they want to enforce uneven bans, they're within the purview to do that. But like, that's why I try to follow the rules. But I'll go up to the line but not cross it, kind of thing. And I don't think it's that hard. But like these people are
so,
definitely
like,
overcrossing.
let's just kind of just be honest about a few things, and then maybe that can help contextualize why I don't think we should give a shit. I think Twitch has been a dying platform since the
True.
return of people being in person for COVID. I think that like there's no incentive of even wanting to be a partner on the platform anymore. I think there's no incentive in trying to like push to be on the platform as some type of larger content creator. I think the game is very clear that the apps that you want to do this on are YouTube, X, TikTok, and Rumble. Maybe you could put Kick in there as an aside. There are so many different moments that maybe like again 2020 was great for Twitch. It was like the pure like circle, everybody's at home on your app that's half subsidized by Amazon. Everybody's getting record numbers of Amazon packages because they're home from COVID. Everybody's nothing else better to do, so they're talking about shit during COVID on their app. Everybody's gaming and stuff. It was a great time for them. But the problem is that Twitch has always had a problem with advertising. They've always had a problem with marketability. They always had a problem with like doing right by their creators. And then you have the people who are kind of hanging on for whatever reason that they decide to do. Like they feel like, hey, if I hang on for long enough, I might get rewarded by the Twitch gods. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think that moving forward, the ban should be a reminder of like, you just go on YouTube. Don't waste your time here. It's a cesspool of so much bullshit. Just go on YouTube, cut your losses. Maybe do like a Twitch stream now and again just to check in to make sure people are doing okay. But then take all those clips from that and just upload them on YouTube or just upload them on TikTok, do cross-examination on platforms. There's so many people that I see like doubling down on Twitch in 2024. And it's like, damn, like sucks to suck.
Multi-streaming is the future.
Yeah, like I do
What
think there is a
is the
political.
future?
I do think there's
Multi-streaming.
I agree.
Yeah,
Well, it's
I do
always been
think
the
there's
meta,
a
right?
political element to the. There's definitely a political element to a lot of the moderation issues in Twitch. I don't think
No
it's
doubt.
the primary element
No
though.
doubt.
I think the primary element is definitely just this in-group deciding what is yucky and what is not, and deciding like how much leniency do we end up giving, and we carved out a whole section of the site for essentially adult content creators. But then politics gets slammed because that's yucky, and the in-group doesn't care as much about that. And Amaranth and IndieCat or whatever, all those people who were
Hold on, you
part of
back
that.
off Queen Ammo.
Wait.
Weren't part of politics.
Let
They
me
were
You
part of
hit
jump
one
off
thing
Queen
real
Ammo
quick.
real quick.
Hold on a second. Look, I want to hit things, regardless of like the Twitch titty girls or any of the other shit. The problem is like I think this general assessment is 100% warranted. That like Hassan consistently puts this platform in jeopardy of getting hit with like an adpocalypse kind of thing.
Sure.
Like he says some heinous ass shit, and this
bro,
like
it's
and
happening.
this like I mean if it happens, it happens. I think it's needed because like this this platform needs to get its fucking act together. Like you cannot be seen openly like supporting Hassan and like singing him happy birthday while like the majority of the American public on like serious major issues are going to be like, you can fucking shove it.
Well, no, the thing is, you can.
Let's be real. Let's be real. I was called you Lactoid. I'm so sorry, Tiberius. Like, let's be real about this. Like, politics on this
Should be honored.
platform has always been treated as an afterthought. It has been a very convenient afterthought that they never had to worry about. They never had to engage with because there was never anybody that was growing within politics as a category. And then if you are to stream politics as a category primarily, you're met with, as anybody who's streamed in that category for more than a week, fuckery. You get like all of like the side fuckery of like people talking about like skulls and shit, or going into straight like election conspiratorial theories, like theories 24/7. And Twitch has kind of just tolerated it because it hasn't been big enough to notice. But then all the politics streamers learned like, oh, just switch to just chatting. That's the largest platform on the site anyway. So just like circumvent your views towards there and then play the just chatting game, which I'd argue is still significantly challenging to garner viewers in the just chatting category. But then like now politics has to engage with all the other fuckery that exists in just chatting. So it's like,
so I gotta give
maybe there's
Lactoid an outro real quick. Outro.
okay.
Go ahead.
I'll take 2 seconds. Really appreciate the talk, everybody. Love to all of you. It was nice and heated at some points, which is good. You find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks for coming on, Lactoid. Always
See
a
you, buddy.
pleasure. Take it easy, dude. All right, continue, please.
I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit. Can I reboot me? Like, this is why you cannot interrupt me.
Hey, people need outros.
Well,
I gotta do what I
just-
gotta do.
Joe, where the fuck were we?
Gotta stop smoking weed during the panels, Tybe.
Hold on,
Dude,
stop.
I just want to
smoke weed
chill
every
the fuck
panel, I'm
out.
fine.
And like, the
Everybody's
problem
gotta know
is
their
I
limits.
watched Lactoid spin yarn around fucking, goddamn it, Alex.
White guys
Just
for
like-
Harris. White guys for
Dude,
Harris. is what we're trying to
Dude,
do.
okay, look. I love that you do the Republican talk radio thing. It's fun sometimes. The problem is like,
Well,
Alex
he is
was-
white guys for Harris.
Alex is one of those more like down to earth people that I really like talking to, and lately he has turned into Democrat talk radio. So like,
It's what
I love
everybody's
the man.
done for election time. I literally
Yeah,
have
we call that
fucking-
brainwashing.
I literally
I-
have Josiah quote tweeting me on Twitter right now, like trying to like argue against the fact that he, Destiny, and Hutch are doing the same thing when their election anxiety is getting high. So they're being really aggressive toward anybody because they're worried and they want everybody to seem super unreasonable for even considering voting the other way or not voting for. With Pisco, I can specifically say even not voting for Kamala is traitorous to Pisco. It's like it's
Yeah, he said
the
that the
new-
other day.
It's the game.
Trend.
It's the
Yeah.
game, and then the game will subside, and then we don't have to hear about them again for another 4 years. Just like Jill Stein. It's gonna be so nice. I'm so excited.
Hey, thanks
To
for
be
the
fair,
raid,
here we
Lactoid.
say, to be fair, we sang Jesus songs while we were arguing. You know, I mean, there's a difference in
W
level of severity.
raid.
Okay, like I get it. Anyway, so I'll table that shit. But like, like I can't remember where the fuck we were, Joe. I really can't.
It's
Like
all
I know
good.
I know I asked you about the Central Park Five. We went through that whole thing, but there was wherever the fuck we were just a moment ago.
We were
I guess
talking
it's
about
like my
rhetoric.
we were talking about
concern
the
has always
adpocalypse with Twitch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I love the ad
Yeah.
block.
Okay,
Adpocalypse.
I don't know if there's a separation here because like I don't keep up with most of this shit. Like it's all second or third hand source for me with any of this because I just can't keep up with like the social meta of this fucking dumpster fire of a site. Okay, the only reason I'm here is because it's so easy to make money here. Like it's just like
Yeah,
cool,
no wrong.
talk mad shit and you get $50 a month. Like that's like what? Okay, cool deal.
And then that incentivizes like and again, like I'm probably the worst person to be in this conversation because I'm the jaded old fuck with a Twitch with the partner badge. So and listen, like real talk, I was like one of the last people in the poll and like that whole political debate conversation sphere to like get partner. Everybody else got fucked, and now it's like, and then it's like, what do I get for that? What did I get for like 150 plus concurrent viewers at any given time? Like nothing. It wasn't sustainable, and I had no desire of like going to that next level of sustainability because it's basically you either stick to your guns and just do your content as you want to do it, or go absolutely batshit crazy. And it's like there seems to be somewhere between 250 to 300 viewers where you had to decide like, do I want to get batshit crazy on some shit and try to like circulate the outrage algorithm, or do I want to just be comfortable and content with 200 to 300 viewers? And sometimes it might be even to like pivoting away from what people thought of you had. Like I think it's so like relieving to know that like Chud Logic was always a shitter. We all knew he was a shitter, and now he gets to do gossip content all the time, and he gets 1,000 viewers every time he streams. It's like good for him. But I like it's like that's what I want for people. I want
This sounds like the employment scheme from hell. To me.
it is, bro.
I mean, it is. Listen, no one. It's like stand-up comedy. No one should ever recommend anybody get into live content as a fucking cast stream. It's miserable. It's fucking misery, professional misery. That's kind of
Well,
the
think of, like Jeff,
thing
think
about
about
it.
it this way, right? Like there's an entire ecosystem of 4 liberal streamers that on a constant drip have been tweeting at right-wing celebrities in nauseum from like 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. every single day. And it's like that cannot be fun. Making like whole Twitter spaces, arguing with civilians, like
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, it is monetized fucking misery. It is, I'm going to drown myself in the internet and talking about the regular world while participating in it 0% and just fucking drown myself in the most miserable, overhyped, like toxic discourse nonstop. It's what I've talked to you about, Ty, because you're like, every time I go on these panels, I come out of it and I'm just miserable because this can't be the way people are. I'm like, no one on, like, nobody in this space is fucking like human when they're in this space. Like, they're either like me, where I'm taking a break from like the world and having fun debating and exercising the thoughts in an extreme and fun way, and then I leave that and I go back to regular life. Or you have the people who are actually doing this as a career, and I do genuinely think that just makes you fucking crazy.
Look,
yeah,
I
I
get
feel
that.
like people on here
There's-
need to drink more. That's for sure. Like people definitely take shit way too serious. Like,
And like, I think there's people in the middle. Like, I empathize with what happened to Frogan, where I think that there's a lot of creators just like her, so many, who are frustrated about what's going on around them, frustrated about their conditions in some capacity, and then they just get caught saying some shit. And unfortunately, how the game works is, as somebody who has many eclipse of them, when I can't be anywhere without somebody talking about some white presenting bullshit. Like I literally cannot be in any Discord without that coming up as a point of conversation. But I understand that's the game. That's like the game that's played. And it's like, yeah, you get every creator, like your blood tax, your skin tax to the game is you got to have an embarrassing clip. And if you don't have but you can't have too many, right? If you have too many,
you're
just like a waste of space and energy. You need to have, like, I think 2 or 3. I think this probably seems to be the tolerable number.
How many
I
did
think
Asmund
that-
have?
it also depends on what kind
think
of embarrassing
Well,
clip
just
too.
quick question: how many did Asmund have when he caught his van?
Asmongold, his whole career, his bedroom.
Well, it's
that can be a
scalable,
clip in itself,
right?
Like,
It's
Yeah, it's
scalable
bedroom.
with clout. When you
He's
have enough
exactly
clout,
what
you
y'all
can
talking about
do
with people that don't
multiple.
go outside. Like,
Yeah, I
like that
agree
guy
with that.
needs a maid. Like, this is one I don't get. Like, I don't understand how someone as rich as Asmongold can't afford a maid.
He
You
can
know he's
afford
paying
it.
like people. Like, why doesn't he have a maid? Why doesn't he have like a house organizer? Like, I mean, you don't got to pay one of those once, and the maid like every week, once a week, or every
I don't
other
know
week.
how
Like,
somebody with so much money as Hassan is still built like a refrigerator. Like, go do your
Well,
legs, bro. God damn.
I mean, maybe he got injured. Who knows? I mean, carrying the back of Twitch pole for so long. I don't know.
I don't think he's been carrying the back of Twitch pole at all.
That's a joke.
I do think this is the end of Twitch, though. I genuinely believe that. Like, the Taliban has literally assembled Congress, and I'm not just saying like left or right. AIPAC owns fucking Congress, right and left. They
I
have.
agree. I think
Yeah, I mean, Bezos is pretty mad about it
in a
too.
conversation.
Allegedly.
Good for you,
No,
King.
so, I don't think he's giving
Did I
credit
say
to them.
what?
I think he's just saying they are the ones currently actively kind of flagging advertisers, and Twitch made the mistake. They did the thing, the flip-floppy thing. We're gonna ban the 4 people who are on the panel that we were kind of hosting, but then we're
Which
not
was
gonna ban
Fivehead.
Hassan for saying way worse shit than even they said on that panel.
Well,
So they
Unban
essentially
a terrorist and
they
unban a
pay-
terrorist.
They painted a target around Hassan for advertisers because he's the last one left, so he's the only one left for them to look at.
But
He's massive. He's put all over everybody's front page. And so, yeah, all it takes, we don't need to give it, like, if you don't want credit given to the Taliban or whatever, all it takes is anybody really pointing it out, and these advertisers are going to start being like, what the fuck? You guys said that you're not Kick, right? But you have this dude who's saying that, like, terrorism isn't bad and rapes didn't happen on October 7th.
9/11
And that's
All
why.
sorts of wild shit.
And then what's like such a juggling act is because Twitch doesn't want to define this. What is the platform for? Like, what is your modus operandi to why your platform exists in the first place? And however they articulate what that is, then it's going to set the narrative for everybody else. I don't think they want to do that. I don't think they want to set this like, oh, this is a platform for gamers. This is a platform for people. They kind of treat it as this like not
Amorphous
YouTube.
thing.
They did a
I think
Fivehead
you're
thing though,
absolutely
because
right.
they didn't ban her for what everyone was like morally outraged for, which was the PTSD comment. They ban her with like a blanket ban with a bunch of other people 4 weeks prior. So they basically appealed to both the left and or both sides of the coin, right?
To be
both
fair,
oppositions.
we don't like one of the biggest problems with banning is that you never actually know the exact detail as to why you were banned. So in the case of
They claim to be changing that, but
They definitely
like,
alleged.
shit. They
Look,
told me
Well,
3
that's
years
not
in a
totally
row.
true.
It's
I know
only
that.
3 years in a row that I'd be on the front page for Black History Month. I never got an email.
Well,
Yeah, hey.
watch Sarah Live.
We'll do it next year. Apologize. Do it
So
next year.
just to push back on that, Watch Sarah Live recently got banned off Twitch, and they actually gave her a list of all the different infractions she'd been reported for, and then they gave her a list of which ones they were said was
You know what though? I'm gonna tell you right now.
It looks like they are changing. We'll
That
see.
would be
I would
hearing
think it's
that.
an improvement.
I'm hearing the SPCA song. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, where it goes in the arms of an angel. Yeah, like that's
funny.
pretty much what Twitch is doing right now.
Okay, hold on a second. Ranger, Jeb, and Gibbs. I need a right-wing powwow here with Doghouse. We gotta
Oh, fuck.
acknowledge,
Wait,
like,
what?
it's like, hey,
Oh,
look,
Lord
like
have mercy.
me and him are splitting hairs here. Like, we're gonna vote blue this round, and if you don't like
Oh,
it, suck
shit.
it.
This is going
But on the
somewhere.
other
Okay.
side of that, like, he needs to stop like openly simping for Democrats.
Oh
Okay?
fuck! All right, wow.
you
this
neither of
thing-
you are remarkably conservative. I mean,
Yeah,
you
y'all
Gibbs
neither
says
one
the
of y'all
same
are
thing about you.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, y'all are
Leave.
both like.
Leave.
less
Well, no,
than,
no, no. Like
what the
Tiberius
fuck?
admits, like he is very pro, like heavy state involvement in certain things. Like he's not really like a small
not a
government
conservative.
conservative person. He's like I think Tiberius,
that
you agree with me,
farming.
right? You said I used to be Republican. I am not anymore, but I don't think you claim to be like a small government conservative.
I've never claimed to be a small government conservative. I even have a huge problem with just taking the monitor of conservative because the only way that you can really nail me as a conservative is like the Burkean conservative type.
Maybe-
and like even
here
that's
we
kind of
go.
seen as semi-progressive.
All right,
you're
right wing
yeah.
populism is
Yeah,
not
so you're progressive,
conservatism
yeah.
either, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, Ty,
Wait,
the
what?
thing
Right.
the thing
I
that I
said
think
right wing
is refreshing-
populism isn't conservatism either.
hold on a
Gibbs.
second.
Let me
I didn't
give you-
say what. I'm not a MAGA guy.
real
I don't
quick.
think right wing
I wanna give you
populism.
some
I've said that
flowers,
Trump is Bill
okay?
Clinton. That doesn't make him conservative.
You're gonna give me flowers?
I wanna
What?
give you some
Yeah,
flowers.
hold on there,
Go
Jen.
ahead.
Don't be
Something
loving me in with
I
that
can't hear
bullshit.
Joe. Okay, shut up
Yeah.
for a second, Joe.
Yeah,
What do you
something-
say?
yeah,
You could
something
increase your gain, by the way, Joe, because you are pretty quiet. I have you at 150, and you're still pretty quiet.
Am I at 200, Lethe? Swear to
You
God,
sound
I'm not
amazing.
200.
By the way,
I
before
have
we
you
leave
at
this
200.
subject, like with you guys talking about wanting to do something in between being the small streamer and the whatever, one way to do it is do your debating IRL. Like go find a local
Yes.
debate tournament that you can
I'm-
go and judge, make a couple bucks too.
Why
Before we
hasn't
start,
there been like what I was hoping? This is a side rant, such a giant side rant. I thought that the eventuality of Hippy Dippy was going to be something where the debate sphere
Modern
was
day
legitimized through TwitchCon. I thought that was the logical conclusion of that whole game. I thought it was going to be a
That would be
point where
cool.
it's like, hey, if all of you motherfuckers just behave, okay? Destiny, Vosh, Hassan, if you motherfuckers just behave, we can have this nice thing that can trickle down to other creators and have an ecosystem where we could do this every year, have a bunch of different topics, maybe like legitimize politics in a way on this platform. Like we can gamify it a little bit, maybe have like fun topics with politicians coming over here. It's in fucking California usually. We're never going to have it in New York anyway. So like we can probably make this happen, but instead castle mode. Thanks.
well,
Yeah, I
the-
mean,
the-
and
and a bunch of other things, obviously.
I can
wanna-
teach you how to run a local debate
hold on,
tournament in your area.
I want to say this before we jump onto this topic about with what Ty was saying initially. I want to say that the best times of Twitch politics is behind us. There's no going back. It's already a sinking ship. It's gone. The best thing you can do is to jump ship now. And I'm saying this as someone who used to stream on Twitch religiously for several years. You can have much better success with very little effort on several other platforms. And I'm just speaking from
Oh,
experience
like
on
Dean
that.
Withers,
Hey, I'm not. Hey,
I mean,
a mediocre
Or
white
just
boy,
IRL.
being
yeah,
mediocre, sipping
Yes.
for Dems.
I
IRL.
disagree that you like have to jump ship though, right? Like it's not the end of the world, and you can multi-stream, right? They removed it from their TOS, so everyone
would-
multi-streams now.
I would argue that it's much better, just in my opinion, to stream. Like if you're limited on your time, at least you're better off actually filming videos and putting it on YouTube than doing a live stream even on YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah.
I think that the way that you have to handle these platforms is to handle what they do best, which was YouTube is always about like actual videos, not so much live streams. If you look at TikToks, follow TikTok's thing. Don't even necessarily upload shit from like Twitch or YouTube or whatever to TikTok. I would encourage using the actual TikTok platform to film videos. And if you're on Twitter, yeah, Joe, I think you said like people on there from 8 o'clock to 4 a.m.
You got to be a shitter, yeah.
Yeah, me and Ty were literally just talking about this, and I am the 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. So I'm sorry.
No, it's and again, like that's the part that I think streamers get wrong, like the Twitch elk, where they try to think like, oh, I can just do what I can do on this app on this one. And bro, you'll get your ass eaten out quickly. No kidding. Pause. Like, it's so funny seeing like, because I ran into a few every once in a while because I still do like panel-esque stuff. I just do it on the toxic apps. So I'm on TikTok, I'm on Clubhouse, I'm in Twitter Spaces, and them motherfuckers are crazy. Like,
TikTok Live is a fucking gauntlet.
I had a person argue. I had this person, and bro, they put up like, and I'm sure y'all have seen it. They put up this like controversial sign, and it'll say some shit like, unless you have a picture of you being a girl, you are not a woman. And then like they'll just say like, before you can even enter into the live, you got to show a picture of you as a girl when you were a kid. It's like, damn.
You're talking to someone who like I have a picture of kind of similar to like Dean Winters or Harry whatever his name is.
Doodle's another one that comes to mind for me.
Yeah. I end up having like a little picture on my background that says like Kamala Harris and Walls are the better choice. What is your choice or something like that. And I get people coming in all the time, like just wild ass conservatives with wild ass theories. I had somebody trying to convince me to watch like some Candace Owens type shit. I was like, what the
And then
fuck?
what's funny is that like, and this is the part that frustrates me about it, where it's like every app is behind in some ways. Like Twitch is behind from Club Space in terms of certain conversations. TikTok is behind from Twitch, but their soldiers suck. But it's crazy because their soldiers get millions of followers on the app. And then that leads them into other opportunities. But their talking points when it comes to like shit is just terrible. But the competition that they have, the people they argue against, are just not. They're capital C civilians. Like they're just.
I love. I'll say this last thing because we can move on to what Ty was talking about. I'll say this, like from my experience of like debating people on TikTok Live, you get either one person who's like a fucking idiot and they don't even know what the hell they're talking about, or you get somebody who's like actually smart and it throws you off because you just got done debating a village idiot and you're like, wait a minute, hold on, I was not prepared for this. I was ready for the village idiot. And they do come back, man. They're ready to go. Like I've debated several people who are like, you can hear them flipping pages. They come prepared with notes, and I'm like, okay, we're doing this thing. Okay, let's go. Anyways, time.
And like the thing that I appreciate for like I don't want to say new blood because Jez's been around for a bit. Ty's been around for a bit. Where it's like I appreciate the conversations that are possible rather than the actual competition of conversation. And I think what sucks is that there are still like the lingerings of people just wanting to compete to be right. Where it's just like, we have different perspectives. We're not all going to agree on everything.
We've done this dance too much, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's where it comes from.
Yeah.
It's like I don't care who you vote for, genuinely. I mean, I think it's weird that you like call yourself Republican and then vote for Kamala, but I mean, who am I to judge?
No, there's a level where I will take the consideration, and like maybe the Republican Party was never going to swing in the direction that I really, really wanted it to, and that's like I can cope with that, right? Because like I used to be a Democrat, I felt I got kicked out. I was moving Republican, but then they were just like, nope, you're not right enough, so get fucked. You know what? If being an independent is my future, fine. I don't care. Like I legitimately do believe that if you look at like the status of where things are, the majority of what I want can either be embodied by the Republican Party or at least to some degree is. And so like there's some things I would have serious issue with in the party, but like going after the asylum treaty and saying like, hey, there's too many people coming across. Like even if we like a number of Republicans disagree on how far to take that, that's a great fucking conversation. I'm 100% on board with that.
To me, as someone who was formerly a Trump supporter, I won't say formerly Republican because I think there is still a glimpse there for me. I would say this is that I am just tired of having to explain myself a million times and trying to do gatekeeping by the purity test of MAGA and being told that I have to kiss the ring and kiss the boot or I'm no longer a Republican. So I said, fuck it. If I'm going to have to keep doing that, I might as well just go over to the Democrat side and say, fuck it. I'll embrace it. So.
Okay, so I'm going kind of the other direction with this. So he's kind of being petty, which I don't.
Hey, I'm not being petty, Ty.
But here's the other side. So I've been through this in my life already, to where it's like I was a Bernie bro at one point, And then like I got kicked out of the party because I'm straight and white. And like literally that's all it comes down to. I'm a straight white dude, and for 6 years I had to watch these motherfuckers just be like, we don't like you, we don't really want you, like get fucked. All right, cool, great. So like even without that, I was migrating because I got a house, so I was getting more like at least right wing, semi conservative, whatever. The problem is I kind of got stuck, and then like I was permeating into the right, and then I got like outright rejected. So where Doghouse has been kicked out, I'm just kind of been like held up at the fucking door.
Well, here's the
Do you
thing,
think
Ty.
that
Why do you think you got like held up at the door? And this is the kind of the thing I'd
Oh, I
say
don't-
here, is
Oh,
because
go
you're
ahead.
not like you said you might be Burkean, whatever, but like that's progressive. Like Jeb, I don't know what Jeb was talking about.
That's
with
exactly it.
It is. Jeb's always saying a populist. I mean, I'm not a populist MAGA guy. Like I differ than Trump on a lot
You're a
of issues.
neocon.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm definitely a
straight up.
neocon. Yeah, it's pretty.
You said
pretty
I
well
wasn't a
documented.
conservative because I wasn't voting for Trump.
No, I said no. That's
Yo.
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Incoming
No.
Paul.
There's a difference between what
Wait a
Jeb
minute.
does. Hold on, Jeb. There's a difference what you do, Jeb, which you will sit here and go, okay, I'm not voting for Trump, and I'll sit here and go, hey, for these reasons I don't like him, but also this is not fair because y'all are all sitting here being bad faith, and then you'll give a bunch of conservative reasons. Versus what Doghouse and Tiberius do, which is, well, we're Republicans, and then sit here and go simp for everything leftist. Like no offense, this is not a bash on either of y'all, but I haven't seen one point on Doghouse's Twitter ever where he has defended a conservative policy. In fact, if I sit here and put forth one, right now, you would be like MAGA dog, and then just go sit here and go out
there
like
is
that.
zero, based on the way the Republican Party is going, I have zero sympathy for the Republican Party.
So
and
you're not a
MAGA
Republican. Like,
No,
at
no,
all.
hold on. MAGA can go kick rocks for all I care. Okay, first and foremost, I've been very open about this. I think there's no way to bipartisanship with MAGA and MAGA
Wait,
holding
hold
in
on.
place.
Do you think MAGA controls? Hold on. Do you think MAGA controls the Republican side of Congress right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, then how is there no hope of bipartisanship when they passed way more of Biden's bills than the Democrats passed of Trump's bills?
Didn't Kamala Harris?
It
have to
seems like
pass the
there's no
most
hope for
to-
bipartisanship with the Democrats.
Wait, didn't Kamala Harris have to cast the most tie-breaking votes?
She still had.
That would indicate bipartisanship, though.
Yeah, that just has to do with overall.
You
like,
also have to
volume
make a
of
distinction
bills.
between the House and the Senate, right? The Senate Republicans are a lot more establishment than the
Yeah,
House.
but
It's not that
and
there's.
that's the thing, right?
It's not that there's a lot of.
MAGA.
Hold on. It's not just that there's a. I'm not even saying that most people in the House are MAGA. It's just that because the margins are so
He is, though.
small, then a handful of MAGA people can hold up every single
Correct.
Republican
But
priority.
but what I'm saying is they either they can't, or Doghouse
They're
is
big
wrong, and
deals.
MAGA really doesn't have control over the Republican Congress because the Republican side of Congress has been far more bipartisan than the Democrat side of Congress was under Trump.
Didn't we
It's
see?
just a
Wait,
fact.
hold on. Wait. Didn't we see an ousting of the speaker? Correct me if I'm wrong, in this ICO or anybody. Didn't we see an ousting because of MAGA who throwing a fit about
Yeah, sure.
Kevin
Well,
McCarthy?
to be fair,
Yeah, hold on.
they did say, hey,
It's happened more than once.
Exactly.
But there's other segments in the Republican Party that went along with it. It wasn't just like MAGA, like
Well, no,
grabbed
they did
everybody by the
say-
balls.
they
It's
did
like
overtly say
MAGA,
that-
like bitch, and like
Paul
the rest
hasn't
of the
even
coalition
spoken
that
yet.
they're friends with was like, hey,
Right.
Oh, I'm
let's
just
get
waiting
rid
Yeah,
of
for
but
that.
he's not a Republican, so he can.
Yeah,
Are you sure about
I want to
that?
get. I want to get to that
Yes.
too. I want to get
He's
to
as
that.
Repu-
'cause-
P-
Hold on.
Paul's as Republican as Doghouse is.
I want to talk about something real
like
quick.
not unironically, not terribly far, but like before you go, like let me finish at least this line of thought, Jeb, because I love you, and like we'll
Jeb,
get
Your
don't
lines
do
of
it.
thought are spaghetti. They're cooked
No, they're
spaghetti. They're everywhere.
I'm not that bad. Leave
Mom
me alone.
spaghetti.
Okay?
Mom
I'm just
spaghetti.
vibing.
Yeah.
But anyway, look. All right.
Oh my
so-
God, Obama white guide, a white guy's rap
Oh,
song,
for
dude.
fuck's
That
sake!
was
I couldn't
insane.
care less.
Dude,
All right, look. Like, okay, I want to kind of go down the defense of this a little bit because I just want to piss and Gibbs' Cheerios a little bit. But on the other side of that is like, okay, this is one of the reasons why I'm like, if I'm not Republican, I'm Republican-esque or Republican adjacent. Do I believe in the separation of powers? Yes, I do. Do I believe that like there is a core fundamentalism like where we need the government to separate at? Yes. The problem that I have with a lot of conservatives is that they're more concerned about the separations between federal and state, where I'm far more concerned about the separations between legislative, executive, and judiciary. Like that's the more important separations that I care about.
But what you
Like-
just said, why don't you just call yourself liberal then? I don't see anything wrong with what you just said and
Yeah.
liberal.
Yeah, you are liberal. You're literally like a neoliberal.
Okay, in some ways I'm liberal, but I'll put it in the like when it comes to the government, I would say I'm more on the liberal part. I will totally take.
Yeah, so then you're a liberal.
Okay, well, when it comes to the social
Gibbs
shit, like
W.
when it comes to the social stuff, like I will say that when it comes to like half the Republican Party, I'm lost. Because on one level, they want to be like socially libertarian. They'll be like, I don't give a fuck, do your shit, and I'm gonna move the fuck on. And the other half is like militantly like socially conservative, to where it's like, hey, I believe that you should live a good life and you should do so by having a good job, you know, getting married, having kids. In the regard, it's like the aggressive traditionalism. The problem is, while I don't agree with all the tenets, I'm a social conservative in that regard. Like, I think there should be some like strong social outlines of this is what we expect of you.
You're a neoliberal.
This is what you're gonna do. Like, this is a neolib thing. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they want. Like, this is why. This is why you and I have similar foreign policy takes, because
let Jeb go. Jeb's been dying over
go.
here.
But this is why you and I have similar foreign policy takes, because you and I, like, I'm a neocon. Like, you're clearly a neolib to me. You want all the social policy stuff that the neolibs want. You like their foreign policy takes. Conservative, like neocons and neolibs, have overlap with with what they want foreign policy wise. That's why we have. You're clearly just a neolib. Like, that's what it is.
Okay, so this is where
you're Brianna Wu.
Okay, that's really weird.
Can we let Jeb go? Jeb's been dying over here.
Hold on,
bro. All right, Jeb, go ahead. Go ahead.
How, if you, I'm going to ask like really pointed, quick questions to make a point here. So just answer them fast. Tiberius,
yeah, go for it.
1 to 10, how much have you been enjoying your time in this Twitch politics sphere over the past like year?
I'm down to like a 4.
Okay, Joe Lewis. Have you your time you spent on panels? How much do you enjoy it? 1 to 10.
Negative 9,997.
But you've done it for how long?
If I could go back in time, I would beat the shit out of myself and tell myself to stay in the fighting game community.
Okay,
Still do it.
What I'm kind of
what
I was gonna get at, because Joe Lewis has had a certain level of staying power, right? He's hung in there for a long time, and I think he's probably he's jaded on it, but I don't think he's as genuinely like frustrated emotionally about it as you are, Tiberius. And I think it's because if I asked Joe Lewis what his political label was, or if he thought the people within his political label would think he belonged there, I don't think he'd give a fuck. I think he'd be like, whatever, call me whatever. This is what I believe.
Well, that's because he's not in the race.
I think you're too concerned with if you're allowed into the club with Republicans, or if you're allowed into the club with the liberals. And it's like, just don't give a fuck. Donald Trump is on your ballot. Kamala Harris is on your ballot. No matter what club they say you belong to, you have all the same options to vote.
Okay, let me flip on this one for at least a minute and engage with you.
Oh,
on this
man,
level,
yeah.
okay?
I got some things to say about that.
Straight up, number one, I don't think it's an appeal to like, you know, I want to be friends with Republicans. It's moreover, it's like, man, those Democrats really piss me off these days. And like I still feel that to a large degree.
I think you should pull back. Like, this is the thing this is why I say, I think if anybody wants to get into content creation, especially political content creation.
I don't give a fuck about the creation.
Just for the sake, I know. But I'm saying just for the sake, this is why I say that. Just for the sake of the quality of their life, I would say get into on-demand, like written video creation on a platform like YouTube. Don't get into live streaming, because you immerse yourself too much, and it becomes these Democrats are this and these Republicans are that, instead of just like, I get frustrated with people who feel this way on this issue, but I feel kinship with people who feel this way on this issue. Because Rampage Paul is a Democrat. I could say that it's fucking Democrats. I fucking hate them all. They're so frustrating because of all the bad stuff they believe. Or I can say Rampage does believe some bad shit that I don't give a fuck about, and I think it's stupid. But then I can find collaboration and like peace with the fact that
for the record,
I can do that. I'm not going to act like it. Like, if you guys just want to disown anything in any allegiances to the right whatsoever, like, I can just do that for the sake of your own fucking, you know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should be able to you should be able to say, you know, I'm this kind of Republican, but I'm voting Democrat. And if somebody says you're not a Republican, you should be like, cool, don't give a fuck, dude. I still think I am.
That's kind of what Tiberius
I still have a bunch of Republicans on my ballot that I can vote for that are probably going to get a box filled next to their name. So it really doesn't matter what the fuck anybody, what club anybody wants.
We're not fighting his.
This is the problem with that. Yeah,
we're helping him be less abrasive in these spaces. Like, I don't give a shit, right? Vote. I have no dog in this fight. but I'm trying to help him because people are obviously they have an issue with him calling himself a Republican.
Why though? Why do people have an issue? Do you know
No,
why?
Tiberius,
Because they don't
have
kiss
disowned
I'm seen
you.
as
MAGA's
a traitor.
ass.
No, that's not why. That's not why. This is an issue I brought up several times, and the reason I think with you, I think you might genuinely be confused
I
about
can
where you
point to
sit,
many
right?
examples where if you don't kiss Trump's ass, then
No.
you're not labeled a Republican.
This is the problem I have more with with Doghouse and what Connor do is I think they know that they're not Republicans at anything, but they
No, I've
represent.
been Republican
hold on.
my entire
Oh,
life.
sure. Well, you're not though. But they're like, listen now.
Yeah,
At
see,
least.
exactly.
Like,
This
you're
right
not
here
though
is
now.
exactly
And
why
hold on.
I'm
Let me
so
explain
turned
why.
off
Why
from
this is a problem?
MAGA.
It's because it's nefarious. Because they're going to sit here and label themselves as something like a reasonable Republican.
No,
and then
I'll
sit
label
here
myself a
and
liberal if you want
sure,
me to.
cool. Well, then that's better. Yeah, then I won't object to that. But people that
Yeah, of
sit here
course
like
you are.
Connor and like I guess Doghouse previously, now he says he's liberal. That's good. We're reaching people have sit here and they're going and saying, hey, there are a lot of low information voters who might go, this guy previously was a
Yeah, they're called
Republican.
MAGA.
And then go, hey, I'm going to sit here and vote for this guy because he's saying, oh, Republicans think this. And it's a lie because Republicans don't think this. And then they go and sit here and vote and they find out later they got
Republicans
bamboozled.
MAGA
Hey, Gibbs,
does.
really quick,
what-
I'm
just-
quick, Gibbs. Hold on.
I
one
resent
second,
the
one second.
nefarious
I feel like
I resent that
feel
from the beginning. Don't vote
Yeah.
based on what people tell you is the Republican thing to vote.
Yeah,
don't
but
do
we're
that.
I
wrong,
wouldn't say.
Paul's
Wait,
first
counter-
time
we're
speaking.
talking. Hold on one second.
No,
We're-
I just want to say.
Paul
we're,
hasn't
we're
spoken
talking
yet the
about
whole
panels
time.
for a second.
Okay, you're good, buddy.
Who's up?
Paul shut
I'm
down
saying
by
just-
Ranger.
Just two fucking seconds. Everyone is so fucking
I don't
horny to
care
talk.
enough to be honest. with you.
Because it was literally a conversation between the people on the right in the panel. Because one of the things that I can definitely see being a point of contention where people have like some resentment towards you, especially in Twitch panels where it's supposed to be like 4 right versus 4 left. How many times do you guys go on a panel and you feel like overwhelmingly the panel is 6v2? Right?
Yeah, right.
Because you
Every
identified
time.
as a righty and then you jumped on a panel and it ended up being a dog pile
Imagine
on the
that.
2 righties.
Yeah, because they're
Imagine
not
being
right.
green.
So
Okay, like
That's why I go on your platform,
I've
Ranger.
got
by the way.
I've got 2 pieces here. Number one,
Oh,
like
man, I
there
really
there is a level where like I identify as a righty and I'm tagging at the right, and they're like, oh well, it's 6v2, like like this isn't how it's supposed to be. But number one, why is it that we're supposed to be in lockstep on fucking everything? Like unironically,
We're
this
not.
is where I share like the thing on with Doghouse here is like I can't dissent at all and still be accepted.
Yep.
It's like, all right,
No, I
fine.
dissent all the
Maybe
time.
grow a
Hold
pair.
on a minute here. Finish this. Like, no, straight up is that when it comes down to it, like, this is how I legitimately fucking feel about it. I watched the Democrats do this stupid shit for 6 years,
Yup.
and now they're making commercials for me just so they can possibly get my vote, right? On the other side of this, Republicans should fucking be blowing this shit out. All you have to do is not have this fucking dumbass of a leader that literally is a convicted
Peace.
felon. But on
He's
top
probably
of
gonna
which,
blow it out, but
like,
Yeah, I mean, but
I'm not gonna call any shots.
He's the only
until this
thing he's
actually
blowing
happens,
out is
all right?
Laura
Like,
Loomer's back. All right. Anyways.
all right,
Yep.
Hey.
the
Yeah,
but
second part here.
He's going to win with what? 10% of the funding? Democrats
second
spend way
part
more
here-
than Republicans.
Right now, yes. Or look, the second part here. This is the kicker: is that like when I line up the scorecard, yeah, it's like 60% like favoring Republicans, and then like 40 favoring Democrats, and it's like. It would not have to be that way if it literally was just not, oh, hey, you have to literally abide by the fucking Bible of whatever this shit
But that's
Don't
not
forget the
true,
Trump Bible.
Tiberius.
You have to
I
swear on
dissent.
the
I
Trump
literally
Bible, too.
dissent from Trump all the time, and like not one person
Yeah,
here
you know,
has
that's
sat here
bullshit.
gone, Gibbs
Yeah.
is not a Republican, Gibbs is not a conservative.
Well, here's
Why?
what-
Because when I dissent from Trump on Republican and conservative.
What do you
ideals
do? Okay,
that
you
we
know what?
do.
I'm actually curious. Let's go down this. Let's go down
Sure,
this
let's
rabbit
go, let's
hole.
talk.
What do you not like about Trump?
I
Besides
hate
his
his I
rhetoric?
hate his foreign policy with Ukraine, and I think that we should be doing more funding for Ukraine. I definitely would like more intervention instead of isolationism.
Thought we got it.
Yeah, I mean
Uh-huh.
that's a definitely
Gibbs
a large.
W. Gibbs W,
Yeah,
by the way.
that's a massive point of contention I have with the Trump. And
Okay.
like now, I will say I'm interested with North Korea. I think the North Korea policy hadn't been working. I would like to see that play out more. So like yeah, because like everything else hasn't worked. Let's try
What
something
was
different.
his North
But I
Korea
don't-
policy? Just to shake
basically,
like
Where are
Kim
North
Jong-un's
Koreans
hand?
right now?
Yeah, well, they're in Ukraine,
Right,
right? Like
Ukraine.
that's a problem, right? And I definitely don't like North Korea gaining power. It's a big thing I talk about all the time. So like that's a big problem. I don't particularly
What about
like
domestic
what he did.
policy? What about any domestic policy?
Yeah, I mean, I've what specifically do you want me to ask?
Whatever
No,
you
just-
don't.
Is there any major domestic policy issues that like Trump is on? That
Yeah,
you
I didn't
just
like
don't
his
know?
2A. His 2A stuff is fucking terrible. Like
What
I don't like.
exactly about his 2A?
He wanted. He was one
all
of
of it.
restriction. Yeah, a lot of it's awful. Like it's real bad.
What?
I'll let Ranger take
Well,
that one because that's.
No,
his
see,
I guess
but
the
I don't like.
problem
I don't
is-
like 2A. I don't like any of his 2A.
I guess the
Like,
problem is that like there's a lack of particularness in your responses.
Exactly.
Yeah,
where
sure,
it's
I'll
like,
answer.
I
Particulars,
broadly
I gave
disagree with
specifics.
2A, but
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I don't want
Okay,
any
for one-
restrictions, and he wants
For
a
one,
lot.
he's really fucking unconstitutional. Donald Trump is one of the most unconstitutional presidents. He passed red flag gun laws, which violated the Second, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment. He appointed a very anti-gun head of the ATF, who couldn't define what an assault rifle was. He signed the TAPS Act, which was a threat assessment bill that essentially allowed three-letter agencies to spy on gun owner social media accounts and arbitrarily determine whether or not they were fit to be gun owners.
Ranger, I hate to interrupt.
He banned bum stocks.
I hate to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
would you identify yourself as MAGA, Republican, or Libertarian?
I'm libertarian.
So then there you go. That's what I was trying to get at, because what you're
Yeah,
coming
like
from is
I
not.
can
Gotcha, but
rip.
I have the
I
same-
can rip
same issues
Trump
with
for
what he's saying.
yeah. I
But
can rip Trump for
that-
hours.
But that's the thing, right? Is like you're libertarian, and I think if I'm not mistaken, Admiral Gibbs, you're a self-avowed MAGA, right? Like you're
I'm
MAGA?
not MAGA. I've never
No,
once
he's
said
a
I'm
neocon.
MAGA. I'm a neocon. Yeah. So like,
Okay.
neocon, yeah.
I mean, I definitely there's lots of
Neocon-
issues that we
neocon-
could.
The only neocon left to vote for MAGA, by the way.
Hey,
Right.
there's a lot of neocons that vote for MAGA. First of all,
I
I
don't
could
know about
even.
that.
I mean, didn't
could
you
even
say
throw
that
you guys a
Dick Cheney
bone.
was your hero?
I like Dick Cheney a lot, but and this is
Yeah,
my
boo.
assessment
But
with
he's
Dick
voting.
Cheney.
But he's
Who did he
supporting
endorse?
Kamala.
Sure. Hold on. Here's the thing with Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney and the Cheneys lost a lot of power. And what do you do when you lose power? You lash out. And that's what I see happening with Cheney. Cheney's definitely an old school guy. He believes in your time is now. Trump upset the order of things. And his coalition didn't get what he wanted. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and
Wait.
throw a temper tantrum.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the cope.
Yeah, it's not cope. It's not cope. It's called intelligent strategic decisions. I am a
But honestly,
strategic
don't you think
individual.
the Cheneys could have kept a lot of power by supporting Trump instead of
Sure,
voting?
sure they could have, but he didn't.
Okay,
They
so-
didn't do that. They didn't make it. They didn't make the cut. Trump didn't find them valuable, and they decided, they thought they could fight
Trump didn't find them.
They didn't find them valuable.
Wait,
Hold on,
wait,
they
wait.
fought.
Motherfucker
Hold on, they
wants to
fought.
vote.
Hold
Very
on.
much
You
wanted
want me to answer
Liz
this? You want me to
Cheney to
answer?
stay in her
You want
position.
me to
because
answer?
you're gonna
You asked
rant.
me.
Hold on.
No,
Gibbs,
hold on.
But
You asked me a
just got me
question.
to the next point.
You
and
asked
I'm
me a
responding to this
question,
guy.
and I'm trying to answer, and y'all sitting here talking about ranting. Listen, it's real simple. The Cheneys got pushed out for a variety of reasons, right?
pulled
I
the
like
Cheneys
the
This is what I'm
Cheneys. Don't
talking
get
about
me.
here, right?
Hold on. I like this is not what you're talking about. You're talking about things you
Yes,
don't know.
it's the
Yeah, let
idea
you know-
that
Hold on.
Trump-
How do you
they have to
know
get
what
Trump's
I?
blessing.
How do you?
You're
Hold
saying
on.
they
The
need to get
question
Trump's
was
blessing.
why.
Just say it.
No.
Yeah, they need Trump's blessing.
No,
Nice, flash the brand
Hold
real
on.
quick.
Once
Flash
again,
the
y'all
brand.
just putting words in my mouth, not letting me answer. It's
You
real
said
simple.
it, not me.
No, it's real simple. They got pushed out. They didn't form a coalition. I was smart enough I was smart enough to go, hey, the things that'll get the job done, I'm going to talk to my representatives. We're going to go here, and guess what? But the people that I like, guess what? They teamed up with Trump. So it's real simple. Hey, you either join this winning side or you get pushed out. Like
Okay. I can
There you
respect
go.
that.
Hold
too.
on,
Hold on a
that's the-
second. Quick question, man. Like, there's a level where I can respect that to a degree. It's just like, hey, if you lose, own up to
You
your
lost.
shit. Either get in and get out. Like, I acknowledge that what I wanted for the Republican Party didn't happen. Cool. I can move the fuck on from that. What I have a problem with, at least to a degree of with where you're going here, is that do you not find it incredibly concerning how powerful Donald Trump is within the Republican Party?
No.
Like, literally. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's
I
just like-
don't find him as I find him like there's coalitions that he's got. He doesn't. It's not like he's got this whip which is in full control. Like, do you think, for example, let's just use like at a state level. Do you think that if Trump and Abbott had an issue, Abbott would have any problem going to war with Trump over it? The answer is obviously Abbott wouldn't have a problem doing that, right? So, like, if you look at the people that
Abbott would support.
he's winning
Trump all
against
the way.
Biden, so I mean that's debatable.
Abbott would
He's
win
giving
that
Biden the hand, so I mean I think he
MAGA
could probably give Trump the hands too. Like,
MAGA's not MAGA is a dominant plurality within the Republican Party,
Yeah.
but they're not even close to a majority. Abbott would win that.
I see what you're saying.
At a time.
So it's
They're
like,
majority.
Abbott might be.
I don't know.
Abbott has an
I
easier
don't
win
know,
condition.
dude.
Hey,
I don't know.
What's Joe saying? What's Joe
Oh, Lord
saying?
have mercy.
What is Joe saying?
I think it might be fair to say that, and this might be the problem with MAGA and the fallacy of like charismatic leaders, is that there's really, and again, like I stand by Trump being ideologically bankrupt, which requires people to fill other people, like his ideology has to be filled by other people, but those other
Certainly.
people are disaggregated. So when like if you're in the face of, say, I think DeSantis has this problem a little bit as well, but I think when it comes to Abbott, he might be just more just like institutional, where it's like I can
No.
go after your ass and I can just be at home chilling. I just be like, get this.
Yeah.
thing.
Abbott,
But-
Abbott. I want people to remember Abbott was on the short list for the VP for Trump. Okay, he was also he was endorsed by Donald Trump. So like he would be more lockstep with Trump than, quite
Well,
frankly, like. And,
I
I
think-
mean, but hold on. The Abbott
yeah.
was endorsed by Trump thing doesn't mean anything because Abbott has been a thing before Trump was a thing.
Yeah, long time.
Abbott has been endorsed by Trump because Trump is not this like all-powerful wizard in the Republican Party, and he does lobby for support from the Republican
you say
establishment.
Grand
He
Wizard?
had John Bolton as in his
Toxic.
fucking cabinet. Like
Lord Bolton to you.
he
Wait,
fucking lobbies for support from Republicans. Republicans don't lobby
I
for
think-
support.
Wait,
from
Jeb,
Trump.
are you
I-
telling me? Wait, Jeb, really quick.
It's
are
called
you telling me
coalition
right
building.
now-
Coalition
Hold on,
building.
Bolton fan?
What
really quick.
rampage?
Really quick, Jeb, are you telling me right now that okay, let's say that like they do go to war, like a battling out, right?
Sure.
So you really don't think that Trump, if he would say like, you know what, that guy Abbott, we probably got to get him out of here, and then
No,
it wouldn't
not a
spark
shot.
No,
people
Abbott-
in
Abbott's-
Texas
It's hard.
or
Abbott's
something?
incredibly popular.
He literally did that.
Try
for
to like
Ron
hurt his
DeSantis.
support and then slowly
No,
build
he
somebody
did
up.
it
But you
in
don't.
the
But
wrong
the thing
endorse
is,
that
Abbott
person.
Abbott is
He did-
supported by
hold
the
on.
Texas
Hold on.
secessionists,
Yeah.
the Tea Party, the Republicans. Abbott's massively popular.
We
He
have
couldn't
an
take down
example.
Kemp,
Hey,
to be
do
fair.
people know?
We have an example. Yeah, he
Yeah,
tried
we
to
do.
take down Kemp.
We do.
He
I was
tried
like,
to
take
call.
out Kemp,
Wait,
he couldn't do
wait,
it.
He
Rich,
tried to
what's
take
Rich
out
saying?
Ron. He
Guys,
tried to
guys,
attack
guys.
Ron
Right.
DeSantis.
I wanna
and
hear what
Ron
Rich is
DeSantis
saying.
won by the biggest single party margin in Florida history.
Well,
That
that
Who's
doesn't
Mike
work.
Pence
That
endorsing?
was
Who's
before
Mike
that.
Pence
Rich.
endorsing?
Rich, what are you saying?
Yeah, I don't think I'm disagreeing with what other people are saying. But he tried to take down Kemp. He couldn't do it. He
Yeah,
tried
that's
to
true. That is
he
true.
Tried to take down DeSantis.
He got
I'm not
Christie,
sure if
though.
he tried to entirely get rid of DeSantis, but he did try to do that with Kemp and with Raffensperger and other statewide like politicians. On the other hand, there are
Trump
other
endorsed candidates didn't
times.
do well.
There are other times where he was very successful taking people out. For instance,
Pence.
Jeff Flake down in
Yeah.
down in Arizona. Not only did he manage to get Flake taken out in the primary, but it managed to hand that seat to a Democrat in the process. And he didn't give a shit because he cared more about taking out his political enemies within the party than he did defeating Democrats.
Well, he
I
also
think-
throws
I think it's
bones to his
important-
enemies. Like he gave Rick Perry the Department of Energy. Remember, Rick Perry was super against Trump, and
Yeah.
so what I'm saying is
Yeah.
Trump knows how to go to the Republican
Ted
factions.
Cruz, too.
And yeah. He goes to the Republican factions. He goes, "Hey, what can I do to get you on board with me?" And he'll like throw him a bone, whatever. The Cheneys got
Throw
pushed
him a
out. They
bone.
wouldn't
Throw
deal
him a
with him, and they got they threw
I
him a
don't
bone. They
know- I
made a
don't know
deal.
about-
The Cheneys
what do you
wouldn't make
think
the deal.
Obama's doing?
They
I
got
think
booted. Yeah.
I think to be
It's
fair,
true.
what Donald Trump
It's
did,
politics.
I think what
Yeah, it's
Donald Trump
politics in
did to
general.
Ted Cruz
Down ballot.
should probably be studied because I don't know what.
Yeah, yeah.
Gonna make me
That's
spit out my
crazy,
CPO.
like-
I gotta say, the bone that I can throw you guys is absolutely like Donald Trump in 2016 is not Donald Trump in 2024.
100%.
Donald Trump in 2016 was on the debate stage talking about how he was going to stick it to all the special interest groups and all the people booing in the crowd. And dude, he was a fucking giga chad. Today, now he's getting fucking $100 million from Miriam Adelson for fucking an Israel shill. You got fucking Elon on board, which I'm actually okay with. But you have like Peter Thiel, the Palantir glowy fuck. Bro, there are so many like Jamie
Ranger, we-
Dimon.
we
We're
were-
talking about putting him in his
We were
cabinet.
just talking about this last
I
night. We were
will
talking about
not
this.
Talk bad about JP Morgan or JP
So-
or just Chase.
We were
and
just
Palantir,
talking about
I got
this-
stock in that company, and they're making me a ton of money.
Yeah,
Ranger,
well,
who do you think
I will not
Trump
talk
has been
shit about
captured
this
by or is coalitioning with?
Anyone that will befriend him because he has so many enemies.
Oh.
I genuinely believe that. I
Trump's
do
the
agree
one
with whoever
on
said that earlier, where it would like there are so many races happening right now where he's like, hey, Josh Hawley, what do I have to do to get you on board? You want me to nudge you a little bit? You want me to get you to win this? Even though his opponent fucking shot himself or shot a reporter.
And the fucking forcing the GOP to remove the the federal abortion ban from their platform, notably days before Nikki Haley endorsed him, and Nikki Haley was the only one on the primary stage that said we should completely ignore the objective of having a federal abortion ban because it's completely unproductive and it's going to lose us an election. And then all of a sudden he removes that from the GOP platform. Nikki Haley endorses him.
See, that kind of concerns me too, right? Is like the idea that they would like. There's some policies that politicians will like take off of their platform that they don't really want to talk about because it's not popular. But then it begs the question of like,
Good.
okay, if you were
That's
to
the
get,
point of politics.
but like if you were to get full power, what would you do? So like I do this
Who
balance.
cares? Who
No, hold on,
cares?
hold on. I do this balancing act a little bit with like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz even, right? So Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have been very silent on their assault weapon pew pew ban, whatever you call it, because I don't know how platforms are. Anyways, well, because on TikTok
You can say assault weapons. I'm pretty sure on.
So anyways, assault weapons ban, but they've been kind of quiet about it lately because it's not as popular of an issue. But if they had a full Democrat control, then they wouldn't have necessarily an issue. So
yeah, they would.
Kinda...
They need 60 votes. They're quiet on it because it's a losing issue, and they're not going to do it because they can't.
I don't even know if all Democrats would vote for it either.
No,
I don't know if they would.
It's a ridiculous.
But
policy.
okay, wait. But that's a great question though, which you just said, Rampage. The question though is would the Republicans turn down a federal abortion ban? That's the bigger question, right? We're talking about a assault ban. You think that all Republicans would turn down on the federal abortion ban?
I don't think right now, in the current state of the game, I think Democrats have to tell all of those single issue abortion women to shut the fuck up. And then the GOP has to tell all the single issue abortion women to also shut the fuck up because they're acting like they have somewhere to go. Like, where are all the evangelical white women going to do? Go Democrat? Like, get the fuck out of here. You're going to you care about your institution of faith, and you're not going to adjust how you engage with this institution just to get an abortion. Like, get fucking real with yourself. And then like when it comes to Democrats, you don't have to talk to these women because they have nowhere else to go to. They're in your states. They know they can't move. They don't have the resources to move. So you can just tell them, shut the fuck up. I'm going to do all this other stuff. I'm not even going to bring up abortion. I'm never going to bring it up because I don't have to. I think for Republicans, they like going, it's kind of like prisons. You can't, if you are a Republican or a Democrat and you say, if I were the elected president, I'm going to build more prisons, you are just asking to lose, like either party. But what you can do is use immigration and do the slow burn across a couple election cycles to get the justification of bipartisan support of prison expansion. So like, I think it's easier to do the long-term game of trying to get bipartisan support of respecting religious institutions to justify exceptions for abortions.
So I think we could logically conclude that if we were to do the mass deportation under Trump, then we would logically have to build more prisons, right?
No, there's
probably have to build. You probably have to build less. You would probably have less.
There'd be less prisons.
Yeah, you would have less.
Talk radio has arrived.
Yeah, you would need less prisons.
Exactly.
If you did the mass deportation.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that, Tiberius.
No,
Tiberius. I rest my case. Democrat talk radio has arrived.
Them somewhere until they deport them, right?
Well, no. The idea of mass deportations is you.
So wait, hold on, Tiberius. You recognize Doghouse at his talking point as Democrat talk radio. I rest my case. The man's not a Republican.
That's I don't care.
But I don't care who's a Republican, who's not. What I'm saying, let's talk about the point, because the point is what matters. You would need less prisons because if you're doing mass deportations, the implication is that you are in some way passing an executive order or a bill that is going to fund a mass deportation infrastructure, which likely wouldn't include long-term housing for it. Likely is a mass deportation infrastructure.
Long-term housing. So what would they end up doing? Short-term housing?
No, you would deport them. You would be getting planes, and you would be getting buses to take them to the planes to deport them. That's what you'd be doing.
So what you're saying then is we would go knock on their house, get in there, say, hey, come with us. We're taking you straight to the tarmac, and we're going to load you up on a plane, and we're going to take you over to like wherever you came from.
Yeah,
they wouldn't do that. They do like, okay, I got
a temporary migrant detention facility like we have.
Yes, we have temporary migrant detention facilities.
That's not a prison.
No, hold on. If you look at private prisons house immigrants. Yes, or illegal immigrants. This is what private prisons do.
Because we long-term house immigrants.
Those are not long-term housing. They're usually used for short-term housing.
They're
not.
Sort of. Yeah. But like, so here's the thing. Like, if I'm a Republican, if I'm Republican and I'm trying to do mass deportation, oh god damn it, I'm doing it. I'm doing the Republican thing. Like, I just do it through executive order. I just give them like, hey, states, you got 90 days to get these fuckers out, or I'm going to empower every letter agency and do the job for you. Because as we've seen in New Jersey, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if you have justifiable cause that somebody's in your area, It basically, in a sanctuary state like in New Jersey, it just means that law enforcement agents don't have to act in collaboration with the ICE agents. So they can just go in and round them up the same way Obama did it to our state multiple times. But in the most recent memory in Princeton, New Jersey, where they just went in and arrested 2 people and they didn't identify themselves as ICE agents, which is fucking illegal, but nobody gave a fuck. They just did it and went on their merry day. But I think, like, if you're a Republican and you want to do something like that, yeah, give every state 90 days to come up with a plan. And if you don't come up with a plan, we'll come up with a plan for you. And then, like, the Democrats will cry and say, oh, you can't do that. Oh, you can't do that. And it's like, okay, you got 90 days to make some legislation or we're going to fucking get in that ass. Like, but
Well,
I don't agree with that. I think it's
something like that would probably get held up in the courts.
In no way would we be.
Would that even be legal?
Well,
in no way would we
that
be.
answers Tiberius' question, though.
No, this is such an obfuscation. We would not build a prison that will be there forever to house immigrants for 60 days or so to fly them away. It's retarded. We would not build prisons to do this. It's retarded. It's a retarded point. We would never build a prison for a 60-day problem. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
It would be a 60-day
problem.
problem.
Of this really answers Tiberius' earlier question about why, when you asked why I was like not worried about Trump have all this power, like just here. Right? Like Jeb, even though we sit here and talked about all these different coalitions, all these different, clearly, even if Trump wanted to get this executive order passed, like I said, hey, just under Joe's scenario,
really which
is a really like, sign, whatever. Yeah, that's what I meant. You know what I meant. But when Joe was sitting here putting forth this idea, I just said, that's terrifying. Like, there is no way a large segment of Republicans would even go on board with that because it's too much empowerment. Hold on. Sure.
You just said executive order.
Hold on. Once again, if you'll just let me finish, I'll get the second part here. He could do that. He could pass, he could get this done, he could go into effect, all et cetera, et cetera. But he would also get rejection and lawsuits, not only from the left, but there would be a large segment of righties that would go, no, this empowers 3-letter agencies too much, and then they're going to come in and fight it. Like, that's going to happen.
They won't.
Because he doesn't have the whip control that, like,
do the same.
I'm in charge. It's all like Emperor Trump. And that's why I'm not worried about
Gibbs. Joe Biden did this in my state. And you know what happened? People got mad, and that's it. They're just mad. Yeah. Bonnie Watson tried to request to open an investigation into it.
Where they hate Biden. Like,
the point that I'm trying to make here is that any administration, like Donald Trump, Joe Biden could just wake up and go, you know what? Why not just investigate what are these, what's going on in ICE here? Go figure out what's going on in Springfield and all these other fucking states. Do whatever the fuck you need to do, and then let me know what you find out. And they can just find out, oh yeah, there's a bunch of these people who are in here illegally for X or Y crimes, and then they can just go deal with them. And they don't need to wait for Congress approval. They don't need to wait for Nancy Pelosi to take her fucking diarrhea medicine. They can just fucking do that shit and get it over with. But they all know that, hey, if I do that, I might fuck up my political career. Because if you do that in enough concentration in enough areas, you might get people freaking the fuck out. But the point that I'm trying to make is, if you're trying to keep some level of plausible deniability, you just say hey, states, create a framework to figure out what's going on in your area in terms of immigration, and then sort it out from there. And then if you don't sort it out, we'll just have ICE sort it out for you. What's something that we can already do anyway. So even when they say we can challenge this in the courts, and it's okay, do you want to readjust what ICE's capabilities are? It's your job, Congress. You got 90 days. See how long it takes for you to come up with some drafts. Have fun, assholes. That's kind of will be where it's at. Because again, the framework will always exist, and the only thing that you're basically, what I'm trying to say is that the framework exists. It's consistent, and as long as the framework exists and is consistent, any politician can take advantage of that consistency, and there's no legal challenge that could stop it. Biden could rally up ICE agents to go across the country tomorrow, and you wouldn't even know about it until the statement comes out where they arrest niggas. Just be kind of how it is.
Yeah, but anyway, my point being, we wouldn't have to build prison. We wouldn't build a permanent prison for a temporary migrant housing problem, or we would have done that already when we're doing all of the migrant housing that we're doing right now. We would have built more prisons for it. We haven't built a single new prison for that purpose, and so we wouldn't do it when we're literally about to solve the problem. The point is largely that you shouldn't be where if you really want politics to change in any effective way, what you need is an electorate that doesn't move according to the coalition building required by people in Congress. I am not a House member. When I break from the Republican Party, I don't get censured. I don't get booted from any positions. My ballot looks exactly the same. It's not my job to be concerned about what coalitions I fall under. My job is to vote the way I want to vote. And if people just did that, then the coalitions would slowly have to fall under more of the people's values because the people weren't worried about fake coalitions they're not a part of.
Do you not think that it does kind of happen like this?
I have to donate to
and you're
leftist
like one
causes,
one
Lethe,
of
sorry.
few?
No, I am one of few. That's the problem.
Well, but I'm saying more of like, do you think that they are actually voting the way that you say that people should vote?
No, I don't think people are. I think the biggest issue Tiberius has is he is decided to be a principled person in a world that decides their politics based on their social group largely. And unfortunately, he hasn't embraced the benefits of being a principled person as much as he has resented the downsides of being a principled person in that world. Whereas you have to just eat, or what I do, embrace the downside. I embrace making fun of people who switch their entire policy platform every 6 months based on what the wind, where the wind blows in the media. I embrace that consequence of principled ideals, and I understand that I am not going to have a social group defined by my politics. And instead of being worried about the political social groups I don't fall in, or the ones that I kind of fall in but aren't totally accepting me, I just say, suck my dick. If you want to talk to me about stuff, talk to me about stuff. If you don't, then you don't. I'm not making my friends based on who politically aligns with me or who I think should politically align with me.
I want to speak on this because this is something that I've been really passionate about, and I want to make sure it's very clear where I stand. I have no problem, for example, with people who I think Republicans can be split up into a few different categories. There are people who are Trump supporters only by way of like wanting to actually like vote a Republican. I had no problem with those people in particular. You have people that are just regular old Republicans that are probably more this year moving towards like not voting or just voting libertarian. Don't have a problem with those people. My problem is very specifically to those hyper like sycophants of Trump. Those are where my issues lie in the Republican Party. And I can point to a few people in Congress that are very similar to that. We can look at the Lauren Boeberts. We can look at the Marjorie Taylor Greens. We can look at all these different sycophants of Donald Trump's. That's where my problem specifically lies. And I've said this before on many other panels. Once those particular people are out of Congress, I won't be concerned. I think that there's probably a better chance for the Republican Party to actually come back and have their kind of old way of doing things, the Mitt Romney days or whatever days you want to call it, John McCain days. But you
That's
got to
not
get
going
those.
to happen, though. The Overton window is moving left. Liberals are about to get gobbled up by the right. Like anti-capitalist is getting more and more popular. Zoomers are progressive rates are skyrocketing. Yeah, absolutely.
If that's happened, that's because Donald Trump is moving it so far right, and that's the issue I have. Is that Donald Trump has moved?
Trump is moving the Republican Party.
That doesn't
left.
make any sense. Yeah, he's literally moving it left. Trump is a moderate.
Yeah, he's
How-
gun
Yeah,
control.
I say all the time. And
He's
they, like,
gun control, no abortion ban.
I'm so glad
big
you brought that up, Ray.
international trade guy, like international trade treaty guy. Like he's very liberal politically. Like,
Yeah. It's crazy to me because I'll go on here and I'll go on these panels regularly. And like I like on social issues, I'm fairly like soft. I'm like moderate. I don't really give a shit about a lot of social issues. You know, like I'm just like, meh, you know, it's not things I really care about. I care about my money and you know, like that's my big one, right? And so I go over here and I look and I see Trump, and Trump is moderate. But if you say that in some of these spaces, you immediately get the white guys for hair screeching, going, "Oh my God, he's the devil. He's ultra right. He's alt right. He's a Nazi. He's
Why do you think
Hitler."
that is, Gibbs?
And I'm
Why do
like,
you think that is?
Well, because it's called TDS. It's called.
Oh, it's
Trump Directions.
TDS. So it wouldn't have
is.
anything to do with like Trump like demonizing particular like
Well,
minority groups.
It would have.
Trump's a
It would have a
fascist.
lot.
It's
It would have a
all
lot.
Yeah.
It would have a lot to do with I don't know leaders
They
of the
wanted to use
Democratic
the
Party
military.
calling him Hitler right off the jump. I mean, Harris today called him Hitler.
To be
So,
clear, the only person who's
I-
done that is JD Vance.
Somebody
Hitler did- she
recently
did
called him a
today.
fascist as well.
She called him, literally called him
fine.
Hitler today.
Mark
like
Miller,
literally
I
called him
think.
Hitler today.
Save me the
Yeah,
tears.
the
when they
idea
had
that only J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler is probably one of the most hilarious Democrat
Lies.
mythology pieces I've
Hoax,
ever
yeah.
seen in my life. Like that's amazing. It's genuinely profound.
So wait,
how
did JD Vance?
they managed to fit that in.
Wait, didn't JD Vance actually call him Hitler though?
Yes, he
Yeah,
Wait,
he
did he?
flip
Lies.
flop. Wait, hold
He's
on.
the only
Wait,
one.
wait,
flip flop just like you did. Like,
Wait, hold on.
What's
Didn't-
wrong with that?
Didn't I breathe right now? Does that mean I'm the only one who's ever breathed?
No, but that's
Am
not
I
what I'm
proving
saying.
myself right that I'm the only one who's ever breathed?
And
If
I
you
don't
can't
believe.
disprove
No,
that
no,
I
no,
breathed.
no, no, no. I said specifically that. I did say that JD Vance was the only one, so I'll take the only part. That's fair.
That's
But when
kind of
I'm-
the important part of the
Right,
argument.
That's the big part.
that's fine.
That's the key
That's fine.
part.
I think it's a little bit pedantic, but that's fine. The point of what I was, well, whatever. The point of what I'm trying to say is that when it comes down to Kamala Harris, she said that he was a fascist. I don't believe she called him straight up Hitler, but I could be wrong on that. She did say
I don't know
that
about
she-
Kamala specifically, but Democrats largely do constantly compare Trump to Hitler, especially near the election time. They're running all the articles. Trump wanted Hitler's
Yeah.
generals.
Get it right.
they-
He's Julius Caesar, not fucking.
Yeah, they make a they
Okay,
they
okay,
pump.
Tiberius.
Democrats have
actually, I kind of
Democrats
Franco,
have
Mussolini, whatever you want to call him.
No,
Democrats
like,
have-
like this is the weird part, right? And I'm actually gonna like I'm gonna kill the fucking political talking points for a minute. 100%. There is levels where it like some of his beliefs are kind of like fascist adjacent, but like I think most of
No
those
doubt.
things. I think most of those things are just literally the fact that he's catering to a very militant audience in that regard. But
Yes.
he's not.
The
well, he's-
adjacent
he's
factor is the
catering-
fact that it's just statism. That's it. It's just more statism. It's
Ju-
weaponizing the state
Just-
against X group of people instead of all the people, or like hiding behind what people actually get weaponized against.
Okay, I will actually take that to a degree. Like, there's some nuance I would love to go down into, but we'll do it at a later date. So my general issue here is that if you're looking at this from like a belief structure, like there's some modern equivalencies that I get a little nervous about. Don't get me wrong, I'm looking at you leftists and I'm thinking you all need to really get bent. On the other side of that is like the historical context really is like moving in the direction of fall of the Roman Republic.
No,
And,
it's
like,
not. No, it's not. It's not. This is the most bullshit talking point. The reason for the fall of the Roman Empire was literally the fact
Republic.
that yes,
The Republic. Go
or the
on.
Republic. It was literally the fact that they didn't have the ability to freely disperse information. The fact that we have the internet guarantees no fall that
Didn't
is
Donald
anything
Trump want to
similar to the Roman
revoke-
Republic
Didn't
will ever
Donald Trump
happen
want to
again.
revoke CBS's license and like his
Well,
constantly
hold on.
after-
Are you going to really argue that the Dems have not been way more like, oh, we want to control
I don't
the
know. I'm
media?
looking at Donald Trump.
They
who-
literally,
wait, I know
they
you're trying to
literally were
pivot
wanting.
away from this.
No, I'm
Did
not
Donald-
trying
wait,
to pivot.
No, yeah,
you
you
can
are.
argue the
Did
CBS
Donald Trump-
thing.
did
He
Donald
wanted to
Trump-
shut down
did
one
Donald Trump-
They don't
Did
even
organization.
Donald
control
Trump-
the media writ large anyway.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The Dems were the ones who wanted to start here and saying, "Hey, if you say any
So did
language
Donald Trump say that he
defined
wanted
as
to
hate
revoke
speech,
CBS's license?
we're gonna get you arrested."
Did he?
Did
Did
Donald
we get-
Trump?
Did the Dems want to do the hate speech laws?
No,
Did they
no, no.
want you to-
No, specific question. Did
I
Trump
have a
say
specific
this?
question. Nobody answered that question.
No, because you're not answering my question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not because we
He-
already know the answer.
Here we
One of
go.
the-
He's
Yeah.
pointing out
one
the
organization,
hypocrisy
but
because
yeah,
it's statism. That's
Yeah, it's
ultimately what it
statism.
is. Yeah, both parties want to weaponize the state against their
Thank you.
opposition.
Yes.
1,000,000%.
They're both fascist. Get over yourselves on it. Why are we talking about like America has proven time and time again it needs to be as fascist as it needs to be in context. Like, you're trying to tell me what Obama did during the Occupy movement wasn't fascism? That motherfucker, through smoothness and through collaboration with letter agencies, infiltrated movement leaders and tried to figure out their tactics and collaborated with law enforcement and then ran a multifaceted media campaign against the Occupy movement. It was so smooth that we just think the only protest was in New York. That's how smooth that motherfucker did. And between like what did Donald Trump had? Donald Trump had the BLM movement, the Occupy, like remnants of the Occupy ICE movement.
Obama
he
had
had the
BLM.
broader like police brutality, like offset from that. He had multiple the whole like libertarian family rights movement. And what did he do? All he did was arrest some gang members through
But
that
wait,
Operation Storm, whatever the
To
fuck.
push back a little bit on this, though, you're talking about Obama. We've had like what 2 presidents since then, and we're almost on a third. Like,
Yeah.
but this is the
you guys
problem I have.
Talking about
misunderstood
where
what
the-
I'm saying. I'm talking about literally data infrastructure and the ability to
Yes.
run an ever expanding, nation of power.
Yeah,
One,
both.
the United States is not geographically expanding, and two, we have exponentially growing data infrastructure. That was the big issue that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, was the inability they were spread too thin and their inability to manage all the lands. That's why they broke up into the east and the west, and then the east got rich for a time, the west got
Still
rich
not
for
the
a
Roman
time.
Republic, though.
Yeah,
The Ro-
this is the
and then,
empire.
like-
This is not the republic. Like
Yeah,
the problem
yeah,
with the
and then my
republic is
point-
literally like the political positions of power
Ty's wheelhouse.
had radically divided between like two very ideologically different camps.
Yeah, here's the issue: is you had literally the Praetorian Guard being the leading killer of emperors. Like this is nothing like
There you go,
Roman-
motherfucker! God damn it!
Jeb, you're actually wrong on this. Like because we're talking about the Roman Republic. Like that's what Ty's talking about right here. He's
I thought
talking
we were
about
talking
like.
about the German Republic, but that's
I'm glad you're following. But listen, there's a major difference between the Roman Republic's fall and Caesar taking power, and then the Roman Empire's fall, where you have the Praetorian Guard killing Caesar.
Sure. Let's take the
that's
Caesar.
a massive
Let's take the
difference.
Caesar
Ty,
taking
take it
power.
away.
Yeah, no. Let's take Caesar taking power. There is literally no fucking structure in the United States that can emulate Caesar taking power.
Nope.
Not a single one. Sorry, I was giving you guys
agree.
credit that you were talking about the more credible argument, which is the Roman Empire fall.
okay.
But the less credible argument of the Roman Republic, there is not a single way anyone could do what Caesar did. No one can snap their fingers and remove the representative government of the United States. It just can't happen.
I mean, Trump almost did, but that's just me being-
No, Trump did not do that. Trump didn't come close. Trump got clapped by. No, stop, Tiberius. I'm so done with this fucking bullshit soy boy Democrat argument. We're getting to labels
Very
now.
beta, Betty.
Trump did not even come 1% of the fucking way. Because Democrats are the ones who say that Mike Pence had no authority. He has a ceremonial role. Do you believe that? Or do you believe that he could have actually stopped the count permanently? Which one?
I don't know. I'm just wanting some like
Donald
pizza,
Trump.
bro.
Neither. You don't believe either
No,
because
Jeb,
you don't
the
care.
problem-
Whatever Trump is bad for. He didn't get anywhere close to
Those are not
destroying democracy.
contradictory
Talk to him, Paul. Talk to him.
Wait, Jeb, the argument here.
Pence did not have the authority, but then you can also believe
That's
that
what
the
I'm talking
Supreme
about.
Court, as it's currently constructed, would not rule that way. You can believe
No,
both
you,
things.
you can believe it. You're retarded. You're absolutely fucking.
They're not
off your
contradictory
rocker.
positions.
Well,
Cool.
and-
It's I'm saying the opinion is wrong, not that no one can have it. This Supreme Court has not been Trump biased. It is not. It has shat
Okay,
on
so
Trump
really
in more times than it has not. But people only give a fuck about 3 fucking decisions out of like the 40 they've fucking made.
Well,
I think the more the
you could
I think
argue
the,
that
hey,
those
Jeff,
3
really quick,
decisions
hold
are
on,
pretty
Jeff, I
large
think the-
decisions.
So
The
I mean,
argument
overturning
that-
Roe v. Wade's pretty big. But that's
Yeah,
just me.
but again, like it's not
It's
a
really
matter.
it has nothing to do
I'll
with,
go tomorrow.
It has nothing to do with reverting
Or
the fucking
giving Trump
republic to an
immunity.
empire.
There's that one too. We can look at that.
No,
Really,
that
that's
one
pretty
also
big.
doesn't matter. It gives him no more power as a governmental agent. He gets no more power out
He
of
gets
that.
no more power. If it's an
Nope.
official act, he's completely covered. That's a pretty big fucking deal.
Oh, so you mean acts he could already do, he
Oh,
can
God.
still do, and acts that he couldn't do before, he still can't do, right?
Say
What
that again.
power
It's
does
just
the presidency
clarifying-
have that it didn't have before?
Oh no, Rich, fight him like you
I-
fought me.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
outro with this one. Like there's a level where like I try my damnedest not to like give into the talking points and the narratives, and maybe I'm fucking neck deep and I just don't realize it. But I'm gonna put it in this regard. Like when I look at the historical context of like the fall of the Roman Republic versus where we are now, like I'm not gonna outright say that that Trump is actually Caesar. I don't think he's that competent. But what I do think he is that he reminds me a lot of the Grocki brothers. Like, we're on the road to damnation here. I don't want to
We're
have this
not.
take. I love my country. But no,
We're so
no,
far
dude.
from damnation.
Okay, like how many people, like seriously, and I need to ask this because maybe it's just a sampling problem, but like how many people of like of our society do you think are actually happy with the way shit is right now? Because
What do you
I
mean,
don't think it's-
governmentally?
Yeah, governmentally,
or
and
their
then on
lives,
top of
or what?
that, yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with whether we're falling into ruin as a country.
Okay, that's where I'm completely not on the same page as you at all.
What do you mean?
But go
So
on.
I agree, right? The economy's bad. The Democrats are hiding how bad it is because they
Economy's
ignore exceptionally important economic factors like loan default rates, average car payment, average credit card balance, all the things that really affect poor people the most. They just completely ignore all of
Yeah,
them.
poor people make really stupid decisions to begin with.
They do, but that
I
doesn't.
supported the
That's
Democratic
actually a
Party.
true. That's
Thank
actually
you, I
a true
appreciate that.
argument.
But
by
that's
the way.
my point, right? The fact that they're not happy with their lives doesn't mean we're falling into ruin. Your guys are the anti-Trump argument is the argument for the fact that we are nowhere close to ruin. You guys say we had literal fascist ultimate elite fucking Trump trying his hardest with doing everything he could to remove democracy and revoke it, and he didn't even get 1% of the way there. We had
Would you
the
agree?
highest office in the
Wait.
country with
Would
the
you-
most incentive
Hold on,
to
wait, wait,
revert
wait,
democracy and all
Wait.
of the interest to do
Jeb,
so.
would
Nah,
you
he got a
agree-
couple.
wait, wait,
He got a
Jeb,
couple
Jeb,
HP points. He got a
Wait,
couple
oh,
HP
that's what I was gonna
points.
say,
He did
Rampage.
not. He did
No,
not
Ramp-
even get a
Rampage.
single
Yeah, he
HP
did.
Rampage.
point.
Yeah, he did.
What do you
He got some
mean?
Not a
HP points. He got
single?
some
Hey,
HP
hey,
points.
hey, hey,
No,
wait,
not
wait,
a
Jeb.
single. The
Dog
courts,
house.
in fact, reinforced that he has no power to do it. So, if anything, he gave the structure of the United States more HP.
Jeb. Would you
He
agree?
gave-
Yeah, you know what?
Wait,
Sometimes
Wait,
you
Paul,
upgrade the
Paul, let
character.
Doghouse
Stop.
ask. Paul, let Doghouse ask a
Stop.
question.
I gotta go in like a few
Sometimes
minutes.
I need to turn-
level up.
I gotta go in a few minutes. I gotta go in a few minutes. So listen, would you agree then? Because everything you're saying is that because this is similar to what I've heard with KOE about the Second Amendment. They're like, he goes, well, the Supreme Court held up the Second Amendment, so based. It's like, wait a minute, that doesn't change the fact that he tried to get rid of the Second Amendment, get rid of some of these like bump stocks and things like that. So I would ask you then. You said fine. He didn't even come close. Did you agree then that he at least attempted to
what?
threaten our democracy via the electoral process with fake electors?
What do you mean threaten? Do I think he
Because you seem to
attempted
have-
to make? Well, hold on. There's a greater context of conversation of like the fall of the empire and or the fall of the republic into the empire. Do I think he tried to turn the United States into an empire? No. Do I think he tried to eke his way in to winning an election that he did not win and threaten that vote? Sure.
Okay.
And he failed
Dude, like
hard.
regardless if he failed hard or not, like how is this not like, hey,
Exactly.
our republic is incredibly important. Like this is the part where I just want to be like, no,
Straight to
none of you are
gulag.
Republican. I
No,
am.
finish your
when
point.
you
Finish
fucking
your
get
point.
on this road to say, all right, I'm gonna try. We're gonna nominate again a guy who's tried to skip over the entire system because he didn't like the fucking
I didn't
result.
nominate him. I didn't nominate him.
Okay,
this is
yeah,
the
I know you
issue.
didn't nominate him, but like the reality here is like, I can't vote for this motherfucker and call
I don't think-
myself a Republican.
Don't
It makes
then.
no
Ty, really
sense.
Quick. Wait, Ty,
And
really
don't-
quick,
A
Ty.
Republican,
Hold on.
so that makes
You
sense.
can literally do that, by the way. Just to let you know.
Yeah,
You can
I
literally
am-
say
I've been
that
saying
you're
the
a
whole time,
Republican
your
that's
ballot-
not going to vote
Yeah,
for Donald Trump.
Your
You
ballot
can literally
looks
say
the
that.
same
That
no
is-
matter what
yeah.
you say
He's
here.
Don't
It's
tell him
not
that,
though,
Paul.
no.
Shh, Paul.
He's not though.
But here's my thing, Tybe, is like
Fuck.
my point is Dave Ramsey has the best take on this. It's always non-political people that have the best take on it.
Dave Ramsey just did an interview
it
with
is-
Donald Trump. That's pretty political.
Yeah,
but
he's
anyways.
definitely-
Hold
offered to both.
on. Yes, he wanted to do an interview with Kamala, and she's saying no to anybody who isn't promising her that they're going to
She
talk
did an
about
interview with
abortion
Fox
the
News.
entire
Hold
time.
on. Or her pre-planned questions like at the town hall.
Yes. So
Well,
anyway,
she did an interview
We'll
with
talk
Fox
about
News,
this
but I
tomorrow, by the way.
Anyway,
You have a
yeah,
different
let
take
me-
on this, by the way, Jeb.
let me do my thing.
But you like
he has
the
the best
pre-planned
take.
questions at town halls?
I think
we'll talk about it
if
tomorrow. You can tune in.
it depends on what you want as a voter, right? If you are an outcome-driven voter, it is, and you're in a swing state. If you're Ranger is an outcome-driven voter. He is in a swing state, and he is not happy with some of what Donald Trump did on January 6th.
Yep.
He isn't all the way on your guys' side that he's fucking Satan and he tried to turn the thing into an empire, but it is poor decision making to not vote for Donald Trump because you know the outcome in terms of overturning democracy is 0% chance of happening. But the
Wait,
outcome,
this
hold
makes-
on, let me
fucking
finish the
silly,
fucking point.
bro.
But the outcome of Kamala Harris becoming president, there is a far higher.
Yeah,
likelihood
she's gonna
of
become
her
president the Democratic
oh,
way.
My God.
Just let him finish.
The
Just let him
likelihood of the outcomes that Ranger does not want to happening under Kamala Harris are highly likely. She has her entire party's support on the things.
There you go.
She's going to try the things,
absolutely
and they
correct.
are likely
Yep.
going to pass if she has the power.
Absolutely
Donald
correct.
Trump, the outcome he does not want from Donald Trump, he does not have support from his party for. The courts
Right.
have already said he
This
can't
is so
do,
fucking
and he is
stupid.
unlikely to even
Sorry,
try
Dad. It's very
again because he
intelligent,
can't
actually.
run
Big brain
again.
stuff. Big brain
So
stuff.
if you are an outcome-driven voter, you are not only
This is like saying-
identifying the risks. You're also
I'm-
identifying the likelihood of those risks.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on,
I
wait.
mean, he just doesn't believe in
wanna say
outcome
this. I'm
driven
gonna leave it
voting.
after this. I'm gonna leave it after this. I'll let Jeb get the final say on this, and that's fine. But I want to say this. This is similar to saying, you know what? I think like, and I'm gonna invoke the name of Hitler. Okay, fuck it.
Oh God,
This
here
is
we
like
go.
saying, you know, Hitler's a bad person, but you know what? Thank God the Parliament did not put, stop him and everything else. You know, thank God. Yeah, this is the fucking crazy thing about it is to me is like you agree that he attempted to do all these things, but you're like, look, you know what? Supreme Court stopped it. Hey, look, you know what? Thank God Congress isn't in support of him. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't absolve him from having attempted to do these things.
But Hitler did the things.
Did Hitler wait till his second term to start doing the killing? Did he wait till his second term to start loading people onto trains? Like,
Did he
it's a
wait for his
ridiculous
second
argument.
term to
In
make
fact, he actually tried to do it before even.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. I mean, if you remember the beer hall push, that happened even before.
Yeah, the beer hall push happened on J6. But anyways.
Yeah, not even close. Whenever he'd sit here and said to do
Listen,
it peacefully, patriotically, and then it was like so to random people. Give me a break, bro. Like
I don't
the
care
whole
about
idea of like a coup is so outrageous. Like it was barely a riot. We had 20 billion
and
in damage from
Admiral
an
Gibbs is
actual
exactly
coup.
why I'm
Look,
tired
all right,
of like the
I'm
Republican
going to
Party.
say this and then I'm bouncing. Like,
All right, I'm out.
Like, I'm going to hold my breath
sorry,
until this
Paul.
election's
come
over.
to the page's show tomorrow.
Look, if I can, I will. Look,
I DM'd
all I'm
him
going to
about
say
it already,
this is
bud.
that, like, I'm going to hold my breath until this election's over. I'm going to see where the chips lay, not only in who wins, but also in how they win and what happens. Because, like, I swear to Christ, both sides can piss me off here. If Democrats fucking throw the kitchen soup at this one, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. But I swear to God, if the conspiracy theory shit is right from the left to where we actually have a state, and I mean one goddamn state, has an election board that doesn't certify their election within a week, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
That is his name, sir.
I mean,
For the
All
phone,
the same
Melissa.
anger of all the conspiracy shit from the right ends up being right. If Kamala wins, like that's my the litmus test.
No, it's
What?
not even the conspiracy shit. She's telling me she's
I
going
know
to do
she's
things
telling
that are
me she's gonna do-
catastrophic.
And they're
are
sitting here
catastrophic
lying
to
and
the
saying that she's
economy.
not going to do what she said she's going to do.
But my thing is here, it's like, just stop letting other people change the way you perceive what's on your ballot. Read the fucking ballot.
Ooh, dude, true.
What's on the ballot.
Holy fuck.
Hold on, there's a
Tiberius,
difference
I
between
think you
perceiving
guys-
on the ballot.
I think you guys are misspeaking because Tiberius, I don't think you're actually meaning to say what you're saying. What I got interpreting from what you said was that you're essentially straying away from a party because of an individual in the party, right? The entire party exists, and then there's this one bad guy that you really disagree with, so you're kind of shifting to the other party. Do you not pick
to
your
a
party
degree-
based on the principles of that party?
I do, and that's the problem. Like, if you support Trump as a Republican, I don't know how you call yourself a Republican.
No, I
Like,
don't. I'm
lit-
choosing the lesser of two evils like everyone else. It's the douche or the turd
Okay.
sandwich. I mean, I'm not happy with Trump, but I have to vote for him.
Well,
I'm
you can
in
just
Georgia,
not-
and Kamala's going to take away way more of my rights than Trump.
Okay, but
That's really the
Like-
argument for a lot of us.
I don't know.
I
don't
think
know.
you're gonna see
What's up,
a
Jeff?
fucking dead.
What,
Okay,
she-
I'm gonna like for me.
He's
It's
a
like I
war
can vote for.
governor.
I can vote for Kamala like on a lot of levels in the regards like I am voting against Trump, and more particularly is like I expect that she's gonna be a fucking terrible president. To be honest, like she's not gonna be like killing me or anything like that. I don't think she'll
Wait,
get
why
shit
do we
done.
think this? Wait, why do we think this?
She,
She's
really?
just going to be expansion and
No, no, like,
Really?
like,
Really?
no, like actually, no, no,
you
like,
serious?
Let the Ouroboros,
no, like,
let the Ouroboros eat.
no, really quick. No, like actually, no, seriously.
Yo,
like,
you're
why do we
cooked.
actually believe
Bro,
this?
bro,
No,
come on,
no,
Paul.
hey,
Because
hey,
she
like
doesn't
Jeb
have-
just said,
Can you
I don't
pass
really
me
give
what
a
you're
fuck what you
smoking?
think about. Hey, I'm
It's
actually
crap.
smoking this actual weed that's called Uncle Donnie. Funny enough.
I'm gonna need you to
And
ship
it's
me some
fucking
because clearly
fire,
it's
brother.
yeah, I can tell.
But,
I need you to ship me some of the
but-
goods.
but
over here,
this shit's
but-
fire, dude.
Yeah, I'll send you my
but-
address right now.
But really quick, why do we think this? Because look at we were just I'm pretty sure I think that we can kind of
Really
say
quick,
that
Robin.
legislatively through Biden, it was one of the most successful legislative presidents in
God.
in the last 30 years. Like
who?
legislatively. can we
Bro,
agree with
nobody
this?
likes her, Paul. Nobody.
No,
she was
no,
very she was
that's
wildly
not my
unpopular
point.
as a VP,
That's
and she was
not my
manufactured.
point.
Democratically, people
That's
on the
not
left
my
don't want
point.
Kamala Harris. People that are anti-capitalist
Wait,
don't want her,
hold on.
and liberals don't
Hold on.
want her.
Not
Hold on,
even
that's not
Jesus
my point.
wants her.
That's not
She
my
was
point.
inserted.
Also,
feel bad
Rampage,
for them.
that
I
metric
do.
For success,
Trump thinks he's
Vulnerability is
Jesus.
above water.
the metric,
feel bad
the
for the
metric
left.
for
God,
success.
Emperor, there's difference.
Hold on, Rampage. That metric for success is non-existent.
No, hold on. No, I know
Success
that. No, I know
is
that.
100% in the eyes of what you see as good policy. And the Democrats want to believe that people are dumb enough to buy that if I passed something, that means I did a good thing. But
No, that's
people
not what I
don't
mean.
see it that way.
No, that's not what I mean. But I do believe that a lot of Democrats in general, which is, I know that we don't have a lot of Democrats here, but overall, like someone like Joe Lewis, I would say that he's left leaning, right?
I'm clearly the leftist person in this
He's
room.
left lane.
Okay.
He's left. He's on his left or his right side.
Okay.
playing all the
Okay,
way.
but like for instance, so like Joe Biden did do a lot of things and pass a lot of legislation that did help, to be able to pass through bills for like the lower working class.
No.
Yeah, no, not really.
Oh,
He kind of fucked the working class.
Wait, why do you say no, Joe? Why?
Because it's your job. If you say Joe Biden did good for workers, and I say
Yes.
no, it is your job through the examples that you point to.
Okay, I'll do more examples. Okay, so everyone basically was talking about how the economy was going to go into a recession. It was going to be super hard. We saw a pretty soft landing. We saw actually the pretty soft landing would help all workers, rich or poor, by the way, here in this example. Also, hold on. Hold the fuck on, Ranger. Hold the fuck on, Ranger. Hold the fuck on. Wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on, Ranger.
Finish, Ranger. You gotta let him
Hold the
finish.
fuck on, Ranger. Hold the fuck on, Ranger.
You can jump down his throat as soon as he finishes.
Hold on.
Yeah, because
My bad.
propaganda.
Also, we actually saw lower income brackets increase in how much they pay
and
for like
15-year
hourly
bonuses.
wages. I don't know what that means, but we actually saw household wealth grow up or grow as well during this time frame under Biden. So these are all examples that I can show you and point to.
It doesn't matter.
Wait, would you say that homelessness is not an economic
let
indicator?
him go. Hold on,
Let me ask you
he's
this.
on the
I'll
left.
just give a
and he-
simple.
Are you on
I'll give a
Biden.gov?
simple.
Yeah, this
No,
guy's
I'm
giving you
not
a
on
simple
Biden.gov.
problem.
No.
Like,
No,
I mean,
no, no.
Joe's
I
got a
have
simple
right
problem.
here.
Joe's
What are
got
you
a simple
talking about?
problem.
I got a simple problem here, right?
Mhm.
Despite the unemployment rate being at a heralded low, I think it's like what?
I didn't
4
even
point-
say that, but another example that's good.
oh yeah.
Okay, so why has the gap between white and black laborers consistently been the same since forever? So despite there being record unemployment, black unemployment now is at the same rate that it was last year at this very point from year to year.
Unemployment
what has the
also
Biden
increased.
administration,
Wait, hold on.
Illegals.
what has the Biden administration done to address the racial wealth gap?
Racial wealth gap. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. We can probably. I'm sure there is a lot of things. Didn't he actually invest more than anything else in black universities?
What does
he
that have to
like
do with the
one-
racial wealth gap?
No, that wasn't Trump, by the way, Ranger. You can look this up.
What does that have
Biden
to do
gave
with the racial
way
wealth gap?
more money.
Yeah, Ranger.
well,
Trump gave
because
less
if you-
money to
wait.
HBCUs. It's just a factual.
Yeah, it's just a fact. It's just fact.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the racial wealth gap?
Well, because if you want to like actually invest in HBCUs, you can actually help them. That demographic get more educated, get better jobs, grow, and make more wealth. This is a
just
good thing for that
HBCUs,
community.
though.
I don't know why we're
but just
fighting on this.
HBCUs though. Like I just
It's
thought
not
black
just
people.
HBCUs though. This is one example. That
So
just
why
came
would
off
you
the
bring
top
up
of my head.
HBCUs if I'm talking about the racial wealth gap? You know what I'm saying?
Because the
Like-
racial wealth gap all depends on the entire situation when it comes to investments into these communities.
Okay,
Hold
so
on,
what are
Trump
those
signed,
things?
you know,
What are
Trump
those
signed a
things?
bill for giving more funding.
What are those
That's
things?
not
What are
true
those
either.
things?
I don't know. I don't
Not
know
enough,
what.
Gibbs.
That's not,
Stop
I don't
it.
know.
Don't-
I don't know what we're
don't
talking
die
about.
on that.
What are those
It gave
things?
him money. It gave him money.
No, it's
So
retarded.
how has so let's say like
20.
I don't know how to break this to you, fam, but the Democratic Party has never cared about dealing with the particularities of why disparities exist. They have always made the argument, Republicans do this too, just to a lesser extent, that the way that you engage in gaps is through universal policy. And then I'm saying that despite those universal policies, the gap has remained persistent. So while you can say, hey, you know, the like black median wealth, like family wealth has gone up, and then every single black economist goes, yeah, but the racial wealth gap is still the same, if not worse, now than it was before these policies existed in the first place. The Democratic Party has not cared about the particularness as to why certain groups are poor, as to why they're in these particular conditions. If that were the case, then when Kamala Harris starts talking about policies for black men, she would have put crypto in there. Like that's
Here's
embarrassing.
my-
Wait.
hold
This
on.
is crazy.
Let me
Wait,
give
hold on.
the less because he's on the very far left. I'll give you the universal, because he's 100% correct. Republicans,
No.
including me, I believe universal policy is the way to solve it. So Joe Lewis is correct
Sure.
in what my prescription would be. So let me give you the other side that you might be a little more amicable to, Rampage. The issue is, right? You are going to, and this is why this myth, right? Democrats create growth, Republicans create recession, right? That's something that a lot of them will say. Trump
I don't
wrote
agree
on
with
Obama.
that, but yeah, I understand that. But
The
yeah.
issue is,
Yeah, but you're retarded.
fundamentally, when you print money and inject money into an economy, it's going to grow. There is no way for it not to grow when you pump money into it, because the downsides of that come later. The issue with all of Biden's benefits to the black community is that they were transient, because they were tax credits that were temporary. It was $4.6 trillion that were just pumped into the economy. A lot of it needlessly, by the way, right? We had $240 billion pumped into chips plants to get one $15 million chips plant that wasn't already planned to be in the United States, right? You have all this stuff, which is increasing. It's 100% true.
True.
But what affects black communities and just lower income communities in general the most is debt. And Democrats hate talking about any debt that isn't student debt, which is the one type of debt that disproportionately affects white people.
Yeah.
When you
And-
talk about
and like
credit
to-
card debt and auto loan debt, the Democrats completely ignore those as macroeconomic indicators, because right now we would have a record shitty economy if you actually looked at what poor people
Yeah, we're
are
record
paying
credit card
out.
debt.
What people
I
are
just-
paying out monthly versus what they're making. Democrats don't care about that.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
my
I mean, but
biggest-
hold on, one more thing. There's this whole bunch of other
know.
economic indicators that they didn't even list. It's just what's crazy. And then this is another thing, right? I think that the average person is really tired of this manufactured lies thing, right? That seems to be happening. And
Like
the
Haitian
Democrats
dogs
are
and cats.
Yeah, sure. With the, especially like with the Democrats, like manufactured, pre-planned questions on like the town hall, or we see the like lies, like, oh, okay, everybody can see. Oh, hey,
Why does this even matter, Gibbs? Actually,
hold on,
to be honest
hold
with
on.
you.
Homelessness
I'm
is
with
15-year
Paul
high.
on that one.
Well, that's fine. I'll tell you why it matters. Well, if you let me finish, it's because people are sick of the manufacturing, sick of being told, oh, these economic indicators indicate things are good. Oh, this factors in. Oh, hey, everything's good. Oh, the jobs report comes out. Only 3% of people working 2 jobs. Well, it only takes into account people working 2 40-hour-a-week jobs. Like when everybody has to work multiple jobs. So people, hold on. But my point is that people are sick of what seems to be like good liars, bad liars, and now statistics. And they're just being sit here and they're being shouted, "Hey, things are good. Things are good. Things are good." And then anybody that has no education in economics can walk outside and see that it's bad.
No, they're not.
Hold on.
Yes, they
Rampage.
are,
Rampage.
man.
You really
Yes, they
Rampage.
are.
Rampage. Hold on.
Just
You're
gotta
telling
admit
me. You're
that
telling me.
Everybody
when
yell
things
at Paul
are
one at a time.
When things are 21% higher at the grocery store than they were 4
go to
years
bed.
ago, that things are like people think it's good. No, anybody can see it's bad.
Well, hold on.
Like you see more homeless than ever. When like literally Modi came here from like another country. He's been staying here 6 weeks. We've witnessed 5 or 6 crimes in a span of like 6 weeks.
Okay, well,
like
I
wild
mean,
amounts of crime.
I can't hit
Okay,
the
I'm
you
just
anecdotal.
saying,
stop
like,
looking
I'm
at
sorry.
Modi crime and Modi
Hold on.
stop looking at Gibbs
Yeah,
crime.
I'm just saying, since he's been here, when I'm like for
3
years,
times, by the
you would
way.
never
Make it 6.
for years you would never see crime, and like now it's
Sure.
like every day we see something. Like
Hold on,
almost, like,
Rampage. Let me
it's
ask
insane.
you a question. Let me ask you
People
a
just
simple
tired of being
question
lied to.
with
I'm
fewer
ready,
words.
baby.
Fewer words crammed in a minute. Do you think
Yeah.
people with disposable cash to spend default on their debts very often?
With disposable,
Yeah, they have money lying around and they have a debt that's
they
about
probably
to default.
they
Would they pay
probably
it?
do because they think they're probably lax
No,
on it.
you're
I would
wrong. You're
assume.
wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, well, I thought it was
this
a
is
trick question.
This
so-
is default. This isn't like allow them to become
Defaulting in-
delinquent. Defaulting is like they are starting
yes,
to take
I know
your
what
car
defaulting.
and take
yeah,
your
yeah, I know what
home and
defaulting.
shit.
I know what defaulting is. I don't
Do you
know,
think people
Pop,
with
I'm
money
sure.
laying around default on their debts?
No, more wealthy people. No.
No, right? Default rates are the highest they've been in a very long time. Basically, since the 2008 financial crash. If people are just generally
Can we look at this
wealthier-
tomorrow? Can we look at this tomorrow? I hear you say this. Can we look at this tomorrow?
I think the
Sure,
concept
but-
is pretty
Yeah, yeah,
simple.
can we
Like, I
bring
don't
These
know-
guys aren't all
these
going to be
charges.
here
Yes.
tomorrow.
It
Though,
won't,
so
it won't
yeah.
change
But-
overnight.
but
It
Jeff,
won't
well,
change
well,
I don't
overnight.
know. I
understand
don't know
why.
enough about saying like actually the default rate has
No,
been
but
stagnant
so
and
simple.
where it's at this percent, but it went up like 0.2%.
So-
No,
Guess what? It is a real big
people
rise
debt-
since that
It's
time.
20.5% inflation rate.
So Jeff, hear me out.
Yeah,
So, like,
Joe Lewis.
for
go
me,
ahead.
right, like in America, you need assets, period.
Yes.
Those assets allow you to do things.
Yep.
What Democrats and Republicans have basically agreed upon is that we cannot guarantee you assets, but we can guarantee you that these institutions will allow you to cultivate and protect those assets. That's proven to be bullshit.
And borrow at exorbitant
borrow,
interest
borrow,
rates.
borrow.
Yeah.
And then what
Leverage,
happens
leverage,
is
leverage.
when you go like, hey, you know, these communities who are looking for assets, homes, cars, credit, are being exploited in such a way that's outside of the purview of what the government's currently doing. What can we do to alleviate this burden? And time and time again, Democrats go, student loan debt. And you're like,
yep.
Okay,
And
I still got
kind
this
of-
car bill, and they're towing my car right now.
No, but Paul, it is because the issue is right. I grew up
Thank you,
poor,
Mad Villain.
and I know
Appreciate the
Joe
good
Lewis,
side.
the black community knows this better than anybody. If you go to any black community, you're not seeing a bunch of student loan buildings. You're seeing used car lots and payday loan places everywhere. You grew up right down the street from check cashing, from payday loans, from we'll take any credit used car lots. And that's but
different. That's different than trying to alleviate pressure on a community that needs help.
No,
and
but the
shit.
thing is
compared
that,
to saying, "Hey, guess what? There's a fucking currency
the
exchange on the
Democratic
fucking
Party
corner
has
over
no
here."
the Democratic Party has no desire in an assets-based economic approach. They want to kick the assets-based to banks. They want to say that, hey, we cannot guarantee you these assets, but what we can at least do is make sure that these banks will give you a fair shot when you try to acquire these assets. This did not work during the housing crisis. This did not work during the student loan crisis. This did not work during the, I don't know what you want to call it right now, but during COVID. And then when you look at the policies that Kamala Harris are presenting to be a solution to these things, she wants to provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K to Black entrepreneurs and others. So just say entrepreneurs. Why are you saying Black entrepreneurs when the term and others negates that? So what are you doing for Black people in that context? And they riddle that in their language all the time. They don't care about the particularness of why certain groups.
So we're like under like the idea here, if I'm understanding correctly, like let's say that like she does get this done in a hypothetical world, Joe Lewis. Let's say that she does get the the $20,000 for Black business owners or homeowners. I'm sorry. Or others. You think that majority of that is not going to go to Black?
Yes, because there's nothing in place that suggests that she is trying to create protections so it goes to that group of people. And there are a bunch of ways that you can do that. You don't have to make these weird, arbitrarily like race-based guidelines using a census. That's not what anybody would want. It would get thrown out immediately. She knows that. But you can look at why are these groups in a particular debt that they're in?
Are you voting for Kamala?
No.
No,
Wait,
so
why?
Rampage, hold on.
Is this not good?
God bless
like,
America.
Like
Oh
I know
my
that.
God,
I know that.
this is
I know
not
that. No,
good.
hold on.
God
Hold on.
bless
I know that we can. I know that we can sit here and say like. I know that we can sit here. Hold on. Joe, hold on. Let me talk to my leftist brother over here. Let me talk to my leftist brother over here for a second.
gotta let him
Let me
talk.
talk to my leftist
Paul
brother.
lost his mind. He's short circuiting.
Yeah, I
Paul,
hope
you're
you're not,
not
Paul.
sure-
Me, the
you
gotta
libertarian,
let Paul
I'm
talk.
closer to Joe than you are.
Let me-
I
hope
don't
you know
want
that.
this to become the
let
try to
me-
convince Joe Lewis to vote Kamala. He's not gonna, dude. It's gonna be a waste of 10 minutes.
It's not that, but like
He
what
just
we
told
But
you
like
why it's
nothing.
bad.
But like
I know he
nothing.
told me
Like
why
that.
it was bad, but he kind of explained about why it was actually good too for the community
who?
in general. What he's talking,
The community in general?
I need his.
I know
all
that you
Black people
don't think
waking
that the
up?
majority. I know
Not
that you
like-
don't think the majority because you can read the future here. The majority of
What?
it's not going to go to the Black people, right? I understand that. That's what
Who
you
cares?
believe.
It's Black
But in
entrepreneurs.
general, it is putting an injection into that
but
community
Paul,
to help them
Paul,
out.
Let me go real quick.
Hold on,
Paul,
Jeb, I got you. Jeb, I got you. It's like I'll give you this, right?
You're gonna say a different
So-
thing than me, probably.
Yeah,
but-
sure. Like
Definitely.
a part of this that
Definitely.
I disagree with. Like a part of this about, this is great for everybody. In what world
It's not great for
do you
everybody.
only
I'm saying that
need
it's more
20
beneficial.
It's good for the
in what
economy.
world do you only need 20K to start a business? And in what state is that?
there might be a lot of when it comes to
and
small
what industries are
in these
that where
hey, hold on. When it comes to small businesses in these communities and stuff like that, $20,000 could actually give you a lot more in a loan when you do start a business because you have that extra $20,000 to get it. That is something that could happen because you can get like a $200,000 loan if you have decent credit to start a business if you can present it and say this, and bring them the things, and then on top of that you get another $20,000.
Let me jump in real quick.
It might be state to state because it's definitely true in my state, by the way.
Let me jump in real quick.
Sure, I want that one after this since I've opened.
If you have good credit, yes.
Here's my problem with it. It's too focused. Okay, what percentage of black people are entrepreneurs, dude? Not everybody.
I don't know, actually.
Not everybody has time to start a fucking small business.
I get that. But like,
stop. Kamala wants to give $20,000 to black entrepreneurs. She wants to give $25,000 to anyone buying their first house. She wants to give $6,500 to anybody who has a baby. What's going to happen is 2 to 5% of black people who want to own a small business are going to get $20,000. The vast majority of black people that may not be chattel slaves anymore, but are absolutely debt slaves disproportionately, their interest rates go up, their cost of living goes up, the cost of all of their baby goods go up, the cost of everything goes up, and that's what's happened. And so their debt loads go up. The rate at which those debt loads increase go up. You're making the black community poorer. By trying to help this tiny subset of the black community.
I do understand what you guys are saying. Hold on. I do understand what you're saying, but really quick. Hey, Joe Lewis, tomorrow, Jeb and I do a podcast coming to the open. I gotta go to Bed Brothers. I 35 minutes ago, I said I was gonna dip out of here. So I love you all. Okay. Gibbs, open, come on in. I know you're gonna definitely be watching. Am I right, brother? I'm just kidding. Love you, Lethe, as always. Ranger, you're the best as well.
Appreciate you, Paul. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, so Jeb, like the part that to me, and again, like it's so dirty. Like I know that anywhere at any point of the year, you have about 11% of the businesses in America are what you would say are represent like black people, but of that, it's like 3% that are black owned that actually have like employees. That's crazy. And then it's like suggesting like, okay, with this impulse, like with this influx of cash that you have no idea, like there's no regulation about who this is going to go to unless you want to make the restrictions for that or whatever the guidelines for that. It's just like superficial. And then like the other one, I had the tweet for it. Like this lady is diabolical in her bullshit. Like there was the whole cryptocurrency about how she's going to I found it. She's going to protect cryptocurrency investments so black men who make them know their money is safe. I'm sorry.
And
last time I checked, I thought mad motherfuckers got arrested over crypto, and that we should ought to avoid that. But apparently, for black men, we're just stupid. We're idiots.
And that's the thing. It's that bigotry of low expectations. It's like black people don't know that they can start a business apparently, and they don't know you can invest in things not like crypto. So we need to incentivize them we need to show them that business ownership is an option, and then we need to protect their shitty crypto investments instead of just like, how about we get fucking payday loan buildings off every block in every black community by limiting the amount of interest that banks can charge, period.
Just to add to this, because I've sat here, and when Kamala proposed this, I'll tell you who the most excited was. It was me. I was the most excited because if she gets elected, you know what? I might be able to make some money through the dark times of the Kamala presidency. And I'll tell you why. Because what I do is I do business sales. And the minute I find out that there's going to be a bunch of new black entrepreneurs, I'm going to go and say, hey, what business services do you need? And guess where the money's going to go? It's going to go to people like me and like other people in business sales services, and it's not going to help the community. I don't think it's just a bad plan overall economically.
Why don't you just
vote for
Kamala?
I want to read you something sad.
Well, because I'm principled, and I would like to actually solve the problem of the economy. I would actually like actual bullshit, not just let people be predator. I mean, no, you say that but here's the thing. Would that benefit me in the short term? Sure, but she's going to take away my other rights, which is really bad. And on top of that, a good and healthy economy overall is going to benefit me a lot more than
Like,
one
yeah.
targeted example. Of where I
Leafy
could go into
hates
a-
guns,
just-
though. I support black gun rights more than
Yeah,
Leafy.
I
I'll
agree.
say it
They should
right
wanna go-
here.
listen, I just
I
want
like
to go
guns for
side by
everybody.
side on this. I just want to go side by side on this. So, in Kamala Harris's plan to create opportunity agenda for black men, her first bullet point: provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K for black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. She did the same shit for Latino men. You want to know what it says? Help Latino men and others start and grow small businesses with no interest loans or deferred loan repayments for fully forgivable loans up to $20K. Nigga, it's the same policy. What the
Yeah.
fuck are we doing here?
And like Ranger and I are like, how about you just stop fucking hassling the elote cart for a fucking business permit? If you just did that, you would
I
have
agree with
dudes-
that. I agree with that
Right?
100%.
Minority communities have a disproportionate need for tomorrow to be taken care of. They don't need loans to make a business that's going to make them money in 2, 3, 5, 10 years. They have a disproportionate need for tomorrow to be taken care of. So if the Mexican immigrant, legal Mexican immigrant, obviously I'm a legal immigrant guy, but who wants to run his elote cart, I don't need him to go to fucking City Hall to do that. Why does he need to do that? If he
hold on.
tomorrow taken care of.
Hold on. I'm going to push back on that because I will say part of what I do in our business is we actually go down there and we help a lot of people that are first time entrepreneurs. And one of the things we will do is we'll teach them, hey, okay, if you want to do this the right way, you need to go get a bank account, you need to get a DBA,
Sure.
you need to get all these things, and we will go and help them do this through the process. We'll
That's
send
what
somebody.
that's what I'm
and
recommending.
these are
Sorry.
good things. I don't see
Get
a problem
City Hall
with
to
needing
come
those
to
things.
them.
Yeah, right,
Get
I
City Hall to
agree.
come to
Now,
them is what
if it
I'm
was
saying.
easier, sure, but I think that the barrier actually does help in this case because it's a very low barrier, right?
That's
We're
what I'm
talking
saying.
We're
saying-
talking like $35 for the DBA and $100 total for a bank account that you can pull the money out immediately after,
But
right?
why-
Now,
but
if
hold
you
on.
can't if you can't come up with like $35 and $100 that you just basically put in and pull out, then honestly, you should not be opening up a business or running it. Like that is a problem, right? Like
Hold on.
now,
It's
as
a
much as
thing.
I want to agree with you, and I want the tamale lady out front of Walmart to just have an easy time because I love the tamale lady. Like she's the best. I'm sorry. Like yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we need the DBAs. Like,
No, but hold on. But here's my thing: but if we're willing to give $20,000 in forgivable loans, why can't we forgive 135?
I mean, I don't want either one.
Give me a compelling reason.
So-
Yeah, have City Hall instead of having the fucking like shit that incentivizes them to get into debt, and just have City Hall come to them and say, hey, have City Hall have people come out to the elote cart and just be like, hey, this is 100. Fill out this form. You are a staple in this community. We're forgiving your fees.
Jeff, I will build a
Just fill
bridge.
out this
I will
form
agree
and
with
you. Have a
if
business
you could
permit.
show. Hold on, I would agree with you on if you could show me definitive proof that would be, and like I'd be willing to give it a try for like a grace period if you could show it definitively increases economic gain, as opposed to what I'm saying is this barrier. Hold on, this barrier seems like it's actually works as intended, which is preventing people from like opening up businesses that are guaranteed to fail.
Well,
Like,
sure.
No, it's not about
I'm talking about a cart, bro. Like they're not going to
listen,
go
I
bang
understand what
them
you're
off
talking
of
about.
a cooler.
I think
and
it's reasonable
a
to
fryer.
say that like I don't see any type of downside of saying, hey, if you want to open like there's a lot of cart fuckery. I mean, carts are very specific to like cities and certain stuff like that.
Yeah,
I understand. Like just to be clear on that, but I was like, hey, if you're looking to open a business and you have some level of like permit fuckery, like imagine just saying, hey, we'll forgive your tickets.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like, you
I
can
mean,
you can just the municipality can just like, hey, all of y'all ticket people, we are paying for all of them. Any ticket that you have when you have a cart based on fuckery, we're gonna pay. And hey, if your fuckery is based on permits, we're gonna pay for that too. We're gonna pay for your
if you get
permits.
the permit.
What's that?
Well, I would agree with that. Just like you know how I don't know how y'all do it in Texas. If you like get a speeding ticket, you can go and do like defensive driving and get it dismissed. I would be willing to go almost with the system of where, hey, you get a ticket for not having a permit or not having whatever you need, and then okay, I went down to the courthouse, I got the permit, and then we forgive the ticket. I would be willing to do that.
Yeah, because real talk, we got to remember there's like there's I'm gonna sound like a true Hegelist here. Like there's institutions within these institutions that function where it's like why did we allow Nuts for Nuts to be as big as it is in New York? Like why aren't there other different types of infrastructure and different people who just like want to be at a corner. Like, no, Nuts for Nuts has a monopoly on nuts in New York. It period. There's a monopoly on falafel. There's a monopoly on kebab, where a couple of carts own all these areas. And then the reality is like, oh, if you decide to, because of how the market works, like the first person there is the one who gets it, you have this sort of like legacy culture of that where it's like, well, I was here every single year for 20 years. And then I look at it and go, okay,
like
and you
taxing
decided to
medallions.
wake up. What's that?
It's like taxing medallions.
Yeah, it's dibs. It's calling
Or
dibs.
once you have it.
Yep. And then like, and I'm in the camp of like, because I've done this when I was doing flea markets, where like when I set up my card stuff, and then I have people complain like, that's my table, and it's like, well, I got here at 6, you're here at 6:30, sucks to suck, mess with pussy, get fucked.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go, and then like you want to go complain,
I
go
agree with that.
complain, and then I'm like, go complain to Rebecca. She's gonna tell you the same thing. Get here before me.
And
you won't
I'm
get here before me,
and
because
my
when you show
issue
up at
is-
6, I'll be here at 5:45.
Yeah, and I grew up in poor communities, know a lot of poor people, but even if you just watch and immerse yourself in sort of financial influencers who talk to poor people, disproportionately, poor people don't necessarily have an income problem. They have a money management, they have a debt problem. And like I said, tomorrow being taken care of. What does that mean? What that looks like for a minority worker in a minority community is I need a car, I need a job, and I need a place, a roof over my head, and probably my kids' heads. And if you actually break that down under the Biden-Kamala administration, everything that you account for in your budget has gotten worse. Your wages have gotten a little higher, but they have been outpaced by 2 markets, right? The debt market and the housing market. Those are the 2 things that Democrats ignore the most right now. And those are the 2 things that disproportionately affect poor people the most. We likely need more information rather than more money. We need more regulation on on higher end interest rates. I think it should be illegal to charge more than 20% interest in the United States.
Usury.
Yeah,
Usury
it's unethical. And these people, these will take any credit, no money down, used car places. Right? They are they are what the Bible means when it says money is the root of all evil. And it's that asset-based thinking that Joe Lewis was talking about, that if you have the car and you have the home, you're set by any means necessary. And then Obama did some really good pointed stuff. It's why Obama was lauded by the black community, because he understood black issues. Cash for clunkers made it really easy for like single moms who had a shitty car that broke down to move into having a car that worked. Because Cash for Clunkers allowed her to get more money than she probably would have been able to on the private market for her car that didn't work anymore. And she was able to then take out less debt to get the next car. Those kinds of and that program ended up being a net good economically too.
Yeah, and then,
that
like,
was a good example.
And to push on that a little bit, like my concern is always they'll hit a good idea, but then the minute it's the idea of, okay, we can just continue this, right? Like this just we can just continue this shit. It's totally fine. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we don't have the votes, or all like. Which is why it's like the Biden administration can be heralded for reducing black food insecurity, but then also be heralded for exacerbating black food insecurity. They have both of those on their belt because they're like, oh, we're going to do this thing and cut it in half. And then once it's over, get fucked. We're back in the same conditions. Because they don't do, and this is why like Democrats drive me nuts, is that they never know or have the political will, for a bunch of reasons I don't want to get into, to like continue on with these policies. And then the minute you go, hey, you don't continue with these policies, so it just kind of feels like you throw like candy in front of us. That candy is delicious, by the way. Thank you. But then it's like, well, we gave you candy 2 years ago. Go vote.
And the candy is rotting your teeth.
Well, that's the thing, right? And that's where I have what I would call a strategic disagreement with Joe Lewis's side of the pointed policy, because we have over 140 federally funded welfare programs in the United States. And if you look at like the 5 or 6 that are the most effective, like SNAP, WIC, and things like that, and programs that aren't necessarily welfare programs like Cash for Clunkers, they're all non-ethnically targeted welfare programs. Right. And so I'm like, if we cut, in my opinion, if we just drastically cut the hyper-targeted ones to make robust unemployment, disability, WIC, SNAP, and then include a program that actually educates communities on debt avoidance, on debt clearance, debt settlement, and credit recovery. Just free resources. And you put that office in the middle of a black community so that before they get to the check cashing place, they get to the government office that teaches them not to go to the payday loan and check cashing and all those places. I think you'll see a lot more gains than having like pointed black improvement
I want to make
policy,
something
you know?
a little bit like clearer, because I guess like as people still think I'm a black nationalist. So make sure I make the rhetoric kind of clear for me. I am more of an advocate of substance.
I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. Y'all be good.
Yeah, no,
Thank y'all.
good night,
See you,
Gibbs.
buddy.
It's been a blast, my dude.
Y'all be good. Thanks for having me.
Later, Gibbs.
Yeah. Like I'm a substance over melanin person insofar as like I think that you need to have a more class-based analysis of these issues and of these problems. You're not going to be able to approach these things along the bounds of race, but what you can do is do things that are race neutral but racially conscious in a matter of policy.
Okay,
which is why
I
like
get
you
that.
have to like analyze, okay, why are black people poor? There's a reason why they're poor, because like there's something predating, like there's something predating a community of people. I'll take black out of it altogether, and then go like, okay, why are they like, why are they vulnerable in the first place? And then go, okay, let's make policies that deal with that vulnerability outright, and then just navigate it from there. And then you'll see like changes in that regard. Now, granted, there's even with things like reparations, like a portion of reparations, which I absolutely support, are baby bonds, like just baby bonds set on income, where you get every year, you get a set amount of money per year into a savings account that's locked until the child is 18. That can change from year to year based on the income of your family. And then like if you're at the highest percentage, we'll say like at the highest percentage, it's like $100 a year. And then at the lowest percentage, it's $1,000 a year. And then maybe one year you do really well, it reduces and increases. But you're basically trying to set, like for me, the argument for that is, we understand or should understand that as a child, someone between the ages of 0 to 18, not every single family is going to be able to dump monetary resources so that their child can be ready for the future. Some will be able to do that. And if they do that, great. You can put that stuff in that same place. And shit, you can cap it. So you can like, there's a bunch of ways of going about that. And my point is that you'll have people who benefit from that, but it will disproportionately benefit those who cannot engage in the distribution of assets the way that people in the top can.
Just
like,
for clarification, at what point do you think that this should be cut off? Do you think like, is there an indicator that you're like, okay, black people have caught up to into other races in X economic?
I think when it comes to like baby bonds, it's like a continuous thing that we just ought to do
just
for
indefinitely.
People. Yeah, like, and that's like
all people or just black people or
no, just all people. I think baby bonds should be a universal thing for all families to be able to opt in, so they get a set amount of money set aside that goes into a special account that child can access.
You want the Fed to do it?
It would probably be a combination of state and it'd probably be a combination of state and Fed, and I think they should be able to use that money however they see fit. So like at the end of it, you might come out with, let's say the most that you can come out of it is like, we'll say just for the sake of like keeping numbering, let's say like the most a child can come out of it at the end of the program from 0 to 18 years is $100,000. Let's say that's the most. That's saying you were poor from 0 to 18, like bottom of the like gutter. But at least you say like, hey, your family upbringing and the way that you lived is not going to prevent you from being able to engage in the economy, engage into the world as an adult. So some people might use that and say, hey, I'm going to use this money and use it towards college. I'm going to use this money and use it to start a business. I'm going to use this money and do it for something else, or whatever the case may be.
So you're thinking like $5,000 per kid, roughly? That works out to like over $1 million by 18. It should be enough seed money, as long as as long as like the Keynesians, you know, are continuing to reign power in print.
Yeah, and again, like my position of it is like, is on the scale, like where the way like you compare how much money it would be is based on the income of your parents, because we've agreed like as a community, like as American people, we've agreed that children are not citizens until they're 18. They're not fully realized people until they're 18. Like, they basically are, by proxy, in a symbiotic relationship between their parents. And I'm more than happy to talk about that detanglement. Like, I'm more than happy to talk about how we can detangle that. But as in the current field of the game, is like a kid is, when they're 18, then they're able to actually exercise their full freedom and be essentially soft emancipated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your sort of root ideology in terms of, right, race blind in language policies that target things that disproportionately affect the most disadvantaged groups, racially, class-wise, etc.
Yeah.
I think where we have a strategy disagreement is, for me, when I see that debt is largely, right, the taking care of tomorrow, and so you get these really opportunist debt agencies taking advantage of Black people, Mexican people's need to take care of tomorrow at any means, so we're going to fuck them in a year so that they know that the next month is taken care of. I see less government spending and allowing the Federal Reserve to reduce interest rates as the best way to improve Black wealth, as as a metric of actual wealth, which is assets minus liabilities, by reducing their liabilities, because I don't see Black communities necessarily, when I look at the data, as having an asset problem. They tend to have a liabilities problem. And so for me, I think consolidating welfare investment into like 10 or 12 core agencies and not having like 140 super targeted ones is the better way to do it, because if you reduce government spending, interest rates can go down and those liabilities can go down, while still offering, right? If you lose your job, you still get unemployment. If you're disabled, you still get disability. If you're a mother, you still get WIC, all that. You have SNAP, right? The funding of those core functions, those core agencies would increase, but you would be sacrificing the like Native American crippled fund for women, like the super crazy, like super hyper.
Well, that's where
policy stuff. That the federal government is funding that I don't think they should.
Yeah, but that's where I kind of like, again, like my big thing is to be as clear as I can. I don't think that like what I described in terms of baby bonds, for instance, is happening only in a vacuum. Because I would agree with you that the problem is like, okay, when I say the problem is assets, I agree with you that the problem is more so the liabilities, because the liabilities will agitate the assets no matter what you do. Whereas like, congratulations, you have a car that now has $50,000 of debt strapped behind it. And you have a car to go back and forth to work. That's great for your immediate, but that liability is always going to be just like engaging with you. I'm a little radical in this aspect, clearly.
Of course,
but,
like we have a strategy disagreement, like I was saying.
Aren't we all?
I'm always in the camp of there's certain L's that have to be addressed. And I think one of the biggest L's that the federal government is going to have to do is just kind of admit that these we could call them liability institutions have won. Just admit that like they won. We got to bail these people out, and just admit that. Just like, hey, these collective agencies worked in tandem under our watch to exploit these communities, and clearly it's fucking us. And then when all the more like I want to say MAGA folks, but like the more like farther right individuals go, well, what's your evidence? Detroit, Newark, Camden, Sarasota. Like where do you want? Like anywhere where when the white population starts dipping down in urban centers, then you start seeing some shit. It's like,
well, you gotta vote for Kamala because the whole country's gonna be like Detroit. Didn't you listen to Lizzo?
Yeah. And then and I think like the thing that's gonna kind of suck is that the federal government's gonna have to we gotta bail out. As much as I hate to say it, you're gonna have to bail out the banks in that regard. Say, hey, we're gonna cover the debt for all these people, and then we're gonna rain down on you like hell. Because
what I would say is bailout, but you don't have to fully bail out. Just say, because the way debt works, right, is if you do like a 3-day payoff for your car loan, all the interest that you would have accrued if you waited to pay off your car loan until the end of its term is kind of paused at that 3-day payoff. What I would say is, say all debt is capped at 20%, which is still extraordinarily aggressive. 20% is still insane. But like, I would forgive just that whatever interest they would have accrued over that 20%, right? Because it's a good middle ground, right? Because we still need to mind the national debt, because the national debt turns into interest payments turn into government spending turns into inflation. So it's like and higher interest rates on the part of the Fed. So it's like, what I would say is bail them out to an extent. Yeah, I wouldn't like immediately absolve all of the debt that is over 20%. I would just cover the part that goes
I guess
above 20%.
I guess the point that like I'm trying to make is that it's kind of like, it's a lot of ways it's like student loans, where you're just gonna have to sit down with all these industry institutions, especially Sally Mae, and be like, Sally, you ain't getting this money. Like, don't even. Why are you trying to front? Like, you're gonna get all this money back. So we're gonna have to figure something out, and we're gonna have to do it fast. Otherwise, otherwise this is gonna ripple in ways that are gonna be like awful for everybody, but especially you, but especially everybody else.
Well, and I know you're using Sally Mae. I know you're using Sally Mae just as an example, but like the beautiful thing, right? Because I think you agree with me with like student loans being the wrong thing to target, because they disproportionately would help rich white people. The beautiful thing about targeting high interest consumer debt is that rich people don't hold high interest consumer debt. They have good credit, they have good proof of income, they have co-signers, they have all the things they need to get their interest rates low. So when you, instead of going after student debt because the most people have it, or it has a high volume rather, when you go for high interest consumer debt, bro, I mean, talk about just sending an angel into black communities, an angel into Hispanic communities. It's like you solely target the communities that need it most.
Medical debt or credit debt?
Yeah, because percentages work exactly how we want them to. It's the reason I'm pro flat tax. The issue is we have a progressive tax rate on debt against poor people. It's like a reverse progressive tax rate that attacks poor people the hardest.
Yeah, I've always agreed. And again, like my biggest thing, like my two cores for me right now are just jobs and assets. And it's like,
I get it too, right? Because that's best. And someone said I listened to way too much Dave Ramsey, and I'm about to confirm it, Chiba Hawk. That's your best wealth building tool. Is your job, like, your income.
And like what sucks about it, and we get this bullshit all the time. Like, so I'm in music, right? People should know this by now. I've been around the space for fucking ever. So like my primary means of income is through teaching and different like music based endeavors. And I had to figure out shit fast. Like when I first did that step of like, okay, I'm gonna take music seriously. Like when I say take music seriously, take the industry of music seriously, I had to figure out how taxes worked. I had to figure out forms. I had to figure out all this shit that I had no fucking idea. And then the whole time, like I remember my clarinet teacher in college just saying that, like, look, you know, like the smartest thing I ever did was go to school in finance and just take private lessons. Like I studied I went to school for finance and business and all this other shit. And then I just let like music be the thing that I want to do after I'm out of here, but engage in like that part of it. Cause he basically was trying to he's basically trying to groom me into admitting that, like, yeah, like when you are like a gigging musician, you need to know finances or you're cooked. You need to know how like the aspect of like a business works or you're cooked. And I see so often how so many musicians who have aspirations, especially DJs, they're the fucking worst. Like there's like, I'll have like my one student wants to be a DJ, and then he was like, how much money does it cost for me to be like an event DJ? I was like, probably like $20,000. He's like, what? I was like, yeah. And then he was like, that seems so expensive. And it's like, well, your mom bought you that $8,000 saxophone, right? And it's like, yeah, welcome. So like and again, DJing is a little bit of a trickier example because there's obviously ways of like cutting that cost down and doing things up, but you basically have to use your creative tools to figure it the fuck out. And some majors don't invest in that figuring it the fuck out part. Because there's so many teachers that like go into education. I want to be a band teacher because I like the band. I like my band director. And I tell these niggas straight up, don't be a band director. If you're going into music education because of your favorite teacher, just quit now because that shit will drain you the fuck out. Like, have a better argument and spend the 4 years of building a better argument. or
And
they
I'm in a
yeah.
semi-creative field. Like I'm in a corporate version of a creative field too. Like I'm a writer. But yeah, right. It's like focus on, if you're going to go to college, focus on the thing that's going to return that investment. Because creative fields have this beautiful advantage of being portfolio based. What you can prove your aptitude in creative fields pretty easily. So they're not looking as much for the paper. And I think, yeah, that's where I would have like when Jeb is dictator. And I cut all the welfare programs except for the ones that work and add one welfare program. It's going to be the one that teaches people. It's literally just government financed financial advisors that are going to talk about the benefits of compounding growth, going to talk about the benefits of putting $20 a month away in your retirement account, even if it feels like you can't, who are going to talk about debt recovery, who are going to talk about what order to attack debt in, talk about what to use college for, and not do this thing. Because what people don't understand is in a lot of like poor communities, because someone mentioned green in the chat, invest a couple thousand when you're young and don't touch it. It's like, I knew young, and the point we're talking about, I don't mean to like single out a community, but like we're talking about it. I know I grew up with young black men who were working at McDonald's or at like a tire shop, or a couple were gangbanging to pay their mom's rent. You don't have a couple thousand to invest when you're young to compound over time. But it's like, which
is where my baby bonds argument comes in.
Just
exactly, right?
Thing. And that's exactly it. Like there's no generational wealth coming down. So when your parents die, they're leaving you nothing but debt. You're paying to keep their lifestyle afloat. So yeah, you pretty much are nailing it.
My mom, like that diabolical demon that was my mother, said to me that she was going, like, the gift that she was going to give to me when she passed was the family house. It got foreclosed on.
Yep.
The year before, months before COVID. And then like I'm thinking about it in terms of an investment, like, so just for context sake, it was one of the like first houses in my development, yada yada yada. It's estimated now at like $700,000. It sold in 2020 for like $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have any overhead to deal with all the reservations. The foundation was off axis.
Well, and then you have property taxes that you're all of a sudden responsible for. And you have maybe even mortgage insurance, depending on how much of that loan has been paid. And then there's the other thing, right, which is like a very severe lack of mental health infrastructure. Because the other thing is undiagnosable mental health issues and generational trauma. Like I'm with the thing that Republicans don't get about generational trauma is people who are seriously discussing it aren't saying I'm traumatized by slavery as a black man in 2024. What they're saying is the lack of education and the suffering and the mental trauma that my great-great-grandparent went through was passed on through their child through abuse or neglect, or a lack of a lack of social tools, a lack of parenting tools. And then every parent beneath them inherited that lack of tools and and you end up with this like an issue that Republicans will say the culture gap. And it's like, well, yeah, that's what Democrats mean when they say generational trauma. It's a lack of mental health resources leading to ill-equipped parents that lead to kids who are surviving in the most primal way when they're a kid. They're literally focused on, again, getting tomorrow taken care of, like just covering their ears because of the screaming in the house, and they're not able to do homework and shit like that. And they're not able to get an education because they can't focus on homework. They can't focus on anything like that when there's that kind of instability. And so having those mental health resources alongside any of the financial health resources is just as important.
The part that's so like incredible to me, I'm just speaking kind of broadly here, is that you have a whole swath of people that just like demand those to do better without any type of institutional intervention. And it's like, it's basically say, it's like imagine you go into the ship's the captain of your ship and say, we need a better boat. And it's like, well, that's cool, but we're already at sea. In fact, we're in the middle of the fucking Atlantic. So we need a better boat. Ain't helping right now. And if we want to get a better boat, there's going to be some level of direct intervention within these things. Like, and that's why, like, what really pisses me off about Dems, especially. And again, like, the right to me is a non-starter. Like, Republicans to me are just non-starters on this for a lot of reasons.
Sure,
but, like,
I get that.
Yeah, but what pisses me off so much is that when I say that like freedom is realized through social institutions, and one of the reasons why I think the Democratic Party is so is that they don't treat these institutions seriously. It's how you get situations where like Kamala Harris thinks she can't negotiate with religious institutions on abortion. Like you're going to have to engage with Protestant doctors. Like you're going to have like not every state is going to have like Protestant doctors that are really like who end up being OBGYNs and shit. But there are some doctors that will say like, hey, because of my relationship with this institution, I will help women except for this procedure. And then like if you're a Democrat or anybody, it's like, okay, you don't want to do this thing. We think this thing is essential and necessary. Like I've always argued that abortion is just you're gonna have to bite the moral ambiguous bullet. Like I'll call it murder. I'll say it's murdering kids. I don't give a shit. It's just like for me, it's just necessary murder so that families and mothers can actualize themselves as members of their family unit. Like again, some Hegel shit, really boring. But it's like, but like if I just die on that hill, it's like okay, I agree that it's medically necessary in some cases. We can deal with some cases later, but you're gonna run the doctors that say I don't want to do this because of my faith. And then it's like, okay, that's great. He can have that. Let that doctor be a doctor. We got to find somebody else to be able to engage in this process. And then it's like, if a mother has to go over state or cross state to do that, or families go across state to do that, I say then, hey, play ball. But then you get some Republicans that are just like, we're going to follow you. We're going to track you down. Like, that's hyperbolic as fuck, but.
Yeah, no, listen, and I am morally extremist on abortion. I'm morally life begins at implantation.
Sure.
Which is, I know, like a weird, some people think it's weird. I think it's the most logical.
Because the problem becomes IUDs, and are people with IUDs murderers?
Well, because the
IUDs,
IUDs specifically avoid implantation. IUDs, IVF, all of, not in all cases, but if an embryo implants when you have an IUD, it almost always implants in your fallopian tubes, which I wouldn't consider legitimate implantation. It's a super complex conversation where I can sum it up briefly. And I think what we as humans value is the overwhelming likelihood of a sentient experience, not the present sentient experience. And once an embryo is implanted in a healthy uterus, it has like an 85 to 90% chance of being born and having a sentient experience. So that's where I lay on it. But legally, I think Republicans said we overturned Roe v. Wade to make it a state's issue, and I think we need to stay by our word on it being a state issue. So I think people who want to have open and wide access to abortion, and maybe even state-funded, not federal government-funded, but state-funded abortion resources like Planned Parenthood, can move to a blue state and get that. Because I think we should leave it to be a state issue, because that's what we promised we would do when we got Roe v. Wade overturned.
Yeah. And then my thing would be with that, and this is where we would, I won't say disagree, but this is like the nuance and like where the positions are.
Yeah.
I also agree. Like I'm very much a advocate of like dealing with the state of play. Like you want to know what those strippers were doing when the Dobbs decision dropped? They went to fucking work. So like,
yeah,
let's just fucking get over that. All those libs were fucking crying, but you know, Destiny, the stripper, not the streamer, was like, well, I gotta get this fucking money. It's Monday. Let's get it. Like, I got some buyers coming in and we're rolling with it. But like at the end of the day, you like if it's a state's issue, great. I just don't think like families and mothers and women alike should be punished of traveling across to get these procedures that they need. And that's where I know a lot of righties get like kind of about like, why are you traveling across state to get this procedure? And it's like, well, it's not available here. So and if I'm here,
before we go on, like I'm going to rate out momentarily. So we have a couple last things to say. It's been a blast having you all. Joe, you're an amazing bridge builder.
Yeah, it's all fun. Like, listen, like for the record, if I were to pin myself as a ideology, since that was the conversation earlier, I'm pretty much like, I guess you could say like like a left Hegelian, like communitarian, somewhere in that realm. I'm not totally down with Hegel, but every time I argue about freedoms and rights, I start quoting Hegel. So I think that's the trap, right? It's like I'm not a Marxist. I just quote Marx a lot. It's that type of shit. But yeah, no, this is always fun. I do appreciate real talk, Lethy. Like I do appreciate. Like some people say crazy shit. Like Gibbs says some crazy shit sometimes. I'm just gonna give him that. He says some crazy shit. But something that I appreciate is it doesn't. Maybe Gibbs isn't the best example. People are going to have like very controversial opinions and perspectives, but it shouldn't mean it's going to like railroad the entire conversation. Because that's the part of the Twitch that I don't miss, where it's like, Joe, you don't believe in. You think women should stay divorced? Like you should, like you're against no fault divorce. I disagree with no fault divorce. So you just like want women to get beat up. It's like, bro, who are you? Like, and that's, I appreciate that those libs are gone. Sort of, they're still around, but they're like in chats. But I do appreciate the time and energy that people spent, and also always good for the invite. You know.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for coming through. And Jeb, as always, you've been epic.
I appreciate it. No, yeah. I try to like, for my kind of closing thing, I guess, I think it's important to take like an empathetic view in the conversations. Like I think I've demonstrated I can. Like, and it's easy for me. I have Black family members, and I grew up in communities with a lot of like minority groups in them. But I think if I had one thing to like leave with, I think the government needs to focus more on the individual math of what like people need to deal with. And what they focus on now is cherry picking metrics to make it seem like whatever they did worked, right? But I think they just need to focus, right? Every person is building a budget based on what they make and then what goes out. And if you look at that, I 100% agree with Joe Lewis. And I think most people here in saying that things have not been going well because debts and housing payments are usually people's biggest expenses, and those have inflated beyond at a rate past everything else, while wages have not. And so I think the government needs to be more focused on getting people's payments down, specifically debt. Debt is the number one issue. Everybody should treat debt like the devil. Honestly, it's cheesy as fuck. Watch Dave Ramsey, dude. Like, if there's a guy who's going to be the most useful to the widest array of people, that's the guy.
Awesome. Ranger, you got anything you want to close out with?
No, not really. I mean, I get along with leftists better than I get along with statists. So, I mean, I always like constructive conversations. So I'm glad all the screamers left and we can just chill and talk.
Ooh,
I can do this all day.
Libertarians, you know, like I see you say some shit that gets me nervous because I was in this this panel thing in Washington, and it was full of libertarians, and they were all jiving with me. They were all just jiving. They were just like, "Whoa, this guy's spitting. Who is this?" And then I realized, and then like all my whole like core friends are just like, "Yeah, that's what happens. They'll hang out with libertarians. You might end up being one." I'm like, I don't think that's the case. They just agree with me on a lot of things. I was like, that's how it starts.
Yeah, but there's a lot of overlap, right? Like I'm definitely focused on the regulatory capture aspect that you've been talking about. Like I can't disagree. You just go off, right? There's a lot of corruption. Our antitrust laws are like rarely fucking enforced, and when they are, it's kind of a joke. The regulatory capture is out of control. The money in politics is out of control. Like there are so many like basic issues that just, I don't know. I feel like nobody really gives a shit about.
Yeah, no. In real talk, like that's where it's like, and maybe this is a conversation for another day. That's where I think there's ways that different ideologies can work together towards particularness of problems, right? Where it's like, I think it's possible. My chat probably disagrees, but I think it's possible that you could have like libertarians, the Hegel camp, and communitarians rather, like coming together on a particular issue, like say schools, for example, and maybe the meat of it in like the broader sense is like very ideological dividing, but like whatever the particularness of the situation could be like a hive mind situation, but like an opportunity to work together. And I think that's something that Democrats are kind of afraid of because then you can't use the same fuckery because the arguments won't work.
Yeah, I mean, I think I view the duopoly the same way that you do, and that they're both corrupt shitbags, and they're just going to weaponize the state against their opposition. And you know, the right is going to basically pretend like they're the party of small government while also increasing the size of the government, racking up debt, weaponizing the state against their opposition. It's the same fucking game, just played in blue and red.
Yep. It's just, and that's why I keep bringing up the term strategy disagreement, where I have a strategy disagreement, because I really don't think that many people in the United States have core value disagreements. I think we just have massive strategy disagreements.
There was one or two here earlier.
Yeah, of course. Like there are some value disagreements. Like Joe and I have a very strong value disagreement on abortion. But abortion really at the end of it is not even 10% of what either of us care about. I think for him, abortion is an end to bringing the black community up to pace with the rest of different ethnic groups. But
yeah, I'd say it's like, for me, it's like, I care about families being able to exercise their freedom and be able to like fully realize as a unit. And in some cases, like, some people have kids too soon.
and that's the thing, is not enough people seek out the value agreements. And it's like, underneath our value disagreement is a very strong value agreement, which is we're both focused on people having as much individual freedom as possible. You just think they get there through different, again, strategy means than I do. I would use different strategies to maximize that freedom than you would.
He's deafened.
I'm here just chilling. I'm here chilling. Paying the phone bill.
Yep. Like I said, payments in, payments out. That's all it comes down to.
I have my side gig just dropped, and it's like, great. Going straight to Xfinity. Almost exactly. Which is fucking doomer.
Joe,
Speaking of monopolies,
do you talk about where you live in Jersey? You don't have to dox yourself, obviously.
I'm in Central.
Okay,